or whatever. But it was just yeah. But it was just very genuinely, I didn't get home quite when I was hoping to from visiting family, which is fine. That's the reason I warned people, said, hey, this is a thing that could easily go long. And it did, which is totally fine. I had a good time. But because of that, I was like, I don't know what to do in RimWorld. Like, I wouldn't just want to be like, you know, 5% naked brutality or anything like that. So I'd be trying to like spend an hour or two at the beginning of stream figuring out what the heck we were even doing in RimWorld to then play RimWorld. And it's just like, you know what? I'm just gonna go with Farm Sim. It's easy peasy lemon squeeze. I can hit the go button. It's fine. It gives us a good chance to talk and chat and hang. We're still trying to get these dare drops done. I still haven't heard back about the other dare drop, which is so weird. Like usually the dare drops, some of them they'll have like, they'll give me the key within like an hour or 2 or 3 or whatever. And then sometimes it'll take like a day or two. But like, this is the first time I've had one that's been sitting here for basically a week. And I do see they're marking that they don't have more keys for that one. So it could be maybe they usually have like a limited number of keys they give out or whatever. It might just be that they already gave out the keys or something. I don't know. We'll keep doing it. We still have like 18 days so we can do the $1 million and the temple. And I don't plan to just do nothing but this until then or whatever. Alright. You know, I was about to start my other playlist. Let's have a spicy time. Let's choose a random playlist I haven't checked out before, but it seems loosely lined with the type of music we listen to. And let's have a spicy music day where I push this play button, and if we don't hate it, we check out some new music. And if we do go, that is not a win, then we stop listening to it and we go back to something safe. We pull our heads back into our shells and go scurry back into our safety blankets. Alright. So with that, where we left off, you will probably notice we do have all of our fields have been planted. We are in April, which is the month we plant everything. We are at 300,000. So that's good news. I do not want literally the smallest harvester for carrots. It's a hard no on that one. But we're doing pretty good. We got 300,000. We made a lot of progress on the temple. We've got our rice fields planted. Just checking out all that because I don't remember where we're at with half of this. Yeah, so it looks like all of those are basically in good shape. So what I can probably do is, so right now you're still set to be distributed. Oh, you're not in good shape. Oh no, did I not fill that up? No, that's actually a problem. Alright, well, yeah, I had to abruptly end stream. That's right. That's right. I had to be up early, so I had to end stream early. I couldn't go long. And I ran into that situation where I was in the middle of something, and did we even sell? Okay, so we didn't even turn it in. Alright, so what we're gonna do is I need to fix my problem. For those who missed what was going on, that was like, oh no, I noticed my greenhouses don't have water in them. They're not out of water, but they're low enough that it needs to be dealt with. The problem is, mostly I've been filling up water by just taking it out of my rice fields because they're convenient. Oh, I'm like right here. Do I want to knock that out real fast? That's field 20. Wait, is that right here? Is that way down south? Yeah, that's far enough down south. I'll ignore it. But yeah, so what we're gonna do is I'm not gonna trash my rice field real fast just to get water. So that does mean I get to inconvenience myself for going less convenient water. The good news is I've got my much bigger water tank, so small blessings there. And we'll try and get that filled up, get our greenhouses and all that sorted out. And hey, Quesadilla, how's it going? But yeah, so if you're probably wondering, it's like, oh man, you got 300,000. What are you saving up for? I don't know. Basically, the way we're treating it is I'm checking the sales every day to see what I can get on a really good discount. And if something that would be really good for us comes up a discount, we'll grab it. We stared for a little while that we had like an end game tractor that if I really pushed, I could have made happen. But I chose not to because it was just kind of one of those things that would have wiped out every last cent we had. And it was just kind of one of those things that's like, okay, I would never need to buy another tractor again, but also I wouldn't have anything that actually needs that tractor yet, and it would be financially wiped out, and so that would just delay how long it takes before I can, you know, get something meaningful. And so I stared at it for a while, and I was like, no, we're gonna skip on it. I am not sure if that was the correct decision, but we already made it and it's already gone, so that is what it is. Meanwhile, yeah, so you do have beams inside your reserves. I do believe last stream we finished like 3 or 4 or whatever, 3 or 4 sections of the temple. We completely finished one of the buildings. We're like in the second or third phase of the next building. So the temple's coming along nicely. We are certainly over halfway through it. Just by the number of buildings there appear to be on there versus what we've already got built. How far away along? I don't know. Temple do take time. There has been more and more mods dropping that I've been seeing. I haven't grabbed any yet. We're still modless. I have started seeing the very first like actual map mod show up. None of them have been particularly exciting yet. But that's not super surprising, considering likely all the people are putting the effort in to make like actually good maps. Just need a bit more time. They only got the editor like 2 days ago. It's just gonna take a little bit for them to play catch up. Alright. So let's take you. I'm gonna fill up the other 2 first, so we have just the main building here, or the main greenhouse to deal with. Alright, literally can't even put any in there. That's because it's just sitting there idle most of the time because I only grab a couple pallets from it each year. It's just not really worth it for me to sell the saplings. Okay, so our mushrooms and our rice saplings are topped off. The problem one is this one here. Because this one here is going to be like 3 or 4 tanks worth. And we do have our crops planted. So if we go and I drive this through, I think it will crush our crops. I might actually test it, because normally like you do this before seeding. I've just seeded, and I do know in the past when you've just seeded, you can drive the crops without destroying them. So let's see if I drive the tractor in here. Doesn't appear to be hurting anything. So I think we're okay. Yeah, no, those crops are still there. Because most of the time, for those who don't know, when you plant stuff in Farm Sim, with very few exceptions, usually in Farm Sim, the first phase of the crop, you can still drive your vehicles over it without any issue. But once you get to like the second or third growth phase, if you drive over it, unless you turn off crop destruction, it will destroy your crops. Yeah, so I just need to top this off. I don't think there were any contracts we were still interested in. As you add a contract right next to me, that's actually not bad for us to knock out. We can worry about that in a minute. Because that one's on the other side of the map, I'm going to ignore that. But 1,600 bucks, nice and easy for just doing a quick lap right next to us. That's worth it. I might actually, like, I'm debating even skipping on it though, just because we want to keep things moving. Because we're now getting in-game month, just like every month we're getting a couple thousand, even if we don't do anything, because of the greenhouse and because of the various buildings we've got stuff happening in. That it is, you know, quote-unquote passive income. Like, we do a little work. So it's not truly passive, not like the solar panels, but it's pretty passive. You just top off the water like once a year and you're good. But I do hope everyone's been having themselves a good... This is a Saturday, right? A Saturday night. You know, for those in Saturday, I know all of you over in like Australia, New Zealand, and all that. I know you have moved on to Sunday. I do hope your Sundays are going well and all that good stuff. This music's kind of all over the place. I'm kind of enjoying it. So it's got a little bit more to it so far as like oomph to it than we normally have. But I'm enjoying it. It's a little bit weird tempo for Farm Sim, but you know what? Sometimes you just need a good juxtaposition. Also, you just need to use the word juxtaposition because it's a fun word. And for those who do not know the word juxtaposition, because it's not a word that typically people use in their language very often, it's like two things that really don't go together. They kind of conflict with each other, not necessarily in a positive or a negative way. So you know, like, I'm trying to describe it because it's not like things that don't go together. Like, oh, you put mayonnaise on literally anything that exists. I mean, sorry. You know, you put pineapple on pizza. I mean, sorry. You put mayonnaise on tacos. That's an actual example of something that doesn't go together, but that would not be a juxtaposition. I don't know what the actual official definition would be. It'd be along the lines of, you know, like a lot of conflicts of interest would end up being a juxtaposition where you know what you should be doing, but you have this situation that also makes it so you should do the opposite. Those would usually fall into a juxtaposition, where you have, like, on one hand, you're in this place and the music's popping and you're having a good time, but it's also a funeral. So, like, there's just a disconnect between, like, what's happening that doesn't really align. That's juxtaposition. I'm sure someone can break out the literal definition and, you know, that'd be a whole thing. Okay, so we got the water topped off, so that was not as bad as I was worried it was gonna be. We can go back over here, grab our weight, grab our weeder. We got what field 1 over. That's gonna pay us $1,600. You know what? Let's not worry about it. We did a lot of those last day. Is there anything I can't live without? All of these are fine. No crisis is going on. Yep, let's go advance the day. Oh, wait. 1 second before we do that. I don't remember the status of the temple. Okay, we're good. Yeah, so let's go advance the day. Looks like we'll have like a day and a half in-game before the temple is ready for the next stage. Alright. The fact of two things being seen or placed together or close together with contrasting effect. Gotcha. So the way I've heard it used, it wasn't like physically being placed together, but being together. But yeah, that makes sense. So like a submarine in the desert would be a juxtaposition, because you're looking at them and going, well, I mean, the same effect. Yeah, the way I've always heard it referred to is more along the lines of like what I was saying, where the whole point is they don't go along with each other. What are you? Oh, it's the sugarcane thing. I totally forgot about it because I almost never do sugarcane. Mows grass. We could get into the grass. What is your... You always considered it to mean a stark contrast. Yeah, it's along that thing. It's just the two things that are very contrast, very different. Like, you could have the thing of like, you know, the new age art where it's got like all like techno things happening, and then like next to it's the Mona Lisa. And you look at those two things and look and go, all right, they're both cool, they're both art, but also like my brain is having difficulty right now because one of these is like super classical and the other one's like super futuristic, and you're just dealing with that. Or you'd have like the like sci-fi fantasy thing where it's like, you know, there's people running around with laser guns and all that, but also, you know, dragons and wizards. And you get those kind of things, you scratch your head and be like, okay, like, this is fine, I'm having fun, but also, my brain is just really, really banging rocks together right now, trying to come to terms with what I'm seeing. So that is a really big mower for a good price. I don't think we're grabbing it, because I don't have any of the equipment to go with it, nor do I particularly want to get into the mowing side. But still, the rest of that could go die in a raging fire, but, you know, that's fine. Alright, so how are you doing? So you're going to get done today. Contract-wise today... Ooh! Ooh! Yes! I'll do that for $11,000. And we'll take the small $3,000 field next to you. Yeah, I'll do that too. 1,200 right around the corner from you. Yeah, we'll grab that as well. Okay, so what we can do here is I will get the tractor and get it to work. Because that's those ones I'm going to give to the AI while I work on other things. There we go. Yeah, so we skipped the one that was like for $1,600 in game yesterday. And instead we got 3 fields all about next to each other for a cumulative like 15,000. So, yep. Another good, let's see, another good example, a bit cliche, is good and evil. They are forces juxtaposed to each other. Yeah. So, like, a juxtaposition would be, there was a series called Good Omens. I can't remember if it was like Netflix or Hulu or whatever. And the whole bit of it is you have an angel and a demon that are like best friends or whatever. And so the juxtaposition is, you know, one's there to do like heavenly angel things, and the other one's there to do demon things. And so it creates a whole juxtaposition where you've just got such different things. So I already know I'm going to, well, here's what we can do. While we let the other contract go, we'll go and take our truck. We're gonna gas it up. We're gonna drive all the way over to our lumber place, because it's got at least 1 thing of beams and 2 things of long planks. So that's definitely something worth considering. So we can run that over there to get that in position. It's a fun word, though. I mean, then you got all the fun words of just the obnoxiously long words that, you know, so many people know. You know, anti-disestablishmentarianism, pneumono ultramicroscopic sylvocaniconiosis. I always forget the one. There's one that's the fear of long words, which is like hippomonstrat something, a phobiac or whatever. But it's literally the fear of long words. To which, to this day, I look at that word and I'm like, that is that is a doctor who is both a jerk and has a really big sense of humor. Because if you are someone who has that condition, the fear of long words, and then you need to tell people you have that condition, now you need to use a long word, which means you're perpetually in the situation of facing your phobia, which is not really healthy to approach it that way. It's definitely not one of those things that if a person has a complete and utter breakdown facing their phobia, you don't just keep slapping them with their phobia till they get better. That's called trauma. That's what that is. That's called trauma. You try and do stuff to work them into a better place, and then eventually you get to the point where you go, hey, I think we're at a place that maybe you're ready to, like, deal with this. Like, let's go in and, in a nice, safe situation for you, try to introduce the thing you're afraid of, and see if you're in a good enough place now to face it. You don't just be like, oh yeah, this person had a traumatic event, and now they're terrified of of rabbits. Yeah, let's just throw them in a big bin of rabbits. They'll be okay. And then they start mumbling to themselves and being very, very not okay. As they go into pure, like, adrenaline survival mode. And then you get a malpractice suit. That's justly deserved. Alright, so what do we got? I don't want to take the stone... Like, I've been tempted to take that stone picker after people have told me how to get that, where you can actually have that work. I actually can't take an art contract, so I don't know why I'm looking at it. We already looked at our sales? Yeah, we had the lawnmower was the only one there. That would even be worth considering. And even then, I probably wouldn't. So, the things I'm looking at potentially buying is if we could score one of the actual front, like, tractors. One of the actual trucks here on a really good discount, i.e. that one specifically. If I catch that one individually, specifically on a good discount, so it doesn't cost way too frickin' much, because even those on the discount might still be more than I'm willing to pay. That would get me to replace our truck. If I could get, honestly, just about any tractor on this area, like 50% off, we'd go for it. We did have... Which tractor was it? It was one of the ones that had the tread in the front. It might have been one of these two. No, knowing the price, is probably this one over here. I think it was the RX series. I think we had that tractor showed up on sale for like 300,000, and I gave that a good stare. I was like, no. I think I would potentially go for one of those. The other thing I'd love to grab, if I could catch it on sale, and this will be a real crapshoot, is if we can get this harvester to show up on like a 60% sale, I would buy that. Because the spinach is really good money. The problem is that harvester. I don't know what seeder you use actually for the spinach. Is it just the regular one? I didn't look into that. I think it was just the regular one for my other testing. Also, you don't have the box here. What does Winter have? You could put road salt down. All right. So it's not really what I'm looking for. I do wish a lot of these apps. Yes, that's a bit heavier than I'm aiming for. We'll just fall back into playlist, I know. That's fine. I do wish there was more music things. Like, back in the day, I used to love the Pandora thing before it became basically unusable, where you could just be like, up, down, that kind of thing. I used to love that app just for, you listen to music, just, give it the little thumb up, like that one, give me more of it. Nope, don't like that one, get rid of it. Oh no, it uses the okay, so it does use the vegetable one. Gotcha. Well, the only downside of those is they kind of suck. But let's look at the other planters. Just because I did all these testing, but I don't remember. If we look at the other planters, so yeah, so they don't list Anyway, interestingly enough, that one can do canola, but the other ones can't, which is weird. Ah, there we go. Yeah, so you can do spinach with any one of them. There we go. I was like, man, I don't remember needing the vegetable one for that, because I remember I was excited that the spinach didn't suck to deal with when it came to planting and all that. And I was looking at the vegetables like, but man, those are only 6 meters wide. I think I would remember that and be annoyed with it. Okay, so we got all this going on, we got all that. Oh, right, I gotta reflood the fields. That's something I can work on real quick. Yeah, because spinach is pretty solid. You use a planter, you plant it, it grows. You get to harvest it like twice a year. It's also an interesting one, because if you actually look at the growing season for spinach, it's year-round harvest. So like it does heavily imply with that, and I haven't tested this part well. It's not like some of these crops you got like 2 months to figure it out. It keeps growing, so you can sit there and you can harvest it, and it grows back, and you can harvest it. And like I said, I think you get 2 harvests out of it. I didn't actually test, and this is something I should have tested. I didn't actually test to see if like I rolled over a year or two, like if the one seeding would do that. I'm pretty sure it is you harvest it twice and then it's done. But that'd be good, because I've already got the fertilizer, I've already got the weeder, I've already got a harrower for cultivating. We've got a tractor that'd be decent enough to handle at least an okay seeder. Not a great seeder, but an okay one. So if I can get a hold of the harvester, it'd just be saving up for like the next year. We'd be able to get the seeder, and once I have that, we're basically set to have spinach of that. Which with that, I would either buy myself a new piece of land to do that field on, or potentially shut down like the one spinach field down over here and switch over to, the one rice field and switch over to spinach. We'll see. All right. Yeah, so at least ride around with this. Let it go. And this is the big field that's worth 11,000 just to go and zip along, so that'll be good money. Alright, so let me go hit the buttons here. But as a reminder for people who have been popping in a little bit after the start, we do have going on the Discord, we do have a poll. Basically, we recently played Factorio. People seem to really enjoy it, and there was a lot of people wanting to see me do more stuff in Factorio. So I do have a poll going on the Discord that's asking asking 2 questions. The first question is, do you want to see more Factorio? And there's basically a yes answer and a no/I don't care. Which, for all intents and purposes, no and I don't care combined are just more than yes, then we'll probably not do it. If it's like break even or better for Factorio being a yes, we'll do another run of Factorio. And then we have a separate question, which is, do you want to see me start a brand new factory from scratch, or do you want to see me like continue the factory, like build it up to be a mega factory, do some achievement chasing and that kind of stuff. Which, for the record, when I do the new factory, I might do some achievement chasing as part of that. Like, I might deliberately not destroy a nest until we have artillery to get that achievement. I might deliberately not research any of the efficiency stuff until I research what things on another planet to get that achievement. Those are the only 2 ones I'd have with that. That'd be a restart. But yeah, that's the poll we got going on currently on the Discord. I'll probably do another poll in a couple of days, where I'll try and come up with, 10, 12 different games of being like, hey, here's games I'm considering playing on the channel in the near future. What would you like to see, kind of thing. Because I usually will do that every once in a while, to just kind of get a feel for things. And if they get good participation, I can usually make some level of informed decision. We have had times in the past where like only 7 votes go in, and when that happens, then it's just too small of a sample size for me to take any meaning from it. But we'll probably get that. I don't know what I'm going to include on that list. I'll probably put stuff like RimWorld and Project Zomboid in that. And for the record, if something wins, it doesn't guarantee I will play it. Very heavily, it usually means I'll play it. Sometimes not immediately, depending on like what games happen and sponsorships and yada yada. But I do try and use it as a way to like have viewership kind of nudge things. It was one of those things I stressed more and more about, like, that's only considering the people on Discord. But I've also gotten to the point where it's like, well, I can't ask the people who don't respond to the polls, so I'm just coming to accept the people who actively participate and all that in the community and allow me to help make those decisions. I'm going to give them a bit of an advantage in making the decision, since I can't reach into everyone's brains and saying, what do you want from me? So I have to go by using whatever data points I can get. And that's, for the record, that's not actually how I decide a lot of games. That's usually something I do every once in a while. A lot of times a year, there'll be like games coming on, like that's a game that I think will be particularly good, or if there's a game that grabs my attention, whether or not it's like a really popular game. If it's like I Am Future, it had a DLC, but it's a game I kind of wanted to play. I just kind of got nervous about it because the numbers were like really bad on Twitch. Like it didn't get like poor reception, it just didn't get reception, which made me nervous. But that went really well. I'm happy we did it. Like I definitely was on that fence of not doing it, and then just went to heck with it, I'm gonna do it anyways, and it worked out pretty well, which is good. Versus like Astroneer, I did the stream and the numbers weren't good, so that's led me a little bit away from that. But yeah, no, I've also been blanking on games that people like just get excited about watching people play for the first time or whatever that I hadn't played. And it's hard for me to come up with many of those, because like I've done like Subnautica and those. I've played, not on stream, but I played Undertale before, so it wouldn't be new. I've done Doki Doki Literature Club, which that was like a one-off, hey, like normally this is a chill vibe stream. This one stream over here won't be. For those unfamiliar with Doki Doki Literature Club, if you look at it, it looks absolutely adorable. Take that, it is a psychological horror game very seriously. That is a game that will mess with you. So, let's see, Ellen? I don't know that game. Which, for the record, like playing those games that people have like that really heavy following, if it's something that's just way detached from the types of games I normally play on the channel, that it'll be just too far off the beaten path of the aligning with my viewership. That makes it a much harder sell for me to consider. So, like, for example, I've played BioShock, but let's pretend I hadn't. BioShock is one of those games that is a classic and all that at this point. People would potentially have the interest, but as a first-person shooter that you like, adventure world and everything, really not in line with the type of content I normally do. It would be unlikely I would play that game. Some other things I've been trying to work on is going and getting some stuff for it's a survival crafter, you create a settlement, etc. Turn-based. Gotcha. Admittedly, these days, I very often skip out on turn-based games. I used to play a lot more of them, and it's not that I never play them, but generally, most of the time, a turn-based game has to do something... Alright, well, let me rephrase that. There's different kinds of turn-based games. Like, where it is like a kind of hard turn-based game, so far as, like, the turns are very, like, solid cuts. A lot of times I'll skip on those. So, like, the old Civ-style games, I'll tend to skip on. Hi.
Hi. I just took a personality quiz on BuzzFeed.
Okay.
And the first sentence on my result says, I say this with love, but you are pure chaos.
Yeah, it checks out.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's fair.
And then it says, and you're so proud of it.
Yeah, and that's fair. Tomb is chaos. Traditional roguelike turn-based. If you mean we're going back to traditional roguelike graphics, that's a harder sell for me. Like, don't get me wrong, I grew up with games like NetHack and all those back in the day. But it is those things. There's a lot of people in the roguelike community that are very purists about what should and shouldn't be a roguelike. Which I think traditional roguelike is a perfectly fair way of like saying this is like an actual roguelike versus the more modern interpretation of roguelike, which is the randomization and all that kind of stuff. And I enjoy traditional roguelike as well. I haven't played one in a very long time that I'd say is like a traditional roguelike versus a more modern style roguelike. But yeah, no. Yeah, no, I think a turn-based like that, I could look at it. Like, it doesn't mean it's a no, but that's gonna be a harder one for me for a couple reasons. Because one is a lot of those turn-based games are pretty hard to stream. Not that they can't be streamed, they can. But that's a pretty tough one for me to stream. It's also not really aligned to the content. It'd be the kind of thing that under certain circumstances I might be like, yeah, we'll give it a try anyways. So I'm not gonna say it's a no. But yeah, generally a lot of those end up being the kind of ones really not really a fit or whatever. I just took out the tractor so I could do this outside without taking forever. Yeah, but like roguelikes like Nova Drift and all that, I've very much enjoyed. 16? 16 what? You just found it very interesting. Oh yeah, for the record, like when I sit there and go, oh, that, you know, it's a game not aligned to the channel and all that, never take that as bad game or anything like that. Signs you hit by you? Oh, there's no way it's only 16. It's gonna be way higher than 16. And maybe the 16 that you've counted, but I have certainly hit way more than 16 signs by now. They've seen. You know what? That is a good counter. I should make that counter. Can I make that really fast while this is happening? Counters. Yeah, I got a minute. So let's see. The counter name is Hit Signs. Because that's actually a good one with how many signs I take out. And I'll go by your count of 16. And I'll put it up there, even though we know that's probably not enough. So chat. Okay. Rual has hit... what was it? Variable counter name hit signs. All right. Hey, Sniper Space, how's it going? Because we'll get that in place so that people can, Did I really hit a sign and not even register it? I did. It's over there. I see it in the road. It looks more like Stardew. Yeah, I wouldn't be necessarily fully against it. The turn-based is a bit harder sell. I used to play lots of turn-based games, but these days there's like a lot of time when I see a turn-based game, I'm like, you know what'd make this more fun? If it wasn't turn-based. I missed that one. How do you feel about that? Like, for example, you know, I really have enjoyed Civilization games in the past, but after playing Stellaris, which is not really turn-based, but it's got, you know, a progression to it or whatever, it makes it real hard for me to go back and play 4X games that are actually turn-based. Yeah, I'll call it hit signs, save. I will edit you to have a value of 17. I'm doing well today. It's good to see you, Purple. And we're going to add a new command. Exclamation mark, hit sign. I'm doing this while trying to work on the tractor without the AI, which is a little tricky. I'll have to double check. I might end up having like one or two things wrong with this because I'm not fully focused on it, trying to scuff set it up while I'm going. Alright. So we'll add a cooldown of 15 seconds. globally and user, which I know we could have more than one sign get hit during that time. I just don't want it to be where a bunch of people, well, actually it needs to probably be like 30 seconds. That way if like people have a little latency, you don't have like 4 people submit accounts like 4 times. Let's see here. Because I like that command, because that's a command that can go for a bunch of different games. Like I usually avoid having commands that are like very niche for one game, because as a variety channel I do pop between a bunch of different games. And so it ends up being I make a command and it's only useful for like a week or 2. And then I never use it again. Alright, so we got that. Count when Rual has hit a sign. And then we can go add effect. Counter, update counter, select counter. Hit signs. Increment by 1, add, save. So in theory that should be all wired up. Alright, so next time we hit a sign, we'll definitely want to do that. I got another thing I'm doing real fast, which, again, I'm juggling the windows trying to set this up live. Because it's no fun to have a hit sign counter if you can't see where it's at, to get other people engaged with it. So I know I got you right to a text file, so let's copy that. And go to the hit signs, and add you. And I'll need to go through.
Thank you Pretty Pictures for subscribing for 24 months. Take NRG, take it. Take it quickly before I realize it's been 2 years. The time goes so fast.
Thank you, Pretty Pictures, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and you used it here. And you have been subbed the channel for 2 heckin' years. Which is a really long time, and I really do appreciate your continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. And I will absolutely take that Twitch Prime. I do like money, chat. This may come to a surprise to all of you. I do like money. It is nice, it pays my bills, and that is lovely. But thank you so much for that, I really do appreciate it. Alright, so we've got you up at field 77. But thank you so much for that. Let's see, what is the temple? Is it dedicated to all these signs lost in the process of money making? You've given me a great idea, Leafy Pew. But first, actually wait, before I just deliberately destroy another sign, you've given me a wonderful idea that I need to change the message really fast. I'm gonna let the AI handle this one, because I'm going to quickly adjust the command. But yes, the signs are absolutely being sacrificed to the temple. That is our new headcanon. Yeah, so you just do your thing, Tractor. Meanwhile, so I need to go... It's signs... Signs, hit, change that text file before anyone does anything with it, hit signs, save, go to the chat, Oh, did I hit a sign? Okay. Did I actually hit a sign there, or just like... Because that is one of those things that if I don't hit a sign and people use it, then I have to start taking things away. Alright, but what you didn't realize was coming as well... Oh, the AI driver did? Okay, so the command is !hit sign. That's fine, you can use it now. It should work now. And if not, that's a problem I'll have to redeem. I'll have to sort out. With this, so hit sign. Create a new label. Select font. Oh, I'm trying to choose the font, and it's like I hit a letter and it immediately jumps there. There, so dyslexia. And I want you to read from file, and I would like to browse the file. Okay, I need to figure out it'll be in my stream assets folder. Stream assets folder. Where are you at? Bot text files. Hit signs. Okay. Alright, now we need to move that and resize it. I think that'll be an okay place to put that. Now I just need to move it to right in the hierarchy so it's not overlapping everything. Yeah, right there with the objectives layer. Alright. So it doesn't have any background or anything to make it easier to read. I can do that later. I'm just doing scuff while live. But yeah, no, I appreciate, like, Leafy Pew giving me the ideas, like, does signs have to do anything with the temple? It's like, yes. We're sacrificing the signs to the temple. That said, it does have a 30-second cooldown. Yes, there's going to be times I hit 2 or 3 signs during the cooldown. It's fine. The only reason I do that is sometimes when you have encounters, people get a little too excited. And what'll end up happening is you have 4 or 5 people use the command right back to back for the same count. And if you don't have any type of a cooldown going on, then what ultimately happens is you run that situation where you only should have gotten penalized, or not penalized, I shouldn't express it like that. You should have only gotten 1 count on it, and you end up getting 5 or 6, and then your count's just wrong. So the AI just up here destroyed a sign. Okay, and once we get this field done, I don't really care about the other contracts we got going on here right now. So that was a quick bit of money. We will have, yeah, so we got ourselves almost 20,000, not quite, for doing that. So what we're gonna quickly do is go grab the forklift front. I need to load up the other stuff. Let's see, yeah, you did it as is, count coming out of the driveway, yep. We'll also get to see how close that chat pays attention to how many signs I'm hitting. Cool. And for the record, that number down there, when you update those text files, sometimes it'll delay a second or two. Which it's fine. You gave me something fun to do. Well, that's the whole thing you hope with that. Like, a lot of times, the things I get asked for making counters is like when I'm playing Project Zomboid, people are like, oh, you should add a death counter. And then you're sitting at a character like, but I haven't lost a character, you know, and it'll be like at 150,000 kills. You're like, I haven't lost a character in Project Zomboid in like literally 6 or 7 months, you're gonna be pretty bored of that counter. No one's gonna remember it's there by the time the character does die. And so it's with like a lot of the counters are just not that many great things. It'll be something like, you should get a counter for how many zombies you kill. It's like, are you really gonna type into chat every single time it kills out like a zombie? I don't want it because you're just gonna be updating files in my file system constantly. But this one feels like a pretty good one. I think this is a pretty good counter. Because it's frequent enough to be worth doing, but not so frequent that it would be impractical to do. I also don't feel like it's a particularly disruptive one either. Let's actually move you so we can get to both sides. It's a little bit easier. Your insides hate you? That's no fun. They should stop doing that. Alright, and we can go grab you. You wish they would? Yeah, now I know how some of that can be. I've been pretty fortunate. I've had pretty chronic stomach problems. Like not since like I was a kid or whatever. It's something that only showed up like, I don't know if it showed up like early to mid 30s. It's really hard to put a time on it because, you know, it didn't just snap into place as being as bad as it was. It kind of slowly built up. I've just been fortunate that the last year or two, as I've been being a lot more careful about my eating and yada yada yada, they have very much calmed down. It's still one of those things that when I get pretty bad about eating like a lot of really fatty foods and all that, or high cholesterol stuff like eggs and all that, that I can put myself in a hurt locker. But I've been fortunate with my issues that since I've calmed down on the worst of that, it's not really been a reoccurring problem too much. Which I know, Chad, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, and I really wish it wasn't this way. The whole actually getting sleep, exercise, and eating well, it really does make you feel better, and I'm sorry. I wish I could say it did nothing, so that way I wouldn't feel like I need to do those things. But it genuinely helps. Yeah, that's how Darian's like, come on, man. I just want to eat my wings. Let me just go have some barbecue, eat some wings, just completely disregard any semblance of a balanced diet. And you can do that, but my body definitely these days, like, you know what you're gonna be in? A world of hurt. Burn bright, not long. I'd rather just not burn at all. Okay, so we got these. This isn't a lot of wood, but that's the wood we have that's our own. Yeah, no, wings are one of those ones I really enjoy. I have to, for a number of reasons, I have to be a bit sparing on wings. Like, these days, wings are freaking expensive. I usually don't complain about, you know, the whole shake your fist, the prices are just too dang high. But wings is one I actually will, because I distinctly remember getting wings for like $5-6 for like 10 wings. And now you go to a lot of the wing places, they're like, how much is that? Oh yeah, that's gonna be $15. You're like, oh my god, please. It's just too much. It's just way too much. I'll still get them, but it just means it's one of those things where like, yeah, we're gonna go and get wings tonight just because, you know, really in the mood. It can't be a thing that you're just like, yeah, you know what, whatever, I'll just do that. Is it wrong? Wings at the store are stupid too? I haven't looked at buying the wings at the grocery store. I'm gauging from that they're just expensive. I know they had a whole big thing with the like around the pandemic that I don't even think it was with COVID. I thought there was something totally unrelated, that some disease got into a bunch of the poultry farms, and so they ended up having to kill off a lot of the birds. Just, you know, they just weren't safe, and that it was one of those things that created a supply issue. Let's see, 65 cents a wing around here in... I do not know what NPA is. NEPA. On Monday wing nights. You actually haven't looked lately? Yeah, so it makes me wonder if it's one of those things that, like, I remember reading about that a while back, and at the time they're like, yeah, this is going to increase the price on eggs and chicken and all that for a while. You know, until the farms kind of not... Because not only that they needed to get, like, the birds back in stock, because they still need to sell chickens, but then they also need to repopulate their stocks. Northeast Pennsylvania, gotcha. Yeah, I haven't gone to check, like, a wing night thing. I've been talking just, like, your regular price kind of thing. You know, actually, now you say it, I can never remember what day it is a week. There's a wing place not far from me, and they have, like, their one day that's... It's very clearly they're trying to fill in the day that they, you know, their slow business day. But, I do distinctly remember they do, like, a happy hour on both their wings and their domestic beers, including ciders and all that. And I do distinctly remember it was something like the wings were like half off, and then the cider was like, or the just domestic beers like buy one get one free. And that was definitely one of those ones where you take it and you're like, you know, honestly, like that's not a bad price for lunch. But I remember it was like one day, like lunchtime on a Tuesday or something like that. And it was one of those kind of things that's like the hours they're normally super dead. Which you get it. That's the promotion. Oh wait, we're already up to a roof? Heck yeah, man. So that's way faster. That means we finished the building yesterday and got all of its steps done. Sorry, we finished that other building yesterday. And in the course of one stream, we're going to have basically completely finished the next building. So that's good news. You're not really a big wings fan? Yeah, so I don't like to do wings super often. And I found I really like the wing place that we have near us because their whole gimmick is they bake the wings instead of deep fry them. Which they still like sauce them up and do all that kind of stuff. And I found I really like it that way. Since I've ended up having those, I'm just trying to mentally figure out how many of these I need. 5. Yep. So 5 of the beams. Since I started going there, it's just like, you go to the regular wing place, and I still enjoy it, but they start just tasting a little bit on the, like, you know, you can get like a greasy burger, and it can be good, and then you can get a greasy burger that's like, oh, actually, like, this burger's like really greasy. Like, it goes to a point where the greasy's just a little bit more than you want. Like, you're not, I mean, I've had a burger that's like just straight up, like, what'd you do? Like, dunk this in butter? As he did Popeye's ghost pepper wing last night. Good with mild spice. They tone it way down, but it's just yummy. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm definitely not, like, I like wings, but I don't want, like, go super often. One because of the whole I mentioned for my own health and all that. I don't have high cholesterol or anything like that. It's not like a heart health concern. It's I've got stomach issues that are agitated when it's not specifically the cholesterol, but it is the foods that are very high cholesterol kind of foods, very high saturated fat kind of foods that I can eat some of that and have no problems. But if I sit there, like, if I go like a Texas steak or say a Brazilian steakhouse and just eat till I have the meat sweats, I'm gonna be in for a real bad time. And, like, breakfast places are really hard for me to do because I really, like, I enjoy eggs and all that, but those are basically like me signing up being like, it's time for my stomach to hate existence. It didn't used to be that way, but, you know, as you get older, things just work a little different in your body. So we need 5 of those. And then I need the roof tiles. So this will be a nice, easy load to load up. I just gotta bring the tractor over here. Alright. That's actually one of the things that, disappoints me. I really like spicy food. Very, very much I am on board Team Spicy. Like, one of my favorite flavors is habanero. Ghost pepper I have mixed feelings on. A lot of stuff that I get that has ghost peppery, like, really don't have a lot of taste. It's still spicy, but doesn't have a lot of taste. But every once in a while I get something that's ghost pepper that's, like, really, really nummy. So ghost pepper is more hit and miss from what I found, versus habanero is always going to taste like habanero. The question is, like, you know, is it a bit spicy? Is it really spicy? Like, where it lands in that spectrum? Because you can take that one. You can take that one all the way up to inedibly spicy if you really want to go for it. I do like actual jalapenos. I don't really like jalapeno flavored things. So, like, jalapeno hot sauce, I'm really not on board with that one. But, like, when I go and get, like, a submarine sandwich, I always put the jalapenos on there. Absolutely every time. I definitely remember when I used to go to Subway regularly, when I worked about a half mile or so away from a Subway, and it was just the job. It was more convenient for me to ride a bike than drive a car, just by the nature of the roads and all that at the time. And it was very common for me to ride the bike over to the Subway, get a sub, ride it back over to the Riverside, and just, you know, chill by a park at the Riverside for my lunch, get out of the office. Like, I really enjoyed that. It was nice to be able to get out of the office, eat something, you know, relatively decent, get a little exercise in. And I'm not like someone who like frequents the gym. I'm actually pretty terrible about it. But it was just that specific job, like, things aligned really good for that. And I used to really enjoy that. But man, that one Subway I went to, they had the 2 people there who were there making the sandwiches, and you could definitely go there and you were going to get an entirely different ride when it came to the jalapenos, depending on who was working that day. Because the one person, they'd be like, just the 5 slices of jalapeno, and they'd be like, okay, you know, I put jalapeno on. It's like, well, thanks for the lightest hint of jalapeno. I appreciate it. Could I have, like, double that? And then there's this other lady, and oh my god, she just, like, grab a big fist and put it on your sub. You're like, all right, man, I love some jalapeno, but that's like 4 whole peppers you just shoved in my sub. That's a lot of jalapeno. And there were some days I'd just eat it that way and enjoy it. Then there were some days you get about halfway through and you're like, you know what, I'm going to be picking a couple of these jalapenos off here. This is a little much. Hey, Undead Baron, how's it going? It's good to see you. Give me just a moment when I get it straight away. I'm going to give you a shout out unless I can get one of my mods to do it for me. But for those who do not know, Undead Baron, an absolutely fantastic content creator, plays a whole lot of stuff. Does a lot of really good, like, community stuff, multiplayer stuff on the servers and whatnot. Does, like, roleplay in that. Does, you know, done DayZ, Sons of the Forest, Project Zomboid. Has... Thanks, Car. Has done some Farm Sim recently. Good times. Here, I'll get you that shout out. But really, really fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. I see you were doing demos recently, because you're in the games and demos category. Find anything really good? That's the only downside of the games and demos category. Like, it's like the retro category. It's kind of a catch-all, which is good, and it's usually good for creators to use that. At the same time, it kind of sucks for, like, the games themselves. It's really a coin flip. Oh, not yet? Oh, you're doing that tonight or at your next stream? I actually don't know what time your next stream is. Gotcha. Or are you saying you did demos and you're like, find anything good and you're like, no. I've had that with Next Fest before. It's like, find anything good today? It's like, no, today was not a winter day for Next Fest. That was the day I did Snowplow Simulator. And people were like, oh, how is this game? Terrible. And they're like, oh, that's kind of straightforward. Let's see if chat's paying attention. We gotta see if people get that. Some cool ideas, but nothing solid. Yeah, that's fair. You get a lot of that with the demos. There's a lot of indie games. I'd say like 9 out of 10 of the times with the indie games, you'll be like, this is a clever idea, but the execution's kind of hit or miss. And then of course you'll get that last one and be like, okay, this one's good. Like this one's good. Like when Dome Keeper dropped out, and you're like, oh, that's an interesting game. There's a whole lot of games that are kind of like Dome Keeper, but then you're like, no, but Dome Keeper actually nailed it. But yeah, and if I'm making this too much about like your stream, I'm doing the hey, self-promote, thumbs up, go for it. What do you got going on coming up on your channel? Anything fun or exciting? I also might take notes if you got ideas that I'm like, ooh, that's a good idea. I start making a game to see when chat is paying attention or not, take out a couple of signs here and there when you don't expect it. And maybe I'll make a button where if chat doesn't say that I knocked down a sign in enough time, that I hit the button to be like, chat missed a sign being knocked down. And I'll just troll chat with it. We'll make it a game. See if chat gets it right more than they get it wrong. Honestly, not sure what other games you look at. You missed a ton this year. Fair enough. As far as indie games I have done this year, I'm not sure how it would align with your content. Yeah, Factorio's DLC was really good. If you like Factorio, it was really good. And while I know some people have had like the mileage may vary, where Factorio was notoriously bad for backseating, this particular time, I did not, like, I did something like 12 or 13 or whatever streams it was to finish the DLC. And I did play through the whole thing on stream. And I only had like 2 cases, I would say, I got backseat to the point I had to be like, hey, could you not? And I didn't have any case where I had to be like, no, seriously, like, you know, ban ham or break it out. So that's actually really good for Factorio, because historically that has been among the worst games on Twitch for just aggressive levels of backseating. But since the DLC came out, I just didn't have that experience, which I've played in the category before and absolutely did have pretty rough backseating then, like in the past. And what I heard, and this is from another creator who mains Factorio, is that as a category, they've been very consciously pushing back in the backseating because they were genuinely seeing the category kind of die out on Twitch because no one knew was coming into it. Because it had become such a nefarious reputation for how bad the backseating was. So that they consciously worked on it. But yeah, no, Factorio I can absolutely recommend. The DLC, chef's kiss, 10 out of 10. Literally, I'm trying to convince people that they really want to see me play more of it. Even though I did a full playthrough. RimWorld's always a good one. Lots of stuff you can do in RimWorld. So that's always a good time. But an indie game that did just go release recently, and this is one that I'm not sure is in your wheelhouse or not. It's one of those ones that's kind of 50-50. There is what they call they're calling it a cozy survival crafter, which is I Am Future. It'll take you like, I would guess if you go to play through it, what would you think, chat, for I Am Future, like 6-7 streams? If you play through like literally the whole game. It is single player. But it's very light on the survival thing. But it kind of reminds you of Dismantled in the whole everything is rubbish, and you slowly like get the tools to clean off more of the rubbish off the roof. It's like this weird dystopian future, but awkward, like kind of this weird positive vibe about it. And that's what you can snag for free, usually on like Keymail or whatever. But I really enjoyed it. But it's the more cozy side of it that has me kind of go a little bit more wishy-washy on whether or not that fits your audience. Because it's not like sunshine and rainbows whole like cozy. It's just not one of those ones that your character's struggling to get through everything. You gotta murder stuff just to make it through. It's also let you adjust the difficulty settings on the fly, so if you find the enemies tearing up your crops annoying, you can just make them go away. But that went early access 2 years ago and went full release about 2-3 weeks ago. Yeah, no, definitely if you're considering Factorio. Factorio's a good time. How's Farm Sim been? It's been really good. Been doing well on the channel, been a lot of fun, been enjoying it. The mods are just starting to properly roll out now that they got the editor available for people to use. Did the dare drop, well, doing the dare drop. That's been good. Been able to give out 2 keys to the community so far. I've got 1 I'm still waiting on getting a hold of. Like, I've done the thing, I submitted it, but it's just been taking a little while. And then these other 2 objectives will give me 3 more keys if I can get them knocked out. But it's been good. We've been doing a bit of a slow burn challenge, doing a 0 to hero, so I started with $0 and just making it work. Okay. So this will finish the next building of the temple once we get those over there. But yeah, it's been good. I know you messed with some. I don't know if you did it on stream. Oh, don't do that. I'm not sure if you did it on stream or not. Okay. Well, I don't like that. Because that'll be annoying to restack them too. Let's see if I can slide these on here okay. Anytime you play a game that has road signs that you can knock down, you go out of your way to do it. That's just how you gotta play it. Alright. You know, it's been a good time. Like, I would say Farm Sim 25 is just straight up a better Farm Sim. Like, they took all the stuff from 22, learned from it, added to it. Like, I haven't hit a single thing in the game. A single thing in Farm Sim 25 that I turned around, I was like, oh man, like this is worse or something like that. Like, some vehicles are missing, but they added a lot of those into the mod store, and the ones that are missing I don't care. What do I play with? Mouse and keyboard. I know a lot of people like controller. I find like I haven't used the mouse or the controller for me. I just find usually with a lot of these kind of games with the controller that just you end up wanting more buttons and it becomes a whole thing. But yeah, the only thing I would say if you use mouse and keyboard is there is a setting for the vehicle arm sensitivity on your mouse. Crank that sucker way the heck up. We're talking 250, 300%. Because it is not high enough. So you do that whole thing when you go to move the arm with the log thing, where you're just going... But you turn it way up and it's not a big issue. The claw arm machines are very love-hate with people. That they're either like the log pickup lumber thing or they hate it. Which is fair. There's a lot of stuff in this game that falls into that category where you'll have some people like really like a certain crop and a whole lot of people really not like that crop and how laborious it is. Some people don't mind the forklift, some people really dislike dealing with the forklift. Some people do, you know, enjoy the lumberjacking. Some people really don't. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'd say generally there isn't much I don't enjoy in Farm Sim. There's certainly some crops that I'm very much that these are not the best. Like, very genuinely, the olives and grapes are pretty awful. The root crop with multiple people can be perfectly enjoyable. The root crop on your own are not a good time. They're just slow and frustrating. And that just lends to the really big harvester has no internal storage. So you have to have a second vehicle there with a trailer. And coordinating with the AI and that is honestly pushing your patience to the limit type of situation. It's just not a good time. And that's consistent with 22, but that's just the root crops. And that's, to be clear, when I say the root crops, I'm talking parsnip, carrots, and red beets. Mostly our crops are straightforward and pretty chill, fun, good time. You found potato with the biggest harvester wasn't bad? Yeah, potato is one of those crops that there's a lot of people who don't like it. But the times I've done it, it's like, is it my favorite? Certainly not. Would I say it's terrible? No. Would I grow it in a normal run? Probably. Okay, so cool. So I've got enough stuff to build the temple, because we got the giant projects that are on the maps now. So this is the East Asia one, where when we got here, it was just nothing but these foundations. And so we got that built. We're actively building this one. I've got that one over there built and that one built. So we're doing pretty good. Once I get that knocked out, it looks like we got just 3 left. So that's good news. Do we have any contracts that I cannot live without the money? I mean, that's not a bad contract, but I'm probably not gonna go on my way for it, so yeah. Nope. Do we have any sales I care about? Nope. So we can go here. It's time to advance our day. Actually, well, before I advance our day, let's make sure our fields are flooded. You good? Cool. Alright. Because we don't flood the fields, then we get weeds, and then the weeds kill the crop, and then we get less money. And I like money. Money's pretty nice. But yeah, I also took the time to like figure out all the prices on the crop, that if you sell them as raw crop, like what crop gets you the best and the worst money and all that. I did that in my own time there's a challenge run that a lot of people like to do in this called Survivor Man Challenge. It's a very slow run as a warning though. But we can't do it quite yet because we need to wait for the custom maps, because you have to get a map that doesn't already have like the whole town built. Yeah. Potatoes and sugar beets with a self-propelled harvester isn't too bad. It just takes a long time based on the field size. If carrots, parsnips, and red beet had equipment very similar, that would all be fine, but they don't. The only equipment they have of similar size doesn't have a container, and you need 2 people to do them. Yeah, I did see once the mod editor dropped, literally one of the very first mods that showed up was taking the large root crop harvester, and granted, the thing I don't agree with that they did with it is they gave it was something like 15,000 or 19,000 liters of internal storage. And for me, I'm like, no, it just needs a little. It doesn't need to be a lot. I am down with it being that you kind of need 2 people to work it. But, you know, the 15, 19, whatever thousand is way too much. Alright. You need a lumber map? Yeah. This map has okay lumber situations. Like, if we look at this, you know, here, I can show you the fields. Like, you got all these fields down here that they've got a pretty good amount of trees. You got a lot of trees up in these areas. You got this whole area is good lumber. So this actually isn't a bad map for lumberjacking. They got like a lot of forest area to work with. But yeah, no, they don't have something quite as extreme as Silver Run. Because Silver Run was like the lumberjacking map, the last one, where we just had the mountain area. Ooh, wait, that would have been a mistake. All right, so I need to start these pumping water. We're gonna have to fast forward time. What map is this? This is it's like Hutan Pantai. It's the East Asian map. So you got the 3 new maps. You got Riverbend. You've got it's like Hutan Pantai. It's that means I think it was a coastal forest in Indonesian, but it's just vaguely East Asian. And then we've got the Sri Lanka, which is the Eastern European. Ooh, that was a chunky frame drop. Haven't had many of those. All right. But yeah, so the I believe the new maps all have a major project on them. So Riverbend has a museum you build out of an old silo. This map has the temple you build, and I have no idea what happens on the East Asian map. The East Asian map is one that was from Farm Sim 22, and they kind of brought it forward. Okay, so with that, I'm going to just fast forward time here for a minute. And the reason I'm doing that is we want to just advance the day, but I gotta wait for our rice fields to flood. And that usually takes about an in-game hour. So we're just fast forwarding time at 240 times speed. And it just turned off, which tells me they're done. Cool. And let's just double check because we fast forward time a whole lot, so we do get more contracts as the day goes on. Nothing today that I care about, so we will just advance the day again. Because then the next in-game day, we should have the temple should be right about ready to have its next step to get the next building going. So I can keep that going because we should be getting relatively close to finishing. There's still a couple buildings left, but based on the numbers of like what I needed to provide it, that we know are the cumulative total, we're getting close. Like I still expect there to be a decent number of long planks and beams. Alright, so again, any good sales? Nothing I care about. Any contracts I cannot live without? Not really. So let's go hop over here to our truck. So we're gonna pick up time for just a minute. So that way we can wait for this step to finish. And you'll see our next step. It's probably gonna be cement and beams. If what we've been seeing kind of holds consistent. Alright, so we got about 10 seconds left. Wood beams. Just six pallets of wood beams. Alright, I'm down. Oh, before I forget. Checking these fields. I should not need to flood them today. Because basically you flood them 2 days and then the next day you don't. So if we click here, cannot flood them, so the rice is good. So that'll be good for harvesting the next in-game day. Let's check in our production lines because I forgot to check them yesterday. They're all fine for right now, though the wood is getting low. Alright, so for this, I need... How many wood beams things? For wood beams, I will need 6. So we just need 6 things of wood beams. So let's get those, bring it back. But yeah, and again, chat, for if you haven't checked out Undead Baron, absolutely fantastic content creator. 100% recommend. Alright. So I just go zipping along here. Get this back to where we're going. Yeah, and the whole time, we're not doing any major contracts right now. Usually what happens is most of the big contracts coming around the harvest time. Because you'll have, like, the plow of the field, which I don't really want to do, but you'll have, like, you know, going through cultivating fields, weeding fields, harvesting crop, the wood transported there usually all the time. But some of those harvest field crops, or harvesting field contracts, can actually be really good money. Some of them are pretty terrible, though. And that just kind of comes from playing the game a bit and figuring out which crops take a long time, pay well, that kind of stuff. All right. And go over here. And we're just buying these materials, which makes it really costly for me. But since we are making the temple as a primary objective, I am accepting that. If I just use my little sawmill to do this, it'd take us forever. Like the sawmill's helping. It basically means like every 2 steps I at least get, you know, a third of a step done, you know, from my sawmill. But I've had to buy the bulk of this. The good news is when I buy it, I don't lose that 28,000. It's I pay the 28,000, and then I go to the other side, and then I sell them. So I lose 28,000 to this side, and I get like 26 or 25,000 or whatever back in the other side, or whatever it ends up being. So ultimately, yeah, I lose money, but it's not that much. Well, that's messy. I only need 6 though, so messy is on the menu. Alright. I am thinking this time when we do the Survivor Man challenge, if autoloader's available, I'm gonna get that pretty early. Like I'll start without it until I have a vehicle capable of doing it, so it's not like kind of cheating my way around money. But we have been loading a lot of stuff that I'm kind of at that point with the forklifting that I'm like, you know what? I'm ready to not have to do that. Okay, we got you. And I didn't put those on there very cleanly, so I'm gonna have to shove them a little bit. Alright. Good enough for me, because that's enough that I could just drive those over there real fast. I could drop it off, and that'll be another stage done. To make a really good time, we're barely 2 hours of the stream. We're gonna have like more, like, we'll have finished off the stage, done an entire stage, and getting the next stage basically locked in, all in a matter of a couple of hours. So that'll be good for just getting that temple progress knocked out. And the other reason I have to do this temple chat is just the Steam achievement. It's just the thing that has to happen. Whether it happens on stream or not is up to, you know, people being interested in seeing it, all that kind of good stuff. But you get the idea. You gotta get them pixels. Gotta get that free dopamine hit. Yeah, just keep checking in on that poll on Discord, like, from time to time. I guess I'm actually a little surprised about the new run. Like, it doesn't bother me at all. But like, so there's I can see two reasons for it. So like one of the problems with the factory is when you jump in a run that's already established, there's a whole lot of what am I even looking at? And it can be very hard to kind of piece together what's happening, especially now that we have the DLC and how much more factory that involves. But it's always been a problem. It's not even a Factorio specific problem. It's any of them. You know, Factorio, Dyson Sphere, Satisfactory, any automation one. Because they start out simple and they keep adding layer after layer after layer to it until it begins to get really unwieldy and all that to go through. If you don't kind of know the history of it, it's kind of hard in the middle to be like, why is that conveyor belt going off in the middle of nowhere? What's that over there? What is this thing I'm seeing over on the map? How does that work? Like, you just, you know, even if you understand the game, it just takes a while to kind of go and put together the pieces to understand what's happening. So I can see that as a big draw for a new factory. Plus for people who, you know, catch stuff in the end and miss big parts of it, it can be kind of a bummer when they lose track. It could also be just because we talked about doing a different style factory. So people could be excited about seeing me do something just entirely different. Cool, so we got that stage done. Alright, so let's check. So we're still okay on the wood in the sawmill. Still got plenty of water to make those work. It'll be time for us to harvest the crops the next in-game day. As far as contracts go, I'm not really worried about baling. That's not a good harvesting contract. The rest of these are all fine. That is a really good wood transport contract so far as amount. I don't feel like doing it, though. Like, it's good. It's worth doing for the record. But I've done a lot of those recently. And so it's more doing a lot of the same thing is the issue, not what it is I'm doing. So we're going to go ahead and advance the day, because I also want to try and like get the temple moving along. And so if we do go through days relatively quickly, that means the temple goes relatively quickly. Because time is my bottleneck on the temple. I'm also feeling relatively good about the amount of money we have in the old bank. Alright, so that's the first harvester we've seen on sale. And that's just your straight up your regular old harvester for the crops. So that can do some of the rice and all that. Now, the good and bad of this is, unfortunately, a lot of these crops, this version of the game, sorghum is terrible on its price in this version of the game. Canola is terrible in this version of the game. That's the third worst crop and the fourth worst crop in how much they pay. Let me actually look at what I got here, because I got all of this, because I wrote it down for a good reason. Because I don't remember where sunflowers came in. Sunflowers and carrots are all like, yeah, so they're all in the, like the sunflower and that is all in the same range as sorghum. So the oat stuff is kind of middle of the rung. Out of the 14 different tiers I gave them, they all came in around 10. The big thing that makes those better, though, is the production line you can get later. I don't think I want to go for it, though. Like, it's a good price, and actually, what? So you're the Lexian 6900? Like, how good is that one? I mean, the Lexian 6900 is one of the better ones. All things considered. Yeah, no, that's right near the top of them. So 10, 13 meters. Like, that's a good harvester. The problem is, so how much were you on sale for? Oh, that's 6,900. I'm looking at the wrong one. I mean, that's still a pretty good one. Yeah, it's still not a bad one. It's still 13 meters. I don't... I think I'm gonna... I'm gonna go with no. I'm gonna go with no. That's attempting. Well, let's look at the chart. Okay, so if we go with that, we're gonna be in the 10th tier so far as crops. The thing is, most of the ones that are a higher tier than that are kind of garbage, as far as wanting to deal with them. That would let me expand, but if I bought that, so I buy this one, and we get its thing, so that's 180,000. So we can go here, check you, the combinations. We get like another 100,000 or so to get ourselves one of the better headers. Yeah, so we're probably looking at this one. We're probably looking at the $136,000 header for that. That would let me do all of the grains and all that, which isn't nothing, but it would give me the sunflowers and all that as well, which would be another $100,000 to do those. And those contracts aren't terrible paying, but $300,000. I'm gonna hold. I'm gonna hold. That is a tempting one. I'm gonna hold. It's a good price, but I think I'll rather try and hold for the one that's like top dollar, or something like that. Meanwhile, we could check the harvesting stuff here and all that. So we've got a bunch of harvesting contracts. That one's garbage. Carrots are garbage. Peas I don't want to deal with. Peas I don't want to deal with. The canola for 10,000 is probably not a bad one. Like, honestly, those pea ones could be fine. Yeah, we could definitely do those. The big problem I have right now is it's raining in-game. So I gotta wait for the rain to clear to harvest. So in the meantime, you're doing your thing. I can't work on that right now. Which is what we got, because all of these things I want to be doing are harvest stuff. So let's just go here and say, hey, what if we fast forward time until it wasn't raining? Because till it stops raining, it's not worth me harvesting their fields, my own fields. You take a penalty to yield when you do it. Okay, so we've got... Rain should be clearing up momentarily. Come on. Come on, rain. I know it's got the icon for overcast, but I've also found... Until I actually have, like, the rain gone. It's always seemed to impact things. Okay, there we go. So rain's gone. Alright, so with these contracts that are the harvesting contracts, we probably may have gotten a couple more in here. So. That's red beets. You couldn't pay me. And they're trying. So definitely it feels like the canola is a good one. We can also do the sorghum with the same equipment as the canola. So let's borrow the equipment for the canola. And we're going to accept the sorghum one. And then we got a couple of these for peas we can also do. So I'm going to go ahead and choose the borrow the items for the peas. Alright, so that is our sorghum one, which is right around the corner from the looks of it. What is your deal? There you go. So get the AI working on this. Make sure it's the right field. That is the peas. Okay, so that's the one that this isn't going to be used for. So you are both those 41 and 42 over there. Chat missing the signs. For shame. Means it didn't happen. It only counts if I get in trouble. You lurking here? There we go. Alright. We can just zip across here real fast. And do all that. No, it's fine, like... we can have fun with that. Alright, so with these, I can just turn these loose. This will probably get these fields done really quickly. But that's what we're aiming to do, just get ourselves some pretty good money today. So you work on the sorghum. I'm assuming... I have no idea which one's supposed to be with which. I want to say the peas give a decent amount. So let's get you to your field. Get you started. I'm going to assume the big tractor is for the peas. And that the other two are the smaller one. And if I'm wrong, it just means it gets weird. But yeah, so I'm handing these over to the AI because they pay reasonably well. I could just let the AI work on it. And I could do that while I harvest my own fields. And that'll be extra income for us. I will have to bounce back and forth to deal with it a bunch, which is not the greatest, but whatever. Alright. I wish I had paid attention to which contract gave me which equipment. The reason I wish that is because I don't know which one's gonna be like which yield. Is there another one that's gonna be peas here that I can look at to compare? It seems to imply that we'd want the peas. Let's take this into the peas. Because the art contracts I saw have that for the peas. We can use the big trailer for that. I'm hoping that's right. The big thing I want to make sure is if I have one of these vehicles full and I finish all the art contracts, I do not want to finish the contract till we get the stuff out of it. Just in the off chance that it deletes my vehicle because, you know, it's the one I leased for that one. Then go ahead and drop this over by the peas. And get you over by the sorghum. So I can keep all that rolling. I'm assuming this is an electric truck just from the sound of it. Yeah, no, it's got the battery symbol as opposed to the gas symbol. I'm assuming game mechanic-wise, the recharging the battery is just cheaper than the gas, which is why you'd go out of your way to get it. Okay, so you're in position, you're fine, you're fine. Okay, and it is harvest time. So those fields are ones I'm just doing in contracts. These are my fields. This is all my rice. And the hope will be that pretty soon we can expand our stuff into other crops and all that. That harvester with it being able to do grains is really tempting. The catch being, and the reason I was hesitant to do it, is the grains are really not worth me switching my crops over to grains from the rice unless I build a grain mill. And I don't have that kind of budget right now. So it's kind of one of those things that I went back and forth. Like, it was the top of the line one on sale, I might do it. I'm being a bit picky. I'm trying to hold out in hopes that we get the spinach harvester to show up. Because if we get the spinach harvester to show up, that would be perfect. Because that's a really lucrative crop. I think it'd be worth getting rid of some of my my rice fields if necessary. I think that would be the point where it's worth it for me to buy more land. We would just get that like, once I bought that, the only thing I would need is the seeder or plant or whatever. And so that wouldn't be too hard to make happen. Because then we could just drop the seed, we can cultivate the field with the equipment we've got. Wouldn't be a big deal. It should pay for itself in not horrifically long. Like, it definitely delay the rate we get to get our $1 million. But it's one of those things I think it would ultimately come around to the other side where we make up for it quicker. We'll see. Part of me is just trying to aim for the $1 million because that's what gets the keys for all of you. And definitely plunking down like $300,000 to set up to make production to make more money is good. But also, the likelihood is how long it takes me to pay off my stuff that I get from that to then start making actual profit. It'd probably be easier to push for the million and then turn around and buy it. But like I said, if I catch something half off, I'm grabbing it. It's just that I've been unwilling to pay full price for it. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to work on some of these contracts, get them knocked out, get that money boosted up here. We're already going to be on our third stage that we're going to get finished during this stream, and who knows how many more we're going to get in there. They definitely seem like when you played Silver Run. Oh, it was Silver Run Forest, not Silver Run Mountain. Either way, when you played Silver Run, which also had a major project kind of like this does, it had the roller coaster. In that one, the way the roller coaster went is mostly it was you did a phase, and then everything got more expensive for the next phase, which got more expensive for the next phase until you finished it. So it gets harder and harder and harder as it goes, as a matter of what you have to invest and yada yada. This one has definitely not been following that formula. Like this last phase, we've only had to drop six pallets of beams, and we had a phase that was 24 pallets of beams. It's like six pallets of beams. It's like, oh, that's a rounding error. That's fine. Yeah, we'll just do that real quick. But it does seem like it's going in a pattern that the material you put in, it showed like it's roughly reasonably for what the stage is. Like, I'll put in the beams and I'll put down a floor. I'll get like beams and planks and I'll put like the frames up around there, so you have like the standing vertical columns and like some of the backing of the walls. And then I might get a phase where I have a whole lot of planks and they'll basically make wood walls to put on those beams. I'll get another phase that's like beams and planks to add like the basic roofing structure. And I'll get one that's like a very tiny amount of beams and the roofing tiles. And that puts the roof on. And so they definitely do a good job. They've also had a number of them that pretty early on I'll have to add cement for like the floor of it. That's been a whole thing. All right. It will be an interesting thing when I finish that if it'll stop being available as a place to sell the lumber to. Because if that ends up being the case, then it might even become a thing that I just do what I've been doing with the greenhouse and just having the lumber directly sell. Alright. So we've got one of my workers, worker E, is getting really close to having their tank full. There's a good chance that both of them... Well, the first one, there's a good chance it would actually finish the field if it's only at 80% now. The second one, obviously, it's only 13%. I'm so tired of that black flicker coming back. It goes away for a while. I think you can finish that field. Yep, you're fine. Yeah, so just keep at it till it either gets the 80% done or it tells me it's full. At which point what I'll do is I'll take the tractor and the trailer over to the next spot. I'll take the tractor to the next spot, take the trailer, sell its goods. And get all that sorted. And that should help us out with that. And the rice has been making us somewhere in the ballpark of 20,000 a year now, with taking all this rice and then chucking it in the preserving factory or whatever. So it's one of those things that it's nowhere near as lucrative as the contracts, but since you can do it in addition to the contracts, it is just more money. Okay, and our other one is almost full. Okay, so field 40 should be considered done any minute now. So let's go get those both figured out. I was kind of hoping I could get away with it. The peas would be slow enough for filling up their trailer. That the peas would be slow enough for filling up their trailer that I would be able to just not have to use both of these. It's fine. So I'll drop this off, get it set up on the next field. Because it would have been nice to be able to use that big trailer for both, but it's fine, it's whatever. But yeah, it'll be one of those things that until I go and empty both the trailers for both the fields, I will not be able to turn them in. But once I go and have to do a drop-off with the peas trailer after the other two fields are done, then I can just turn them all in. And we'll see which trailer actually was supposed to be with this one. Okay. And then we should be able to take the large vehicle sorghum, drop that off. Okay, so it'll be basically almost exactly 5 loads to fill up this trailer. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Meanwhile, you're good. So I'll put that away. Take you over to... I don't remember what the other field... Canola, was it? I know the first field was sorghum. Yeah, it looks like canola. Then you need to be sold. Let's check on the map where it's saying I need to sell things. Alright. So it looks like the grain elevator and the, it's looking like the grain elevator and the oil mill is the two places. So it's going to be the canola to the oil mill and the other two to the grain elevator. Double check that real fast. Sorry. Yeah, so grain elevator on the far side. We'll drop that off. That's fine. Don't care. Alright. And so one of the nice things about doing it this way is we actually get ourselves a little extra bump in the contract if you do a good job harvesting it. So you'll hit like 80-90% of the trailer. You have to get that much of the total crop. And then you'll be able to sell it to complete the objective. And once you do anything extra you sell, that's just yours. That's money. So that extra 10 or so percent, even on crops that aren't particularly lucrative like sorghum, ends up being pretty good money. Because you already did the task, you're getting paid the amount that's appropriate for the task, typically. And so even if it ends up being only an extra 1,000, 2,000, that's still 1,000, 2,000 you otherwise wouldn't get. And it does seem to be the higher yield the crop, the more you tend to get out of it. Like there's the more units of sale you get. So then high yield crops like spinach and all that tend to be pretty solid. One thing I have noticed is I don't think I've ever seen really that much on any of these maps like the sugar beets or potato harvests. Okay, so there's a sorghum. Yep, so it's done. And that one is only an extra 700 bucks, but that's because sorghum is like the fourth worst crop. So let's go ahead and scoot you back around. Get you back in position for the canola. At which point, then we'll probably be good to jump in and get back to harvesting our rice. I do actually kind of like the, this electric semi. Because I keep looking at the battery cost, like the charge on the battery. And this thing is using next to no gas. Well, it's battery, next to no battery. So it seems like the charge lasts for a while. And I'm under the impression recharging the battery in the game is cheaper than refilling the gas when you do need to top off. I could be wrong about that. So it's just a nice minor cost savings. Alright, hitting rocks, lovely. Okay, cut across the field, back to the canola way over there. Won't be too much longer till I need to empty the peas again. But yeah, so I'm thinking about something like this as what things to be worth purchasing is buy that truck front, then we get the flatbed trailer, and then, you know, we'll be able to get like this trailer for the crops or, you know, whatever we need. We'd be able to also get the There's a couple different types of trailers, like for water and all that, as I need them. I did check the maps before stream. I didn't see any Survivor Man maps yet, although I have started seeing people doing a bit more with the maps. So instead of just people re-uploading the existing map and being like, hey, it's a map, I have seen people start doing, you know, taking the existing maps and doing some decent, like, more significant edits to them. Not that I would get it, like, I don't think I'd go after a map that's like, oh yeah, I've got rid of all the telephone poles and structures and all that get in the way. I wouldn't bother. All those poles are chaos that could be enjoyable. But that is just more and more of a sign that we're going to start seeing whatever custom maps they get. I actually kind of feel like the Survivor Man maps would be the ones we'd see earlier on in the process too. Just because where a normal map you might have to sit there and put in the sidewalks and all the buildings and all that kind of stuff. By the nature of what the Survival Man maps are, you just need like the buy and sell point building kind of thing. You could just ignore the rest. Let's drop off the rice. Now we can make it into rice rolls. I remember like the last in-game year, we actually had the same harvester here that I already owned come up on sale. We joked about buying a second one just to make it faster. Like it was like in the easy economy settings. I actually probably would have, both for the memes and because genuinely, like if we were to build a really large rice field, I do think it would make sense to do that. Because you'd be able to sit there and have like the worker work on one line, you go to the next line, and just knock out a field real fast, have the trailer on the other side. Because like that's kind of the big thing about this, is the harvester is so narrow. It is one of those things I'd be curious about, because with the AI worker, they let you have the AI skip lines. And I do wonder if you realistically could go in here. I'm hitting the wrong button, don't mind me. And go to the skip lines in here and use that and be able to drop 2 or 3 AI on the same field with the same vehicle, just be like go, go, go. And then just make it a thing where you follow in behind them with the chase trailer, and you know, you don't worry about where they get themselves oriented relative to each other. Like I'm sure there's going to be like issues with that where they hit the end of the field, they just get snagged up on each other, stuff like that. But I do wonder if it is those things. They could start one on this side, have it skip everyone, and one start on that side, skip everyone, so that they, you know, as long as it's an even number of lines, they would miss each other. If it's an odd number, I need to move it over one. Or even like, for all I know, maybe they've gone into the AI and they've given them awareness of each other. That if you set up the skip lines, that they would do that. I have no idea if that is. I would kind of doubt it. But it'd be really cool if it was, where you could just set up 2 or 3 and then say, hey, skip 3 lines, and it all know to not skip the same 3 lines. That's definitely something I want to experiment at some point with. Seeing if you can set up multiple harvesters in the same field practically. Because with players you can do it if you have enough interest, motivation, and coordination. So you get those. I don't think we do the cotton harvesting. The reason I skip out on the cotton harvesting, for those who are new to the game, You got to be really careful with the cotton harvesting contracts. They're one of the few contracts you can do and still just fail because the contract wasn't doable to begin with. And the issue with it is as you harvest the cotton, it builds a bale in the back of the vehicle. And then when the bale gets full, you can kick it out. And that's when it counts towards, you know, it being something you can sell or whatever. And so what you can do is get yourself in trouble, especially if it's a smaller field, where you get yourself, you know, 49% of a bale in the back of your vehicle, but you don't quite finish it, and because there's supposed to be like 2 bales worth or whatever, that you end up, the bales you drop off is not enough, and you have that 1/2 bale and you can't kick it out early, and so you haven't technically sold enough of the cotton, and it is one of the only crops that occurs. So it can be one of those things to be careful about the cotton contracts. If you end up taking a bunch of them, it can make it a lot more likely you don't run into a problem. Because say if you take 3 of the cotton contracts, and you do them back to back to back, it means kind of the surplus of the previous ones will count towards your your last one. And it can mean you ultimately accidentally, you know, turn stuff in earlier, yada yada. Yeah. Yeah, cotton contracts, Kirk's saying, either don't do them if they don't give you the case harvester, or have a mod that allows you to be dropping complete bale. Yeah, my only exception I'd make is, like I said, you can actually get away with it if you do have a, bunch of them you line up at the same time. Because, like I said, the overflow from the previous contract where you get that extra 10% you're able to sell, that'll count towards the next contract. And so it is one of those things that you can just do it that way. Because usually, even if you have, like, I don't know, like, because there's a thing where you can, I believe you can kick out an incomplete bale normally, if it is over a certain percent. That's what I don't remember. Is my brain wants to say, like, 60%, but I don't say that with any level of confidence whatsoever. That's fine. But that's the thing. So if you would have ended at 49% and you fell under, that extra, you know, 10% you get from this R2 is used enough. But the case harvester will allow dropping any bale above 20%. The John Deere, it must be a complete bale. Gotcha. Because I remember that was, there was a issue with the achievement for selling I can't remember, it was like 120 cotton bales in the game. And the issue was it wasn't cumulative over like many sessions. You had to sell all 120 cotton bales in a single session. So if you stopped, you saved, you closed the game, start over. And that was like a real big thing that kept a lot of people from getting it. Because cotton is not one of the favorite crops for people. It's a little on the laborious side. I didn't mind it too much, but it was not a fast crop. But the trick to doing that, having it be less painful, was you got the case harvester, and instead of trying to get full-size bales, you just ran around, kicked them out the moment they got over 20%. And so in reality, you know, you were getting 5 bales for roughly the amount you'd normally get 1. And so it's just one of those things that you could, you know, do 1 year, kick out a whole bunch of these mini bales, and then sell. And for the record, it doesn't mean you couldn't make the bales over many sessions. It was just the sales step. So it could be you just hoarded the cotton for a couple of years till you got 120 of them, and then sold them all in bulk. I believe you also had to sell them as a drive to the place and sell them. So if you had any of the stuff where you're dropping it in using a distribution system to sell them or whatever, which is mostly mods, those wouldn't count. Most of the achievements around selling stuff depend on you actually delivering it to a sell point. That the workarounds won't count. Okay. And I remember it was yesterday, we just got into the conversation, and I was like, I can't remember if it was seeding. I think it was seeding the fields, not harvesting the fields. And I was like, all right, time to go on to the second field. And we were on like our third or fourth field. And I just got zoned into just like doing the thing of the game and what we were talking about and just knocking out a whole bunch of space and then going back. It's like, oh yeah, we're maybe a third way through. It's like, oh wait, never mind. I'm almost done. Which is a sign of really good conversation stuff going on. We got talking to a lot of stuff. Some of which I'm going to make a deliberate decision to not bring back up, because it was fine. We didn't talk anything like too bad, but it's definitely some of those ones we're tiptoeing around the landmines of, you know, the kind of things that people end up turning off brains and more arguing about. So as well as ones we're tiptoeing around that landmine pretty hard. But you gotta do it sometimes. So yeah, with this harvest, plus the contracts we're doing, we're going to be pushing ourselves pretty close to 375,000. Now granted, a lot of that's going to be delayed gratification, because I am turning this into the rice rolls. So it does mean while I get the rice right now, it'll be over the next like 5-6 in-game months I actually get the full amount. Whereas if I sold it right this minute, I would just get nowhere near as much money. Okay, that should be the peas. That we've got the 80%. I am glad that the peas are the ones going the slowest, because that should let me clear out the 2 grains that we've got there, and still keep the pea harvester. And because, like I said, I'm gonna keep those contracts going for as long as I'm harvesting. I need to be over there. You're telling me that's 30% done? I'm not gonna call you a liar, but I am thinking our calculations on what 30% is very different from each other. Alright. Because I don't think that's 30%, and I sure as heck know that's not 50%. That is neither 1/3 nor half that field. Well, and even then, with the way it does that, the way it does those calculations, because 80% is that first section, that's the harvested section of the field, its last 20 is the sale. That even implies even more that supposedly one of those is like 70-80% done, and then the other one in theory would be about 50% done, just a little shy of. So it's a weird thing. When you look at the fields, it's not actually by the liters. So if the field, let's say I'm going to get 10,000 liters out of it, it's not 50% when you hit 5,000 liters. It actually has some type of like waypoint grid system on the field. I don't know exactly how it works. Because you'll notice at times you'll be in the early areas, you'll get a couple percent real fast, you'll be doing the middle, and it'll just barely be moving. And then it'll get to like the very end of the field, it'll suddenly jump the last 10% really fast because you had this one corner that got missed. Let's see, Apathic says, but you also never have to clear the entire field to complete the contract, so maybe it's 50% of the 8%. This is true. Harvesting plus delivery. This is true, that they do give you a little margin for error. So if you actually, you know, use the wrong tool, destroy part of the field, you can still go. If you have like a little bit of inclemental weather that hurts your harvesting, it'll still, you know, go. Or even if there's some miscalculation in the game that they give it a bit of wiggle room for imprecision that it'll still complete the contract normally for doing that. So you are correct that it could be that it finishes the contract, there's still 10% of the field left over, because it's somewhere around there. That seems to be where it's like that's its margin for error. That you can be about like 10% off, give or take. That's like, cool, you finished it. Because you run into that with all the contract types. So if you do like a cultivating the field, it can actually be pretty upsetting for people that they get like 90-ish% done of the field, and it goes, okay, you finished, get off. Like, here's your payment, get out of here. And have that like one last section of like clearly not cultivated field and just mildly upsetting. But yeah, and then once we go and harvest this, it's basically April is our new seeding time. Barring, again, if I get some piece of equipment that I'm like, okay, here we go. Like, if I get a hold of the spinach harvester, we're going to try and make some plays to get a seeder going, even if it's like a really inadequate one. Get a field going with the spinach. You know, that one I might try and go with the scale-up strategy of going, okay, we bought that. Let's go buy ourselves an extra plot of land that's got a decent-sized field on it. Get that going. I suspect relatively soon I'm going to have to buy a new field that has trees on it. Because I think we're slowly clearing out that forest, and that forest is a lot of our incoming money right now. Or sorry, the sawmills are incoming money right now. So when that runs out, like, our income will take a real bad hit if I don't get another one lined up. Because they're probably making a couple thousand every single day from that sawmill. That's not true. On average, we're making over every single day. Because they'll be taking those things and selling them for like 4,000 or 5,000 for like a pallet or two, like 2 pallets over at the temple. But can you delete a field and build on it? Or do you just build over it? So with regular fields, I'm pretty sure you're just able to build on it. There is like a paint tool if you really need to, that you can just kind of paint over the field to turn it back into grass. But as I recall, I believe you can just build right over it. You might have to cultivate. I don't actually remember the rules on that one. I don't know about the rice fields though, because the rice fields are a little bit different where they count as like a construction or whatever. So I could see the rice field being a thing that you'd have to, like, delete the field in order to be able to build on it. I haven't tried it. I haven't had a need to. But I absolutely could see that being a thing. I do expect to need to at some point. But it just hasn't come up yet. So you're at 80%. So let's go over here and grab ourselves more of the canola before that fills up. Okay. Pretty soon it should slow down as we catch up in the amount here. Or not, or it's just got a lot in there. Okay, so let's go get you out of the way. You're fine. I've got that one. So that's another field done. So now you can go down to our next rice field down here, just down the hill. Yeah, it's looking like the canola is gonna be done relatively soon. The peas have a long way to go, but that's okay. Still got this field and one more rice field to do. And once all that's done, we'll be all caught up in there. But yeah, these two fields here and the one to the right, those are fields I do intend to eventually get rid of and turn those into production areas. Just because they're all bunched in with these rocks and ledges, it does make them a little tricky to do much with them. So it does feel like there's just much better options. Yeah, so your cotton, that's green beans, there's a different harvester. We do have another one for peas. Not gonna worry about the cultivating or the wood transport or plowing. That's fine. Yeah, so we'll probably knock out the other pea contract unless this one ends up going really long, because it is decent enough pay. Because this is one of those days that I have a lot I can do. So if I finish up with this, there's still lucrative contracts that I can go ahead and assign to a worker. I can also grab my tractor and cultivate these fields, since I'll need to cultivate them between now and April anyways. So I'd rather do it now when I can have a worker working on the contract making me money, versus if I wait till the winter and I just don't have any good contracts and then I'm doing it then. You know, I'm still doing work that is necessary to keep money coming in from the rice. But at the same time, I really do like being able to kind of double dip on the having 2 or 3 operations going at the same time for my income purposes, just to help balance it out, make it a lot easier, give me extra income kind of stuff. Let me check one more thing. Okay, cool. Alright, just checking a thing. Alright. But yeah, we also, like, I'm sure by now for people, they've seen the lane assist, which is what I'm doing right now. So this isn't full-on auto drive, like when I'm turning around like that, I am doing that, turning back on cruise control. But as far as like keeping on the main line, you probably notice my hands are off the keyboard a lot. Which is one nice thing about Farm Sim, is you can be as engaged or unengaged in the actual farming as you want. If you want, you can just be like, AI, just do it. Like, you still have to go through and say, I want you to plow, okay, I want you to harvest, okay, I want you to fertilize. Like, you still have to do that part of making the decisions. I mean, I'm sure there's mods you can set up to do that for you. They're probably not going to be available for a long while. But you still have to, like, be like, hey, I want you to go harvest my field. All right, now I want you to go plow that field. All right, now I want to do that. But as far as, like, the actual, like, making sure your rows are lined up and doing all that stuff, you can just be like, AI, I know you're not the most efficient at it, because it does, like, a lot of raise and lowering the equipment, doing, like, 8-point turns, and whatever it has to do to be successful, it'll do it, which makes it much slower than a human does. One or two exceptions. I've honestly found that the AI with, like, the fertilizer wagon, that can honestly compete with human people as far as efficiency, because it won't waste the fertilizer, and it really does kind of, like, go to the end, turn around and just come back real quick. And because it's such a wide range on it, and it does it precise, in some cases I could see the AI just straight up outrunning most players. But then when you get to stuff like this, because it will do like the 3-point turn, lift the thing, like it lifts the equipment, turns it off, does the whole thing, backs up, get in position, lowers it on, turns it back on, and goes. It just takes it way longer to do all of it. Because this one's not too bad, but some of like the big harvesters, when they lift the header on it, the header takes a good like 5 or so seconds to like lift up and lower down at each time, which isn't a big deal. But when you consider some of these equipments where you're going to do like 20 or 30 passes, those 10 seconds start adding up. We start adding a number of minutes onto it. Hey, Infinity, how's it going? If anyone does happen to know the answer of with, like, can I just take a field, make no changes, and just chunk a just quickly just chunk a building down the middle of it? If that's allowed, or you have to clear the field somehow. Like, is that an option? And then also, if you could do that, like, for building where you have the rice paddy, do you need to, like, delete the rice paddy in some manner before you're allowed to build on that area? I would guess you would. Like, I would guess you would. I am curious, when you delete the rice paddy, what happens? Does it give you just a plowed area, or cultivate, or whatever area? Does it just magically return it to being all covered in grass? You can build over field. It leaves a lane, assist on, which is why I was asking about deleting it. You haven't tried it over rice. Gotcha, good to know. So basically, if you, right, because the field is still there, but you built on top of it. So you've got, like, the weird lane assist going through the middle of it. Yeah, so the workaround I would assume for that would be to go in, and there's a paint tool, and where you could, like, paint it to be, like, grass or whatever. So I could see that resolving it. And as far as the rice goes, I feel like the rice will need to delete them. Because, like I said, the rice field is not just you get a plow and you do your laps. You actually go into the construction thing and say, I want to build this field here. And they draw your little lines and it builds it. I know there's ways to delete field. Like I said, I'm pretty sure the way you delete a field is, I'll have to wait till our straightaway. I'm not gonna do it, but I'll just show you where to find it. Which is the thing where you can paint road or grass or forest ground, but you just go to the field, just paint that over, and it'll just delete the field, make it stop existing. So if we go here, I go to construction. There we go. And it was painting. So grab something like that and paint over the field. If I just put a stripe to the field, it would delete that. I know because I've done that once where I made, for going for the achievements, the last one I made these, like, really long, narrow fields that basically let me do one pass with a harvester from one side to the other to fill up the harvester. And I kind of use that as my way of gauging it. And so it was easy to just put the trailer on the end, do the pass, dump it out, go back around, do the pass, dump it out, go back around, do the pass, dump it out, and just, like, quickly knock out a field. I did kind of the same with the olives and the grapes. Is I made those long enough rows that I could just go down a row and it'd be at like 80-something% full, so I would just empty it out for when I was doing that achievement. Because the grape and the olive achievement in the last one was rough. It was just a lot of grapes and a lot of olives, and you really do not get a lot of yield out of it. It was just a lot of working on it. Alright, so I definitely want to go. I've got the one field done, and the other one is at 80% full. So let's go empty you out real fast. And then that'd finish with this harvester. And then we're going to check on the other trailer. And then my plan is, if we finish with this trailer and the other trailer needs to be emptied, we'll finish the 2 contracts. And when I finish the 2 contracts from there, we'll just see what trailer it leaves me with. I think you drop your arm around here. Perfect. so you got a while yet. You can load this up. That's not how I need to do it. I turned it wrong the last second. Alright, we'll let you reposition. Because I forgot how short the little ramp is coming out of this thing. That's fine. I just need to empty it. Okay. This ramp is tiny. Yep. Look, man, how am I gonna get good hang time if it's a little tiny ramp? You gotta have standards. So this will be the canola. The canola is gonna need to go to the oil mill. Oh, there's the way to town. There we go. Okay, so I've got you. So canola, yeah, it's the oil mill. I figured as much. I just want to double check because it'd be really crappy to take it and then sell it at the wrong point, not get credit for it, get hit for like a huge fine for effectively stealing crops. Am I going right away? This doesn't feel right. Oh, we are. We're just really far away. Have you been hiring farmhands? Yeah. When it makes sense. We're on the hardest economy setting, so they do plunder my wealth pretty heavily. It's hit sign, I believe. Alright, and almost there. And drop this off, then we'll get back to our fields. This should be some pretty solid money for us. Alright, and we just go down here, and on the left will be where this gets dropped off. I have a feeling the trailer I've already got up by the peas is the one for the peas, but at the same time, we're gonna figure it out. Hit light, hit fire hydrant, hit person. Yeah, I'm not gonna set all those up. Give you a little much. Alright. It's a pretty full canola load. Alright. Alright, and that should go ahead and wrap up this contract. We're not going to turn it in yet, just in the off chance that this trailer ends up being the one that is assigned to the other task. I will drive it over there. That way, once I empty them out, I'll just turn it, like, I'll just complete the contract and see what happens. Alright, I never do learn my lesson here. It's been a while since I've tried to squeeze through there. Move, car. Now let's see, work with that cooldown. Don't count too many. Because there's a 30-second cooldown that was only put there so people didn't accidentally, you know, report the same sign like 5 times at the same time. So I might need to lower that cooldown. Yeah, I'll lower that cooldown here in a minute. I think 5 seconds might be enough. I just need it to be more than nothing, and I just need it to be enough of a margin that people with a little bit slower connection and typing speed, you know, we don't ultimately have it be a whole thing. Maybe I'll make it 10 seconds. Because the reason I figured 30 seconds is for people on bad internet and mobile, they can have a stream delay of like 30 seconds sometimes. That's pretty far outlier though. It's pretty rare you get way out that far. Usually it's close to like 12 seconds. So while it's driving, I could probably do this real fast so we can go boom, commands. It'll be my newest command, so hit sign, edit, cooldown. Make it 10 and 10. There we go. So I'll keep this here just in case it ends up not being the little tractor. I'm pretty sure it is. That it goes to peas. Alright, so quick check in the contracts. Is there another harvesting contract that I'm like, ooh, I really need to do this? Cotton is a no. The green beans is a no because I'll have to get the equipment for that. I do want to grab that contract. I don't need to do that anytime soon. We can wait. Alright, so with that, what we can do... Yeah, it's all fine. So for right now... You can go back to harvesting our field. Should we get billed for the signs? Yeah, that comes up a lot. There was a mod in 22 that I think would charge you 100 or 150 or something like that per sign. But there was actually a mod that you would effectively get fined for hitting the signs. People also wanted you to get fined for like speeding through red lights and all that, but I don't think they have a realistic means of being able to detect that without adding some new game logic or like editing the map itself to put invisible objects that when you collide with the invisible... Well, I mean, because no, you need to go through the intersection. I don't think there'd be an easy way for them to do that. It wouldn't be impossible, but would it be... Like, would it be simple enough that people would be willing to put in the time for the meme? Versus the sign, you could easily be like, when object collides with sign or whatever, you know, and it changes it from the sign object that's up to down or whatever. Just take 150 off. Okay. Alright, so the AI worker with our peas is almost full again. Yes, we're at 58%. Let's see how full we get once I top this up, because obviously I'm going to need to do at least one drop off of the peas. But then grabbing the other pea contract will be decent. I'll probably save the last contract slot for in case you get another like really good crop showing up, so far as like major contract. Just fill this up. It's too narrow for me to sit here and fight with the AI on it. A player would actually continue to go and you can just make it work. Alright, yeah, so you can do one more fill up with that before you need to drop off. Okay, I've got this last section of this field to do. Did I not have my harvester set up right for this to destroy? No, because if I destroyed the crops, it'd be a different graphic, I think. I probably had a drop off I'm forgetting about. That's fine. Even if I did destroy a small section of a field, that wouldn't be the end of the world. I wouldn't be happy about it. But yeah, so we can go ahead and get this set up. We have the one large field off down the hill that we'll have to empty out, and then that'll be done. But you often wonder if the devs reach out to modders. It wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. I can't answer that one way or the other, but it really surprised me if the devs have never reached out to modders. Usually we probably like really the bigger modders in the community, so you know, the people who came up like the person who came up with No Man's Land, and because they made like 2 or 3 like really popular mods, I could see them reaching out to or whatever. If for no other reason to say thank you. I could certainly see mods like the Lumberjack and the Super Strength and those kind of mods being one that, you know, again, they're like super duper popular in the past versions of the game. But you never know. Every dev team's different. Like, it also could depend on like the nature of it. For example, let's say they knew they were going to be adding the GPS mod. You know, I could see them reaching out to the dev making the GPS mod. They're being like, hey, we're taking, you know, these ideas from your mod. We're making them part of our game, you know, as a heads up kind of thing. Like, this is what we're looking at. Maybe not bring them on board, whatever. Maybe not, like, even if it's not monetary compensation, do something as like a big thank you. Because the farm sim devs definitely seem like a group who does try to do a lot for their community, to keep the community like really happy with them and everything. Like I said, there's the partner program for Giant Software, and they literally send you like a plaque when they have you sign up and everything, which sure is not a big deal. Like, if you can go to like any trophy shop and buy a plaque for, depending on how fancy you get, 10, 15, 20 bucks or whatever. But at the same time, you know, it's not a thing that you usually get. So like them having that sentence like, okay, this is like really not a big deal or whatever, but it means a lot. Like, it's just like, oh, they went out of their way to do something nice. Versus a lot of stuff is like, you're in the partner program. What does this mean? Which, granted, being in the partner program, and I probably should have it on the stream somewhere, does mean if people go to Giant Software using like my link to go buy the game or whatever, I get a cut. But it's just, for me personally, I prefer my games on Steam, and so it makes me feel real weird when I know I would... Like, genuinely, I got the game for slightly early access because of being the partner program. And then, when the game came out on Steam, I bought it on Steam. That's how much I'd rather use Steam. Nothing negative about their store, I think. It doesn't matter the game. When a game isn't on Steam, it's gotta really be a game that really, really grabs my attention. Be like, no, I'm willing to inconvenience myself to do this. But by and large, otherwise, like, nope, it's on the Microsoft Store, it's dead to me. Epic only? Nope, I'm not interested. I remember the days of having to get with my friends on Instant Messenger and having the one friend on MSN and the 5 friends on AIM and, you know, the 2 friends on Yahoo and the 1 friend who would only use ICQ for who knows what reason, and having to, like, have all of those applications open, and how utterly infuriating it was, to the point I literally stopped talking to a couple of my friends through Instant Messenger because I'm like, I'm just not opening MSN anymore. Come on, man. You gotta get with the program and get on one of these other ones. You chose the only one that's dying out. You didn't realize this is an ICQ erasure stream? No. My point was more... Like, IRC was fine. Sorry, not IRC. IRQ was fine. The problem is, the friend I had would only ever be willing to use IRQ. Versus, you know, almost every other one had, like, their one preferred, but they were willing to jump on one of the others if everyone was doing something on the other one. But the one friend to be like, no, I won't download or do any others. And you're like, okay, fine, we just won't invite you to stuff. And then the MIRC nerd. You were that nerd? Yeah, like, I had my preference. Back then, I did prefer AIM out of the ones that people were using, until Trillion came around, which later got rebranded to Pigeon. Which was just like, drop on your knees and be like, thank you, I don't need these 8 programs running on my computer all the time. I can just use one thing. But, it was definitely times. But it's definitely one of those things, like, for nowadays, when every game has its own store and launcher and all that, I'm just like, no. I won't go back. I escaped having to have, like, 10 different programs running at the same time just to play games with my friends. You can't make me go back. I've done my time. You don't remember the dark days. I mean, a lot of people do. A lot of people were there, i.e., pretty much anyone on the older half of millennial experienced that. Younger half of millennial, you would have been, like, tweens, so I imagine a lot of people missed that phase when all of the instant messengers were different. Like, Pigeon and Trillion would have been a thing at that point. Whether or not you knew about them is a totally separate thing. But, yeah, no, it would have been while the older millennials were, like, late teens, early 20s that whole thing was kind of going on. Yeah, Trillion is a complete game changer. Oh my god. Like, it sounds like such a, you know, people go like, oh, first world problem. It was 100% a first world problem. Absolutely agree. In the big wide world of things, having to juggle multiple instant messengers was a nothing burger of a problem. But, counter argument, it was an incredibly annoying problem that really didn't have any significant damage or anything like that, but it was just annoying and frustrating. And it was also one of those things that there was definitely friendships that went stale because you had, again, that one friend who, You finally got most of your people on the same platform, and you had the one friend who would not switch, and you're finally like, you know what? I don't care. Thomas over there, he's still on MSN. I just don't want to run MSN. He's literally the only one still there. He's the only person I know over in MSN, and I'm sorry. I'll see you at school, Thomas, but we're not hanging out anymore because I'm gonna forget to reach out to you because you're not on Instant Messenger. Because like heck am I picking up the phone if I don't have to? Trillion was a cross-platform, yeah, so Trillion was the one that could kind of do it all. And like, don't get me wrong, every once in a while, like, AIM would update its protocol and that'd break Trillion, and then Trillion would have to go fix it, but that was AOL Instant Messenger actively trying to sabotage it, and then eventually they gave up. Yeah, ICQ was one of the first ones if you're on like the tech stuff. You saw that through different means. If you weren't on IRC, you didn't talk to me. That's basically the way a lot of those things kind of went. There was like, because you get tired of running so many programs, and there would be eventually that one holdout friend on one of the platforms. You'd be like, you know what? I got 50 something over here. I got 10 here, and I got 1 there. Guess which one's getting cut? when I finally like pissed off at launching my 8 or 9 programs, because you boot up your computer. Computers weren't that fast. Like, I find it funny how upset people get about rebooting their computers nowadays. And like, you don't know, man. That crap took like 10 minutes. Are you kidding me? You do this the whole time your hard drive going, nah, 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 like the hearing like the spindle like going up and down. So you go to boot up Windows 98 or XP or whatever. And you'd start the boot, you'd go in the other room, grab yourself a drink, do something else, come on back. You can't remember which IM used? Do you think Yahoo? Well, I mean, the big names at the time was Yahoo. Like, AOL Instant Messenger was easily the biggest one from just raw viewership. Or viewership use. AOL Instant Messenger, AIM was the big one. I would probably say Yahoo maybe was second. And then maybe IRQ. And then after, like, then there was like MSN that was way down there. I was like 16 gigabyte. Yeah, you're lucky to have a hard drive that size. Oh man, I remember the first time getting a big hard drive, like a big 1 gigabyte hard drive. Be like, I got so much space. Look at how much music I can put in here. This is absurd. Boot up MIRC. Boot up Roger Wilco. There's a classic. Boot up 3 instances of TeamSpeak. Oh great, the admin changed the server settings again. Yup. Oh man, that was another battle. Was the battle between TeamSpeak, Ventrilo, and Roger Wilco. There was another one I'm missing in there. That didn't nearly take off as big. Mumble. Yeah, Mumble, that's right. That was the last one. And it was like Roger Wilco was kind of the first one. And like it was there for a hot minute. And I think TeamSpeak was next. And like Roger Wilco flat out just about vaporized when TeamSpeak picked up. And then he had like the heated battle between Ventrilo and TeamSpeak that went on forever. Oh, I forgot I was gonna do this. Turn in those 2 contracts, because now I don't have to worry about accidentally deleting stuff. So, turn in you. In you. So I still have this here, which means this is for that contract. And then Mumble, I want to say, was the late arrival. That it was trying to solve more of the issues with Ventrilo than TeamSpeak, because both Ventrilo and TeamSpeak had different approaches, which is why you had people who loved one over the other, and you were either on Team A or Team B, that you preferred one because it's easier to use, you preferred the other because like the roles and management on that side was much better. Yeah, and so Mumble was mostly trying to solve solve the stuff that Ventrilo had. And I believe you are correct. I think it did have a better audio coda, because I want to say that was one of the problems with Ventrilo, was just the way it worked. Is once you started getting a lot of people voices would get roboty real bad pretty easily when you started to kind of push the limits. But it would let you do that. Versus, I want to say TeamSpeak. I think TeamSpeak had issues where you really couldn't push your server to higher users as easily as Ventrilo. They all had their pros and cons that they're all fighting for. But it just meant every other time you'd go to join a different game with a different guild, and they'd be like, yup, you need to download the other one. At least usually for me at the time, I was on one or the other at any given time, as opposed to with Instant Messenger, you never knew when your buddy was going to hop on and want to play games or whatever, so you always had to keep that one. Or if you were in high school and, you know, trying to talk to your classmates, trying to navigate social interactions, that whole mess. And that was also before people had, like, a bit better understanding of people not being on the internet and that kind of stuff. So you'd send someone a message, and if they didn't respond in a certain amount of time, you'd have people who would genuinely be like, do you not want to talk to me anymore? It's like, no, man, I'm busy. Oh man. a number of those got real hectic. Do I want to do that little field over there? We'll wait and see. We're still actively working on this one. I need to go grab our thing. These days, it's so nice. Boot up the computer, MIRC launches, Discord launches, done. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, nowadays, I can have stream crash, like Windows go down, and I'm in that range. I might be able to hit the go live button in time to catch it with the disconnection protection that we get. And I want to say that disconnection protection that we have on Twitch as a content creator, where if I get disconnected, I get X amount of time to reconnect before the stream gets like shut down because, you know, I bailed. And I want to say it's like 3 minutes or so. And it's really impressive that nowadays I can like boot up a computer, get into Windows, boot up OBS, get into OBS, hit the go live button, have it connect and everything else, and still manage to be in that 3-minute window. And like that's genuinely, honestly impressive. It is on that fence where it depends. Like sometimes if the computer's taking a little longer to boot because it just, you know, whatever issue caused you to crash, whatever, you know, it's doing like a mem check or something like that when you boot up. Or, you know, because like it ends up being a blue/green screen of death or whatever it is, you know, you have that 10, 20, 30 seconds or whatever where it does like the mem dump for crash. That sometimes that takes long enough. That kind of pushes it past that point. Oh, I forgot. I was still doing that other field. Best part is it boots up in seconds rather than minutes. Oh, yeah. No, I genuinely remember booting up the computer and, like, literally going making myself lunch. And then coming back and, you know, kind of seeing the last bit of the desktop load up. Discord has dominated for so long. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Discord did something that really kind of revolutionized things, because it was like Ventrilo and TeamSpeak and all that. You'd have people who try to use it for solving all of the problems, but it really was kind of only good for, like, really only good for the voice side of it. Like, there was stuff where you could put, like, message of the day and that kind of stuff to communicate a little bit. But I feel like Discord did the magic of it had the voice side covered, and you had almost like the forum kind of thing covered as well. That said, your first non-rice field withered because you got the harvest month wrong. Yeah. Let's see. Solid state hard drives were a game changer when those started becoming standard. Well, yeah, no, I mean, I know there's a new tech spec now, but like the M.2s was like, for as much as solid state changed all the rules for like tech so far as the speed was one thing. And then you turn around and now you've got like the M.2 solid state hard drives, which are like that much faster. And I think I can't remember what the new one is, like if it's M.4 or M.8 or whatever the heck they're calling them. I didn't even, like, until it's time for me to replace a motherboard or whatever, the answer is I'm not getting one. But like the new ones, it may actually just be like M.2B or whatever. I've learned to just accept, yeah, the NVMe M.2 or thing. Yeah. Well, it's like you look at the prices, and it's like, don't get me wrong, like the old mechanical hard drives, those you can get them really cheap for obnoxious ones. So like I use those for I need to actually go and do some work on it. I've got a really small NAS here, network storage, and you know I've got that little one there. Okay, so you are 4, and it just, you can get like the 2 terabyte hard drives or whatever for so very little when they're like the mechanical ones, and you can just toss it in a NAS because you don't need the NAS to go fast. You just need it to regularly back up your stuff. HDD can become expensive. Heck, I mean, all the hard drives can. Like, there's definitely a point where you start getting real big sizes and all that. I remember for a while that there was actually trying to be like a competition between the HDD hard drives and the SSD hard drives, and it was, they were getting, what was it, like 12,000 RPM HDD hard drives. They'd be like, it's almost the same speed as a SSD, and you're like, it's really not though. It's like, don't get me wrong, it's way faster than the other ones. Well, the hybrid ones came later, but there was a while that they were just trying to make mechanical hard drives, spindle hard drives, that just had absurdly fast rotation speed to make them, like, so you could read them faster. And the problem was half of those things just failed so early because, you know, it's that much more stress on the mechanics of it. I knew a few people got like the 12,000 rotations per minute or whatever versions. Was that Raptor? Was that the make that was doing those for a while? I think was it Matrox Raptors or something like that? Yeah, but they had the hybrid ones. I never actually messed with the hybrid ones. I have no idea if they're any good or not. I would assume it basically, like, a lot of times you take those types of techs and you hybrid them, and the argument is, you know, you get the best of both worlds, but also the reality is usually you get the worst of both worlds. So it's both. Yeah, I never messed with the hybrid ones. But yeah, no, I definitely remember people getting like the super. $10K and $50K still use the servers regularly. Yeah, I can imagine that would make sense for just massive amount of storage because this is also 20 years later. So I'm sure they've done a lot more with that tech. Because then you're also usually talking the high-end ones versus, like, you know, the whole gamer targeting ones. Half of the stuff you get when it's like gamer, you're usually getting like kind of a mid-quality, like mid to upper mid-quality piece of hardware, and then paying like upper quality price. There are exceptions. And you're also definitely getting RGB in it. Alright, Luxray, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Which I'm genuinely really not huge on RGB. Like, no, like, I'm not gonna judge you if you have a bunch of RGB stuff in yours. Okay, so your internet just skipped out. But, like, yeah, no, I got you, Senshi Cookie. Like, I never did use the hybrid ones. The idea was you could potentially get more storage for a lower price and still get mostly SSD performance at a lower price, was my understanding of them. But it was always one of those ones that was kind of a head scratcher where I'm like, well, I either need the faster or the bigger hard drive. So it was always those ones that's like, okay, I see the purpose, but I don't see the use case. But yeah. But that, like, and that just means I just don't happen to fit its use case is all, which is fine. I still remember back in the day of, like, you know, you're getting your 200 megabyte hard drive and the click of death when you have a head crash, because that used to be a pretty normal problem that, you know, when your hard drive's mechanics finally failed, one of the common failures was a head crash. And so you'd go to boot up your computer, you'd push the button, all you hear is the little click, 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 click. That was just the head trying to engage again and again and not working. You're like, well, that's dead. that's the, there's no finagling some more life in this. That is dead. Let's see, all the RGB does increases the power use of the computer. It shows how easily you can get distracted. Oh, look, shiny. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same camp. I also find it, and this might be an ADHD thing, I also find it very distracting. Like, I had gotten, I think it was a Razer keyboard, because I had my keyboard stopped, like, the connector to where the USB plugged in is like a 10-year-old keyboard. It's actually a keyboard I'm using right now. The connector had gotten kind of worn out over the years. Like, all the keys were fine, is that connector, like, the soldering was coming off of it because it just, you could bend it at that point. And so I was like, okay, like, I stream for a living, it's my full-time job. I can't be without a keyboard for, you know, several days while I wait for one to arrive from Amazon or whatever, which granted, I'd probably order it, and by the time I stepped away from the computer, some Amazon truck would be smashing through my front door, throwing a keyboard into my face. But it was just one of those things like, I need a keyboard now. And I know where there is a place I can buy Razer keyboards, like, right now. And I hadn't owned a Razer product. I'm like, yeah, let me go ahead and get this. Like, people speak relatively well about it. Let me just go grab that real quick. And I got it home, and I was, you know, I was already kind of not super pleased with it. It's just not the kind of mechanical keyboard I wanted so far as, like, the clickiness and, like, how it felt typing up. But it's like, whatever. That's something I can get used to, no big deal. Man, that RGB, though. Like, it's like, I want you off. I don't want you dim. I want you out of here. Because that keyboard's, like, breathing and pulsing the whole time, so I had to get their software in there and be like, no, off. Get rid of it. I don't want it. I can't have this pulsing light below my eyes at all hours just doing this. This is not something I can deal with. Which unfortunately, like, I only used that keyboard for like a month or two when I started having key failures on it. That it was reading as like multiple keys being pressed at the same time. It was whatever, it was like, they had like a month warranty or whatever, and it made it to like 2 or 3 months or whatever, and it was already done. And I'm not a search and destroy typist. I don't rage on games. I don't like smash my keyboard and all that kind of stuff. And it was kind of one of those things that was just like, I'm really honestly upset with this product. Like, I spent a lot of money on this thing. I wasn't happy to begin with, and it just went downhill from there. And that's not to say Razer makes bad products or anything. I don't know. I could have just gotten like one bad keyboard. But it was enough that I didn't want to deal with that again. So I actually tore apart this keyboard here and got on my soldering stuff and resoldered the connector back onto it. And now it's fine. I've been using it this way for probably, I don't think it's been quite a year since I resoldered it, but it's been fine since then. And we still have the Razer, like, as a spare. Like, you know, it's got its issues, but if I have, like, my keyboard totally fails, I will make do with it until another one can be ordered in. Then you could say the pulsing lights on keyboards are so visually noisy. You set all your keys to different solid colors, so you see the key groups better. Yeah, I could see that. Like, I can't really get this into frame. My keyboard I use is literally solid. It's got like the escape key is bright orange, and the entire rest of it is solid black. There are no letter symbols on it or nothing. You know, if you don't know where your keys are, you're gonna look down at this and go, well, can't work with it. And I did that because this was the keyboard I learned Dvorak on. And I was like, I'm going to make sure I learn to touch type, and I'm going to put none of the letters on the key, so I have to learn to touch type. I don't know if that was a good idea in hindsight. That, I don't think that made my life easier, but I did it. And now, because I just know the keyboard layout, I don't need to do it. There's zero question that I know how to touch type. That is what I do know, is very clearly I know how to touch type, because looking at it does me no good. In hindsight, the thing I probably would have done, if I still want to get no letters, is to have the home row a different color. I think that would have been good. Just so, like, you know, when you put your fingers, because, like, I've got the, you got your nubs on your home row to let you know, like, let your fingers be able to textilely tell then. Those are actually getting worn out, and I've replaced those keys before. You know, because just from use, I wear the nub away. And I've replaced those keycaps before. And what I did do is when I replaced the keycaps, I got a very lightly textured keycap for my home row, for the purpose of I can put my fingers on it if the key is like very smooth, because I've used the keyboard for so long. I've worn them smooth. If it's very smooth, I know it's not the home row, versus it has like any texture to it whatsoever. I know it's my home row, and I still get it wrong sometimes. But yeah, no, it's my point of that was like the only anything that has any type of lights is like the caps lock thing, where you hit the caps lock and num lock and it lights up the little LEDs. I like my keyboards as not busy as possible. It's same with the mouse. Like the mouse has RGB on the buttons, but it's far enough out of my line of sight that I don't notice it. And I keep turning it off, but Logitech software is hot garbage. So every other time they have something, my mouse's side buttons will stop working. So I have to update the latest version of, what is it, G-Hub? Or whatever they call it. And so I have to I had to go to install it with the update. It's like, okay, installing. And then it crashes. And then I have to uninstall it and reinstall it fresh, because G-Hub is hot garbage, and it forgets most of my. It remembers my buttons, which is the only thing I want it for. I literally only want it to be able to say, hey, you know what these side buttons do? This. That's it. I don't want to deal with the RGB. I don't want to deal with your auto updater. I don't want to deal with any of these things. What I want is my piece of hardware that I set the buttons and I configure them, and I never have to touch the software again, because I've accomplished the only goal I want out of that software. Your mouse is very plain. You have an MX Master 3. I have a G600. I mean, it's mostly plain. The big thing is it has the 12 MMO buttons on the side. Just because I have found over the years, like whether MMO or otherwise, I like having all those buttons on the side for like different games, especially games where you have to do the thing where, you know, you've got your skills on your home row, then your other skills, and then your other skills. Like, just you have a lot of buttons to push. I like to set all those to being the thumb on the mouse, which is actually pretty bad for your hand, for the record. That's actually really bad for having repetitive stress injury along your nerve here. So it's actually a bad thing that I do that. But it's just so much more convenient than taking your left hand and like reaching up and down the keyboard constantly, and then trying to figure out, it's like, okay, well, I'm trying to hold W and A, and I also need to reach over here and get my skill that's over on like P, and oh wait, I also have to get like, I have to like hold this channeling thing over here on one, and you're just like, ah, my poor hand. Like, what is this? It's like using an Apple computer at all. I'm making fun of your shortcut keys being all over the keyboard. I can't really argue, like, I can't talk, like, The Microsoft ones are fine when you're using QWERTY, and I don't use QWERTY, and it's just as cursed with some of the keyboard shortcuts that are designed with QWERTY in mind. That I turn around, I was like, alright, let me do this. Oh, well, my Q key is in a very different place, so that's really bad. You disabled the side wheel because you bumped it too much? Yeah, no, that is, there was one mouse I had as like a... Hey, Jack, how's it going? There was one mouse I had that was just 2 buttons on the side. And I hit those buttons all the time. It was very frustrating. Like, it was just, they were too sensitive kind of thing. I tried for a little while. I was using a vertical mouse, and I used that on the stream for probably a good year or something. But it ended up being one of those things of just trading one issue for another. Like, I think they're good, but they're just too limited functionality when it comes to those. Like, if we start getting, like, vertical mice that had, you know, more side buttons and all that, I could certainly see it. It's a more natural hand position for your hand to be in. But, with the vertical mice, it seemed like 90% of them were really... They were really kind of just trying to take advantage of you trying to figure out what to do to protect yourself. So far as carpal tunnel and all that. But were actually all pretty terrible. And then you get, like, the 1 or 2 good ones, and they were fairly expensive. But, like, the options on them were... Like, is like, here's your 2 buttons. Do you want more? Tough, get out of here. You got 2 buttons and a scroll wheel. You want more than that? That's just too bad. So it's pretty limited on the options with the vertical mice. Like I said, I used it for a while, but it ultimately was trading, you know, wrist discomfort for elbow discomfort. And so it's like, okay, well that's not helping. And then there are certain styles of games that, like, for a lot of games, the vertical was absolutely fine. I could do stuff precision. Like, I played Project Zomboid on that vertical mouse for a good long time with no issues. But there were certain games that really did not work well with the vertical mouse just because of the difference in form factor. Yeah, it's great. The MMO mouse is great for Path of Exile, Tarkov, and all that. Let's see, really terrible keybind, I expect you to have 3 hands. Well, usually it was niche issues when you're going for, like, really sweaty try-hard, like, PvP stuff. Like, you could do that in, World of Warcraft. They didn't have the hold the channel thing, thankfully. That was another game. But, they definitely had it where you'd have times where it's like, okay, you're playing something like Warlock and you had, like, 8 different tiles of spells you had to use if you're, like, really kind of going, especially if I think it was, like, Affliction was the one that was the worst for just... You need all of the buttons. Like, all of the buttons. You could handle any utility situation. You had a spell for it. But it was just like... You had your 6 or 7 just, I'm doing damage buttons. And then after that, you had, like, all of your utility, your escapes, your different shuts down. Like, the escapes and utility was, like, having a button to have your succubus use her charm, or I preferred Fell Hunter, use your... Like, you could have your Fell Hunter just chain, eat the things, and silence, but if you put those on binds, it was just so much better for PvP. And it was just one of those things, you'd have, like, your minions buttons, your buttons, you'd have, like, your 6 or 7 different curses that, depending on the situation, on what curse was the answer, and you could sit there and just dumb it down and do, like, the 2 curses that, you know, situationally, but... You know, in certain cases, they're trying to keep someone from getting away. You'd hit them with, you know, exhaustion. Or if they're trying to keep them from getting to you, you could hit them with exhaustion. You would screw with mages and that by using Curse of Tongues. That a lot of times doing that instead of going for the extra damage of Agony was usually the better play. Just because it would throw people off that their spells were taking longer for some reason. So they'd try and do, like, some quick move that they had, like, timed in their head, so it'd drop down and start casting, be like, why is this taking, like, 50% longer? Oh crap, I got Curse of Tongues. Who the heck uses Curse of Tongues? And you could just throw them off, and it would give you so much more time for, like, stuff to come off cooldown and all that. So I liked to use that a lot. I also use Curse of Tongues on healers a lot, because it would just frustrate them to no end. Some of them they would just decurse depending on what it is. You had a lot of people who just didn't even bother removing curses off of themselves, and you're just like, alright, you can just sit there with that. I'll cast that, you know, every 30 seconds of a minute and just make you suffer with it. Yeah, I didn't get far enough in Mage to have to deal with that. As he was the worst left-handed to learn to use the mouse before right-handed mice became a thing. You couldn't use the MM mouse? Yeah. Even today when it comes to peripherals, like you have some companies that are way better about giving either uniform where it can be either or left-handed mice. You just don't have many companies that make them. I know one of the ways they've been working around that with some of the companies is they've been doing these like not metal plates, these magnetic plates. I think like Thermaltake does them. That you'll have your mouse and you have like these stick-on plates, so you can stick on the appropriate plate for if you're left or right-handed, or if you have like a bigger or smaller hand, that kind of stuff. I don't like those that much. They're okay. But yeah. Alright, so that field's done. We're right about to finish the other field if it's not already done. We're getting close to done with this. There's that. Do we have any other contracts I need to be dealing with? Or not need to be dealing that I want to prioritize? So that's getting that field all handled there. Your cotton. I'm not doing a tiny sorghum field. It won't be worth my time. You won't worry about the tiny green beans or the peas there. You couldn't pay me to do those ones, which is literally kind of what they're trying to do, is actually pay me that. Alright. So we'll keep finishing this field. I don't have other ones as a priority. Then I'll have to grab that contract. We do have the contract sitting over there where, what I'll end up doing with that is just basically picking up the last of those peas, dropping them off, and getting paid. And that should finish out what we're doing in this in-game day. We'll just need to double check to make, you know, make sure we're not low on wood or water or any of the other things. Yeah, even if you get a left-handed mouse, it is one of those things that so many things expect you to be right-handed that you just deal, because like, okay, you get a left-handed mouse on your left side kind of thing. Well, WASD is still what they're primarily going to be wanting you to do for movement in games, which is still the left hand of the keyboard. So unless you like slide your keyboard way to the right hand that, which doesn't work because then like your thumb's in the wrong place for space and all that. You can get a left-handed mouse and put it on the right, but that does you no good because your right hand's the one that's over there. So it's kind of just one of those things that they haven't made stuff as accessible for left and right hand, or for left hand. Now, the one counter to that though is the computer is still two-handed. And yeah, there's a certain level of precision that you might want with your mouse versus the other, but then there's also like wanting that precision for typing as well. So I feel like that one's not as bad as some other things, like, you know, when you have like your ledger in school and it'll be like the one they give you and it's designed for right-handed people. So, you know, for those who don't know the difference, is normally if you're right-handed, you have the ledger, like the spine will be on your left side, so you can open it up and write all the way up to the page edge and you're fine. But if you're left-handed, your hand gets into the way in that middle spot there. So you want the spine to be in your right hand and do that. And you can turn it upside down, but then, you know, if you have stuff where it's got like a larger title area and all that, now you're having weird things. The good news is you can get left-handed ledgers, and for the most part, unless you're getting some fancy, they're the same price. They just, or like some of the spiral notebooks that got smart enough where they just print the top of the page has a bit of a thicker area where you can put your title or the bottom. So it's just uniform, you just turn it over and it's, no matter how you flip it, it's still the same way. You know, so that's one of those ones where you very distinctly need one hand doing all the work. And if it's set up wrong, it's just painful. The mice in the A's are ambidextrous. Well, you can still get them ambidextrous, where it is symmetrical, but the moment you get to like ergonomic mice, you have to seek out a left-handed mouse, or one of the ones where you could like take the plates and swap them or whatever, because the ambidextrous mouse are not ergonomic at all, and they just make them primarily with a focus on right-handed people, which is interesting because left-handed people are like 10% of the population-ish. So it is one of those things you'd be like, okay, I feel like 10% of the market is significant enough that it would be worth it to make them. Like, sure, maybe not all your models, but at least a decent number. The game that requires two hands, you use right golf, cricket. The one that you really did your head in was a girl at school you worked at. She would always move the mouse to the left, but she never changed the mouse buttons. So it's still left click primary. Interesting. Like, I definitely remember with the IT when I first got into there, I definitely remember having people who would have the mouse on the left, which I think for typing makes perfect sense. It's more when you get into gaming that you start running into real problems because just all their controls are set up with consideration of you being right-handed. And like, I don't even know, like, so for left hand, I don't even know, like, if there is a pattern, the equivalent of WASD, like, what that would be. So, you know, you still have your thumb in the right place for that. Like, I'm sure there's gotta be one. Some type of standard where it's like WASD. I can't mentally put my brain into QWERTY to have whatever that would be on your right hand. So, the same relative position. IJKL? Gotcha. I was gonna say, I knew that, I figured there had to be. The arrow keys? Well, the problem with the arrow keys is when we get back into games, is, you know, space for jump and all that, your hand's in the wrong position. So if you go into games that are expecting you to be able to jump and all that, the arrow keys are too far down for that. So that's the reason I was going, like, what would be the WASD equivalent on that side? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say is, well, I mean, it's not only too far apart, it's also like too high up, because your thumb, when you put your hand on your keyboard, your thumb is like way below where your home row fingers are. So if you're on home row like that, your thumb's down here naturally, which your space bar is just barely above that. The problem with the cost of redesigning and making equipment for manufacturer massively larger than the income from 10% of the market. So, like, don't get me wrong, if we're talking like it's a specialty mouse, sure, I agree. I 100% understand that. But if we're talking, you know, you're making your just generic left-right mouse kind of thing, I feel like the most basic ergonomic mouse, it would be worth it. Like genuinely you'd be able to make the decent money doing that, because that's still, you know, you look at your potential customer base and you increase it by 10% for that model. You know, it'd be a separate model. Like, I imagine it'd probably be worth it. I mean, I obviously haven't sat down and done the numbers, but I definitely know, like, if you're a low volume, higher price kind of mouse, then that definitely would be true. So, like, your gamer MMO mouse, sure, absolutely. That's a lower volume sale mouse. That said, I mean, they do make left-hand mice. So I guess that is already a thing. I don't know, I think I'm letting my my thing of where I do like the conversations around accessibility and considerations of we have here in the US the American Disabilities Act, which protects consumers and employees and a whole bunch of stuff there, that there's a bunch of things that people typically say about, like, there's common myths that they'll be like, oh, it's not worth it, oh, I'm not legally obligated, oh, I just don't have customers who, you know, need that or whatever. And key aspect there being missed. And and now when I have like all the statistics and studies and all that to back it up and demonstrations and yada yada. So I think I'm letting that part of my brain kick in with that situation, which is probably just not applicable in this scenario. Or the statistics could be totally different. Because, where people are talking about there's a lot of people who are left-handed, but to a certain extent omnidextrous when it comes to being able to do stuff. Or with, like, the keyboard mouse situation, that they are left-handed, but also because of what they're doing, having a right-handed mouse, or having a left-handed mouse doesn't really help the cause, because the keyboard and what they need to do still expects you to have your left hand there. Does the other Logitech mouse have the magnetic ergonomic plates? There are 3 different sides that include a left and right side. Yeah, no, I mentioned that earlier. I don't think the one I messed with was a Logitech, but it's probably, where Logitech has its one, Razer has its one, but they're all kind of hitting the same market or whatever, is probably the equivalent. And, like, it was fine. My big issue was I wanted way more buttons on it. We wanted way more buttons on the thumb part. And then also, like, some of the plates, and I think it wasn't a Razer, I don't remember which one I have. I just wasn't as happy. I think literally Tomb ended up taking it and was perfectly happy with it. But it was as well as mice that I got that it was just not a great fit for me. He said, it was a nice enough mouse, but it didn't stay in the Australian market very long. Yeah. Well, like, for me, it was those things that the one I got, which wasn't the Logitech one, you could hit it and those pads would, like, shift a little. Not badly, but it made it feel flimsy even though it wasn't. And just, like, I genuinely, when I used it, it was like, it's okay, I guess. Let's used to be able to do both left and right. You just didn't have fine control with the mouse in the right hand. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, I know with the whole market thing, like with the talk I gave, there was a whole thing about, people would sit there and say, I don't need to put in a disability ramp, I have no disability customers. And it's kind of those things like, you want to know why you don't have any disability customers? They can't get into your store. And I think it was out of Boston, which admittedly in the area in Boston, a lot of the places had exemptions to not require it because their buildings are put right up against the road, so genuinely you'd have to tear down the front of the building to make room for the ramp, which was not a reasonable accommodation, so they had no obligation to do it. But, that was one of the arguments people get. It's like, I have no customers, and you're like, yeah, you're up a flight of stairs. You got a real difficulty if someone wants to get up that flight of stairs with their wheelchair. And there was a clip I would use in the talk that was a news reporter, and they were talking about kind of the thing, but it ended up being like 2 buildings over was like an old folks home, and the bus stop was right in front of this pizzeria place. And it's like, we just don't have people with wheelchairs who come through here. And during the segment, like 4 or 5 wheelchairs roll up to get on the bus, and it's like, you got no customers there. You're right there, like you are a case study on an unusual situation where you have a lot of opportunity there. But again, in that particular one, there was a pragmatic reason they couldn't. They would either have to narrow the sidewalk to such a point it was unusable, or narrow the streets, which would make it so it's one-way stuff. Like, there was a good reason why they hadn't done it there. Versus a lot of places at the time were just kind of pushing back, being like, I shouldn't have to. It's like, no, the reason you don't have customers who have these accessibility needs is because you don't have these accessibility needs taken care of, so they can't be your customers. But there's, like, plenty of stuff. And that gets into where, like, Oh, what was it? It was something like... it was something like 80% of people will be, at some point, be considered disabled in some form or another. And obviously there's extremes or whatever. You know, which, like, 50% of people, that'll be a visual impairment, whether it's total blindness or partial blindness or whatever. People, like, a very large number will have hearing problems by the time they get to the end of adulthood or whatever. And you get the idea. It's a lot of them, they get to being elderly, and very few people get to be elderly without having some type of disability pop up. The body gets old. Things don't work as well. But it was a whole thing. And that was usually the one that, like, the one that coincided was, like, there wasn't enough return on investment. And you start getting into that thing, it's like, yeah, well, you don't have this accessibility thing covered. By the way, like, 20-something% of the population has that accessibility need all the time. And then, you know, there's some of, like, all those needs are sometimes. I.e., you know, just, you don't have to be blind to benefit from the things we use, like high contrast and all that, to help people who have visual impairments. That you can have a situation where, like, you just got eye drops in. You're effectively dealing with what would be a symptom of a more serious eye problem for a period of time. That you look at stuff and you can't really look at it. You have a form of temporary accessibility need. You know, you got whacked in the face on accident, so you got your eye swollen closed, so now you don't have depth perception. Well, now you've got an accessibility need. It's temporary. It's only for the day or a couple of hours or whatever, but same thing. You know, you torqued your wrist and now you got your wrist in a cast. You effectively don't have an arm right now. You now have an accessibility need. 100% of the human population will have accessibility needs. If you're born, congratulations, you're going to have an accessibility need. If nothing else, you'll have, I always get it backward. Photophobia. You'll go in a movie theater, you'll step outside and go, ah, the light. Congratulations, you temporarily have photophobia, which is just light bothers you. And it gets better real quick. But, you know, having your phone have that thing where you step outside and it dims the screen or brightens the screen, that's an accessibility feature. And that helps with that. And the only reason we do that is that's not to, like, when you're presented that way, that's not to diminish people with disabilities and what they deal with and all that. It's literally the opposite of saying, hey, you have these people that genuinely need these things for accessibility to deal with this stuff. But also, while it shouldn't be necessary, it does affect everyone. So there's even more motivation to be like, hey, no, genuinely, you're going to help these people who absolutely require this to use this tool. But also, literally everyone at some times will need that extra assistant. And you either have you or you don't. If you don't, then I don't get to use your stuff. Alright, so let's check real fast. So, production lines. We need wood for the sawmill. Water is okay for now. So, wood for the sawmill is our next move. Which I believe I've been driving through, so I need to go to this side to grab it. Yeah, because I always have to think about the difference between photophobia and photosensitivity. Because photophobia is just the aversion of light. That usually it's the classic, you're in a very dark room, and then you go into a very light room, and it's a bad time. Or, you know, you just had your eyes dilated, so bright lights are a bad time. That's photophobia. Well, actually, I think the dilate Dilate might even push into photosensitivity. Photosensitivity is when it's actually causing you genuine harm. You know, seizure, migraine, that kind of thing. That would be photosensitivity. So that's kind of the difference. Is one is just unpleasant, one is actually hurting you. You're autistic and you're sensitive to light. Yep, those do go together at times. It can be a symptom. But the beauty of it is if you're like, oh, we should only have to address the ones that like genuinely have a disability. It's like, guess what? You're addressing them both if you address either, because the solution to both photophobia and photosensitivity is the exact same thing. Don't go from bright to dark things in your stuff a lot. Use contrast. Clearer text. Avoid, like, flashing lights and that kind of thing. There you go. That did a little better than nothing, that sawmill. But that's like also true of a lot of things. The same thing you help to do with people who have visual impairments against whether it's like legally blind or, you know, you just need glasses. Like these 50% of the human population wears them. Or corrective lenses of some kind, you know, contacts count as well. But it's about 50% of the population, I think it's like 51 or something like that, percent of the population wears some form of corrective lens. Again, whether it's contact lens, glasses, I mean, I guess technically a monocle would apply. I don't know if that's included in that statistic, but you get the idea. So the way you help with a lot of that stuff is, you know, make sure you have a decent sized type font, make sure you're using a font that is easier to read and is more legible, you know, making sure you have proper spacing between your lines, use proper punctuation so far as like splitting up your paragraphs and using bullet points to make things more readable and yada yada yada. You know what that also helps with? Everything in that list helps with dyslexia. It also helps for people if it's on a screen with photosensitivity because it makes it easier to read. And so it's kind of one of those things that usually when you work on one problem, you are helping the whole gamut. Well, not the whole gamut, but you're helping a whole lot of them. It also helps with ADHD. Having to the point, concise paragraphs that, you know, like use stuff like bullet points and list items and, you know, again, not having one giant paragraph, but, you know, separating it out. Let's see, please, for the love of all that's saying, don't assume dark mode is what we all want. Yeah, dark mode is an option. Like, that's the thing. You should offer dark mode, but you shouldn't require dark mode. Dark mode can be good, it can also be bad. It also can depend on use case. Like, for example, when I give my presentations, I'm not using dark mode in my code editor. When I'm not doing presentations, I am absolutely using dark mode in my code editor. Because when you put a presentation that's got code in it on a projector, dark mode is freaking awful to read on a projector a lot of times. I prefer dark mode, but when you're doing presentations, it can be real rough to read dark mode at a distance. You use flashbang mode during the day with most apps and dark mode at night? Because you cannot read most dark mode, so you struggle at work trying to read the code with teammates? Yeah. Yep. No, absolutely. Like I said, it should be an option. I mean, nowadays, a lot of stuff that if like you're talking like actual productivity tools, so, you know, your code editors and all that, they'll usually be like, here's dark mode, here's light mode, here's high contrast mode, here's, you know, all those kind of things. But yeah. We talked about accessibility. Saw a comment yesterday about a co-op MMO games with mics and no text option, which if you're deaf, yeah, there's always, in entertainment, there's always weird edge cases that's like, okay, there's things you can do to make things accessible, and there are places that there is genuine valid argument of being, oh, I forgot I cut this tree down and it's just been sitting up here waiting to be thrown in. Okay, well that's a big tree. But there are things that, like, there's really just not a practical way to make them accessible. And again, this is coming from me as someone who advocates for it. There are things you just can't. Like making climb Mount Everest wheelchair accessible is not a thing that can reasonably be done. It's not that it can't be done, but it cannot reasonably be done. So that's understandable. That doesn't mean people in wheelchairs are any like less capable of other things, but you know, that is one specific line item that is really hard to bridge the gap with. You'll have certain jobs that, for example, if someone has essential tremor, which is kind of the same idea as, you know, where people get the shakes in their hands from like Parkinson's disease. It's the same idea, and I always get it backwards. There is one of them that when you're trying to focus on what you're doing, your hands start to shake, and the other one is when you are less focused on it, they start to shake. And I can never remember which one's which. But, you know, there's going to be certain tasks that is going to be a very difficult thing that require a certain level of precision with your hands that maybe with medication you can manage. Some respond very well to medication, but if you don't, there may only be so much you can do to make it accessible. And that's understandable. But then there's things like, you know, maybe include options for dark mode, light mode that are pretty easy to do and will open up for a lot of people. Alright, okay. So, the issue we have with this is this tree is big enough that I can't just put it in here. So what I am going to do is I am going to cut it in half so that I will be able to consume it a little bit easier. But yeah, so with the comment around the mics thing, so yes, like most games really should have, if you're going to have multiplayer, have a text and voice option. You know, unless there is a very compelling reason not to. And it's not, we don't have the budget. Like, sure, that's a realistic but not a compelling reason. That just means you should, if you're able to make it happen at some point. But there are some games where, you know, by the nature, like especially like the Among Us style games, there's a lot of those that they really do need you to be in voice chat because it breaks the way the gameplay functions if you're in text. That a lot of those games will be like, hey, close down your third party, you know, text stuff, close down your other that, because that just leads to cheating. And I get that, and it's not great. But if, like, again, you choose not to go and put text in there because, like, well, everyone should just use voice. Like, well, does it mess up the game if I don't use voice? Well, no, but we think it's better with voice. That's not what I asked. Does it make it unplayable if we don't have voice? No. Then, like, let me use voice or text. Again, assuming it's a thing like, you know, the voice including it, having the costs associated, yada yada. Alright, so I got two things along planks and all that. I don't remember what our situation here is. I think we're waiting in our day. Yeah, we're waiting in our day. So we've got our wood basically figured out. Water should be fine. We don't have any of those I want. Let me check one of the things. It was the food here. So, oh, that's the preserving. The food here. Why am I struggling? Yeah, because if these we start noticing, well, actually, okay. Okay, tell them to sell that. Please tell me it didn't kick them all outside, so I had to pick them all up. Cool. I mean, there's a couple there, but that's fine. Yeah, because they've got enough goods in there. We won't worry about that. Alright, so with that, we've got our things pretty solid for today. I could sit here and cultivate the fields. I'm not going to. Because what I was thinking is, if we end up getting, like, the next in-game day, we actually get a good harvesting contract, I'm like, oh man, would you look at that? 18,000 for green beans. We can do that, and then I can just start cultivating all my fields. But in the meantime, I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that. So thanks again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. But I do really appreciate that you're all hanging out and all that good stuff, and I'll be back here soon. Don't hit. That's not good. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're gonna go with this is not our problem. We want no part of this. I'm okay if you're anxious, so long as we don't get anxious. Right now, I don't want to see anxious on our character. We're just going to see if our Nimble 5 will carry us through. Now, our hope is that we actually got the zombies off the car. Where are you up to with that? Did you interrupt? Oh god. Did you interrupt my picture? Stop getting in the way of the camera. Oh, come on. It's perfect. Okay. So, what happens if instead of going from the tree to lumber mill, we take the lumber mill to the tree? It works. It does work. If I just walk through it, does it work it? Alright. Yeah, that was Overthrown. That was a real fun game. We had a sponsored segment with that one. And it was like kind of a, you craft a town and all that. It was pretty cool. Like, that was only the demo. I don't think the full game's gonna be available. Ooh, that's a really big windrower. I'm not gonna buy it, but it's something. Yeah, we had a fun time, but there's like, you could pick up anything. So you just like pick up your buildings and all that. And they just let you pick up your sawmill and run at the trees and pull them into your sawmill. It's like, okay, sure, why not? I don't have a problem with this being a mechanic. This is silly. It was a lot of fun. I can't wait till it like actually comes out. So I'm gonna do with this is that $18,000 contract. Are you the one up in the woods? Yeah, you are. I'm gonna go ahead and do it anyways. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do it anyways. I don't really care about the other ones, but that's still 18,000. I'll do like, I'll probably make it a rule to myself to only do like 1 or 2 of these a stream because they're good money, but they do get repetitive. but it's 18,000, and you can knock it out in not a whole lot of time, and that's pretty good. And I like the money, and we need to get our 1 million before getting the extra key to give out to the community and all that. And every time I do one of these ones for 18,000, I'm making about like just shy of 2% of the total amount of money I need to make. So that's not terrible. In theory, that would imply if I took the time to grind out 50 runs of it, which please, I enjoy picking up the logs. I do not want to do 50 of those back to back, even if they were offered. But to get the idea, every one of those is pretty much getting me just shy of 2% of the way towards that. The only reason, like, we could be at 1 million, but I have been just burning a lot of money doing the temple. Let's see, you finally made more money today. 2 $20,000 contracts, sold some less, finally not broke. Congratulations on your lack of horrible financial strains. Also, you switched to wheat fields after you joined them. Nice. I also realized I went the way I said I shouldn't go to do this, but I'm already over here, so I'm gonna just keep going with it. What crop? What are you? Oh, you're corn. Okay, that makes sense. It's been a long time since I've seen corn in that middle phase, because I don't usually grow corn. No reason, like, I don't avoid it. It's just usually if I'm going for, like, the bigger crops, I'm going for, like, the grains. So it's just, for a moment I haven't seen that grow phase in a long time. It's like, what? Alright, so the problem here is you look at this, you go, oh man, look at that. This is really close to this road. I could probably just go on this road and very easily get there. Much faster than the other way, which is much longer. You would be wrong. It is, yes, correct, shorter. This road sucks. Because it literally gets narrow enough that you start snagging the trailer on all the individual branches leaning over the road because, like, terribly maintained. I'm actually slightly tempted to just off-road it and try my luck. But we'll see it. Yeah, so it's not here. I want to say it's around this bend where it makes a little sharp spike up the way is where it gets that worse. So yeah, you see how the trees are just growing like in the road? You have to go really wide around this way to not catch in that one. You can't go too far or go off the side. That's fine. This one's fine. There's only a couple trees on here. This would genuinely be a place I would consider the lumberjack mod, just to chop down those 1 or 2 offending trees. I want to say this one over here on the left got us last time pretty bad. No, that's the one that got us real bad. So let's try and hug as hard right as we can this time. That one, that branch that sticks out right there, that is a rigid object, almost the whole length of it. Yeah, I can see what's going on. Yep. So we're still stuck on that same branch. I got a little bit more room this time. Last time I had like no room to maneuver. Okay, I think we actually got around the worst of it. There's just like 1 or 2 trees that, if they removed them, this road wouldn't be as bad. Yes, that one actually went pretty well. So let's go like this. That's the wrong button. All right. And it'll get our 18,000. Which will put us up into the 380,000s range. Which would be nice. It does seem like per stream I'm getting somewhere in the area of 100,000 on the ledger. I could certainly get higher. Okay, so there's the 5 logs. Yeah, so the way I get the 5 is you center on as best you can. You go all the way down, not to put you don't want to lift your vehicle with it. We go on there as best you can. You start to close it, and if you notice it like a little bit off, just kind of wiggle the arm back and forth. And the big thing is when you grab like this, bring it close to the truck before you lift the whole way up, so you don't roll it. You struggle with these cranes so bad. The only thing I can say is increase the mouse sensitivity for vehicle arms. It is its own setting. Increase it, and you want it to be like 250, 300%. Like, very, very genuinely, the default is way too low. That takes like way, way too much moving your hand around and all that. And I find in a lot of ways, while you'd think the making it lax would make it a little bit easier to like do things, because of how much extra moving your entire wrist around your mouse pad and all that it takes, it ultimately just makes it worse. Otherwise, it's just getting used to them. I probably can't get too many more in there, but I'm gonna try. Because remember this, the ones that have like the 33 logs or whatever it is, like these? They do kind of push the limit of what this vehicle can go. Okay, so those are all strapped in. Yeah, I can technically get probably like 1, maybe 3 more on there, but I think that's the point where we switch over to the front. And then with the front one, I find it helps to try and grab these a little bit farther up, so not in the middle, which does mean they swing a little awkwardly. But then the reason for that is a lot of times you get up here. If I keep pulling this forward, I'm not setting the down. You'll see it starts dropping it down. If you grab it too far back, you won't clear that front spot. And then the logs won't sit down in this right. So you gotta make sure you grab it from like a little bit past the center with this one machine specifically, or you do have problems putting it in there without issues. If you grab way too far up, then the whole thing just swings all over the place. That's fine. Oh, that's not gonna stay, but okay. So we can't grab these two, so it's just the loose ones after that. Or just the bottom ones, I guess I should say. That's not a good grab. Seems to be holding, but... Okay. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, just concentrating a little bit and getting this where I need it, so... So it looks like I'm probably looking at 2, maybe 3 more grabs. All depending on if I get the one that's separated to the others. That's the wrong button again. Just start strapping them in so I don't do too much with... Alright, so let's just try and get these together real fast. So I'm just gonna go right down here, smash it in the ground, and give it a little nudgy nudge. Alright, well at least we get to do a do-over on it. Okay. And last 3. Come on. Snap just a little over. And that'll do. Let's see, going to move your mouse and say up. This will take me an hour or 2. Yeah, no, it's definitely gonna take you a little while to adjust to that. But yeah, no, you need to adjust it, because otherwise, if you don't adjust your mouse sensitivity up, you'll sit there just kind of going, like, scrolling, and you'll just be going all over your mouse pad again and again and again, going, oh my god, please, my wrist. I'm begging you. Versus you saw, like, I was going about halfway up the mouse pad, you know, for each major movement or something like that. Yeah, this is the way I'd recommend going into this place, not the way I did on the other one. We got lucky I didn't get particularly badly snagged. But as you can see, while this one's longer, you can go over pretty quick without too much problems. And there's really no trees massively intruding on the road. Okay. That's it, you can get really going here where you can have problems just because of speed. Alright. And we're just about to get to the other side, to the Temple Road. And where am I going with this thing? Am I going to the temple, probably? Or not temple, the sawmill? No, I'm going to the carpenter. Okay. That'll actually probably be an easier route than the sawmill anyways. The last couple times I've done this one, they've had me go to the sawmill. Let's see, now you made your first 100,000. Should you save up to get a large tractor first? It kind of depends on like a lot of what you're planning on working on. Like what you want to do. Like that's one of those things that's a really hard to answer question because everyone's gonna have different things they want to accomplish in their runs. What they're gonna grow. You, if I remember correctly, you said you've already basically got all the stuff for doing the grains. So some of your options, one, you could go for a better tractor to get better equipment to be able to do what you've got faster. Another one is you could save a bit more money and buy more land to have more farm to make more money per year. And yet another option is you can get something like a grain mill or something like that. So that, thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. So you can get something like a grain mill, or flour mill, sorry. So you can turn that, you know, your oats or barley or wheat or whatever you're growing, and turn that into flour. Because if you do that, you'll get a little bit extra money for the same amount of crop. So it just kind of depends. I think one of the most cost-effective ones would be to go to the flour mill first. Just again, so that every single time you're selling your wheat, instead of selling your wheat at its price, you drop it in, you get your flour, and that flour becomes, you know, 1.5 or whatever. Yeah, no, it is a thing that most of your tools and steps don't require much in the way of horsepower. Like, you know, 200-300 will cut it just fine. It's only when you get later on you start getting the giant cultivator and the giant seeder and all that, that then you start have to worry about it. That said, I am pretty bad about being like, you know what, I'm just gonna get the big one and not worry about it. But it's not the best. I wouldn't go for up to like the biggest tractor you can yet. Okay, so we got that. That's 17,500 after the lease. I don't care about any of this stuff. I don't care about the plowing and all that. Let's go check on the temple, because that was why I did that, is to kill some time. Alright, so let's go here real fast. Speed up time till this stat of the temple is done. And then we'll see where we're at after that, like what I need. Alright. One more second. Just another 6 wood beams? Alright. Let's see what's getting built up here. Yeah, so we're building the other really big one over there. Now we just got the 2 little ones after that. We're home stretch of this thing. Yeah, so let's check. So we have a thing of wood beams there. And you have 2 long plank and a wood beam in there. I mean, it's either way. No one told him about the monastery building? No, I'm pretty sure it's We finished the building we're doing now. We got those 2 in the middle, and I'm pretty sure that's it. Just based on the guesswork of like how many stages people said that there were and all that, we should definitely be getting into that area. So what I am gonna do is I'm gonna drive this all the way back to the farm. I'm gonna grab those 2 things of wood beams and the planks, because it'll be relatively quick. And I do need the tractor to come all the way over here anyways to load up the other wood beams. So we can get ourselves a little bit more money. Keep all that moving. Let's see, the International CV can hook a very special cultivator so it can actually farm with it. Wait, the International CV? That this thing? I know this is an international car, I just remember if it's a CV or not. Blue cultivator with a ball hitch? Weird. I don't think I would plan to do that, but weirdly that is, it's like, okay, I guess. Alright, if we had a cultivation contract, technically I could hand someone my truck and be like, go cultivate that field. Yes, let's go over here, empty out our lumber mill. Bring that over. Yeah, Smiffles. There is, if you're looking to remove tree trunks, if you go over here, it's under forestry, as soon as we find that real fast. You have the well, actually, yeah, you've got these things. Forest mulcher can be used to remove tree stumps. Any of the forest mulchers can do that. That says excavator tools. There we go. Leave that one alone. There we go. These mulchers down here. So that mulcher right there for 23,000 can remove tree stumps and bushes. So yeah, that'll do it. Under mulchers, under forestry. And it just hooks up to your tractor and you just roll over it and it grinds it up. Yeah, because this will give me some of what I'm looking for. No, it can also create plowed field too. Yep. You can use the mulcher as a way of plowing fields. Which that is one of the added bonuses. If you really don't like the angle of the plows, a mulcher can do square, which makes it easier to work with. That said, it does not have the same size as the actual plows. So if you decide to go that route, just understand it will be slower overall just because of size. Not counting if you get a plow similar size. All right, come on. Give me more. One thing to help you with the lines is if you notice on my compass on the bottom left, how the far left one is degrees. If you want to get that way better, when you go to start the fields, and this is assuming they're lined up with the grid, which is not a safe assumption on my part, but when you're trying to do straight lines, get it set to anywhere like 90, 180, 270, 0, like any one of the ones that is a 90 degree, and you can get yourself a perfectly crisp line by just staying on it. So like, if I were to angle myself like this, so we're at 90 right now, I would make a perfectly straight line if I was plowing right here. That'd be right along the grid. And like, if it starts to go like 90.2, then you go and you tweak it back this way. If you start going slightly under, you just gotta finagle it back and forth. Alright. Drop off these wood beams. And grab the last one. And that should be it for this. And we can go and grab the beams from the warehouse after I drop this off. I just figured this truck was, my tractor was already over here where the forklifts were, and I had a bunch of lumber we had started to pile up. This is money to me, so let's get it. This money will probably offset the entire loss we'd take for buying the beams. Okay. So make sure we do not see another thing of beams out there. And we check our sawmill. We're not really close to another one popping out. That's what you end up doing through Starfields. It took you a while to get the plow to cooperate. Yeah, plows are a little finicky. Don't worry about the two wheels immediately around the corner. We're fine. Yeah, so we got 2 things of wood beams, 2 things of planks. We'll be good. That temple's looking really close to done. I am pretty excited about it. All right. Because that'll save me have to do these trips back and forth with the truck. It also saved me every 2-3 days having to go in and be like, all right, well, it's time to burn $8,000 on buying wood. You know, 8,000 being the difference between me buying and selling at a loss. All right. I am technically going to buy just to buy the 6 things of beams since I know I'm going to need them anyways. Just still fully load 1 load. Honestly, might even be worth doing. Just treat any and all of them I get as needing 8. So I build up a surplus. Hey, how's it going? Are we having a good one? All right. And so with this, we can just pop up here, drop off the 2 and 2. Especially where we're going to need to keep doing like the 12 planks, the 12 beams, that kind of thing. Probably save me a lot of trips. Alright, so let's plan to put 10 beams on the back of this thing. And that'll be good. We're right about to hit 400,000. I'm kind of hoping that maybe when we finish the temple, they give you like a little bonus bumpy bump of money. I don't think they do, but who knows? They give you a Steam achievement, and that's what really matters. Alright, so we just gotta go by the warehouse again, then I'll have to get the tractor, bring it over. And I don't really have a, another thing I can have my other vehicles doing in the meantime. And I know I can hire a worker to drive them over, I just haven't been doing that. Flatbed is starting to show its age. Good. I've been pretty open that I actually really like in these games when you get your vehicles and, you know, they look like they've been properly used. To me, everything looks kind of fake or whatever in a game when it's all like perfectly clean and polished and nice. And so like when they're all scratched up and dinged and scuffed, they look way more genuine. Is there something like this? The U.S. map to help build? Yes, there is a silo that you build a museum out of. It is supposed to be a similarly large project. I don't know which one's worse or anything like that. But yeah, so there's a silo that you'll sell stuff to make it into, like, build up the museum kind of thing. It is one of those things that if you get a sawmill, it does seem like that's kind of the idea, is like the sawmill will, or like the major project does seem to buy the goods that it asks for at a slightly higher rate than everyone else in the map. So like if you're doing the wood beams, my temple here buys the wood beams at a higher rate than the sawmill and all that. Or the carpenter or whoever buys the wood beams, I don't really know. Genuinely, if I can snag a forklift for like 12,000, I would buy it. Or maybe not, like 20,000 or whatever. You bought 79 just to keep the sawmill fed with trees? Doubt the land can be used for anything. We'll just sell it back. Yep. Yeah, that's always one of the things. I do kind of wish there was a bit more strength behind the terraforming tools. I haven't messed them with enough in this one, but I do know in the other game, like in Farm Sim 22, like it was kind of one of those things you can only lift the ground so much or down from it. So like imagine, you know, 10 units up, 10 units down, and so it kind of really limited you. So like for example, on this map where we have the rice paddies on those ledges, I don't think I could, you know, convert that into like a plateau, like one big plateau for all of it to have a field on it or something like that. Like I think it mostly is going to keep that relative shape. I can just do stuff like where there's a hill, I can smooth it out to be a bit flatter. Or if there's like, you know, like the little ditch here, I might be able to fill in the little ditch or whatever. You do a lot to like flatten the land. You can also really mess things up with the terraforming tool. You tried animals a ton on the hill. They're just too hard to access. Yeah, and a lot of the animals, when you put the stuff on, it'll make a flat area. So you end up having this area that like one side cuts deep into the hill, and the other side just like this big ledge, like just cliff off the side of the other hill. So you gotta make yourself like a little ramp just to get up to it. It ends up looking really rough. I am curious if we have any type of things we can buy to make some of the stuff. Like we have those, like for the rice, they have what's effectively a retaining wall where it's just, you know, the hard ledge. I could see that being an interesting thing, so you make your field, but then you have like this hard ledge so you can, you know, again, where it was a hill sloping down, you can have it go flat, out, then drop, and then flat. And having like tiers to it, so maybe put like a greenhouse up here, go flat, drop it down, a greenhouse up here, have those nice like paver edges to it. Like just probably make it an object that it's just like a like a cube or whatever you just shove in and you just put them next to each other. Alright, so we've almost got our tractor in place. And then with that, we'll be able to get, like I said, I was going to just go ahead and buy 10 beams. I think I only need 4, but I can just buy the 10 beams. And that just means later on, when we get to some of these projects, I'll get to like kind of skip steps where I'll just already have it fully loaded. I probably should have been doing it the whole time, but it's fine. I will say, if we get a bunch of corn harvesting contracts, there's a lot of corn on the map right now. Okay. Or was it 10 or did I say 8? I think it was 8. I was going to do 8, that way it's only 1 level high, so it's much easier to drive. So, you know, the 2 tall, like 3 wide, 2 tall, and then the, you know, the 2 tall in the back, just 1. Yes, let's make it 8. That'll be easy enough for me to transport. Won't be a huge hassle to load it up. Alright. So I know the weekend's half over, but I haven't got anything real fun they got going on. Oh, and also, in addition to that, for those who didn't see, when we raided Ultrasaurus, I believe that was yesterday, the RC farming equipment was amazing. It was like RC car style farming equipment it's apparently a whole big thing, but it's fully functional. So you have these tiny, tiny little like RC, you know, RC balers and foraging wagons and all that. And so they're just like driving them down. They've got like little bits of hay that they've, you know, got a harvester that's going and shooting this, like shooting the hay into this like chaser trailer and all that. Oh no, not a game mod. It was she was looking it up. It wasn't on her farm. It was just a thing that people point out that there's like this entire thing around fully functional RC farming equipment. So it's like not something you'd actually use on the farm. We're talking, you know, these are like RC car style, you know, size, but like again, fully functional tractors and everything that would, you know, have the trailer, like the chaser trailer hooked up to them and everything. And it's just, it was wild. They had like foraging harvesters and all sorts of stuff. I think the part that impressed me the most is when you think about the size of those things, even just the basic mechanics, some of those parts to get them small enough to get them to work, you'd be talking like fractions of a millimeter thick, and then being like, okay, now you're gonna have it try and do anything of substance because that's the goal of having the RC thing and not having a break. Alright. So let's put the 2 tall in the back of the truck first. No, I've learned this lesson. The 2 tall along here first, and then the back of the truck. Alright. What? Why did you rotate? They rotate like I hit the front of them on a pole or something. Alright, one second. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think we want to leave it like that. I don't think that's a good idea. Because I'm going to have to put the last one on afterwards. Work with me. Don't tip over. No. We'll sneak those forks just up enough to even you out on this. Don't do what you're going to try and do. Alright, just let that fall. Let's get out of here. You know what? It's good enough.
Thank you, Elcar, for subscribing for 4 months.
Thank you, Car, for
Rual arrive, Rual chaos, Rual concern.
Thank you, Car, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, so I really do appreciate that. I mean, you could have used it literally anywhere in Twitch. That's the thing. Twitch. And this is where he chose to use it, and that means a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. Am I, like, not even remotely lined up? What's going on here? There, it's like, stop fighting me on this. I just want to get this done. This is supposed to be a fairly easy setup. But yes, thanks so much for that. I do really appreciate all the support everyone's been showing and all that. Literally could not keep doing this full time if it wasn't for it, so thank you so much for that. Because if I stop having to do this full time, that is not going to be an easy adjustment again. Don't make me go back to corporate. Don't make me do it. That scene's rough right now. Alright, so let's drop these off at the temple. And then that should get the next phase locked in. Can you see that not see, red car, that I am driving an illegally overloaded and unbalanced and improperly secured load here? You should be far more careful about driving legally on your side of the road at a proper speed limit. Now there's some heckin' farming and delivering of wood going on. These roads aren't safe anymore. That beam pallet sticking way off on the right is certainly not going to get us to roll over. They'll certainly be okay and not something to be genuinely concerned about. It'll be this turn up here that'll be the one we'll probably roll on if I roll. Keep going up on 2 wheels and I don't like it. I knew I had overdone it when I got around there. I might be able to recover this one without the forklift. With that hill there? Yes, yes. No, no. Yes. No. Baby? Alright, we got it. Yeah, because there's a little bit of a dip there, I could kind of swing it back and forth to just try and keep trying to flip it. I just overdid the first go, and the second one did fine. Let's see. Recently experimented with extending a field with a plow, ended up accidentally plowing through a nearby street. Well, it's good that they let you do that, because it was one of the things in a lot of the old maps that the street was kind of its own field. And so you just get near to be like, access denied, you can't do this. And so if you ever wanted to move a road, it was just a no-go. And you can sometimes scuff it where, like, if you had a big enough plow, it checks to see where you're actually at with the, I think it's like your location it bases it off of. So there is ways you can kind of scuff it to get your tools to work a little teeny tiny bit outside of your property. I've definitely done that deliberately and maliciously at times. There's a 27,000. So that it should have way more than enough goods. Cool, cool. And that's that one, because like I said, we got that one, we've got all these, and there's just these two after that one. So we're looking like this will be sorted soon. Okay, so double checking. Contracts I cannot live without. I mean, those aren't bad cultivating contracts, but honestly, and I'm not doing that same contract. It wouldn't be so bad, but they're literally giving me the exact same wood contract again and again. It pays well. It's like 18,000, which is the only reason it's ever tempting. But at the same time, it's like, but no, also, I don't wanna. Ooh, I should have checked the supplies in the buildings. It's too late now, but that's fine. Okay, no sales at all today. So the harvesting one, I'm not doing any of those. 16,000 for a cultivating contract is a lot of money. So that probably is going to happen. You need more wood. We can live without the water for a minute. Why do you need more wood? It's fine. And how are you doing at the temple? Yes, you got a whole next day with the temple. I honestly don't want to move the tractor, so I'm going to let that cultivating contract slide. But let's double check. So sawmill shouldn't run out today. It's full, but it shouldn't run out today. So I am going to just advance a month. You're cutting your trees and they disappeared under the road. That's inexperienced. Like, you've been able to get stuff to clip through the world. It's not often, but it is doable, especially if like really small things that you can get to deal with that. Yeah, I'm trying to just not get caught up in doing the contracts endlessly. Okay, so that's like the big sprayer that you can just drive around. We got another. Yeah, we got ourselves another harvester it's trying to get me to buy. Let's double check what that one is. So that's a New Holland. Wait, what? Are you a special one? Oh, did I choose the wrong? Oh, it's foraging wing. I chose the wrong harvester. That's why. So you are the CR11. So for New Holland, the CR11, and then there's the Gold Edition. So it is the CR11. So that is the big mama jama of harvesters we've got here. Like, you look at this, it's got more horsies than any of the other ones here. I mean, technically that one can be pushed to be slightly higher, other than the case it's tied with. And it could take any of these front ends. So I could buy it. It's in our money. I won't be able to buy the header for it. It needs repairs. I'm gonna pass on it for right now. Like, that is like the one we'd probably won. I'm gonna regret it down the road. But for right now, I'm like, no. The $1 million. We need the $1 million. Okay, we're getting low on water. We need the $1 million, and we need to keep this going. So let's speed up time real fast just to see what the next stage is. And we can go from there. Okay, so we've got both the planks and the beams. Fortunately, they happen to just by coincidence be at the same amount. So it's looking like 8 of each. And that's the only reason I didn't want to do that cultivating one that was worth all that money, is I'm like, I'm just going to need to bring the tractor back over to the warehouse almost immediately. Yeah, so if we do this one, that should do a lot of good. We can get 8 of the long planks and 8 of the beams loaded up. And then I gotta make a decision of doing something with that harvester. Because the problem, and to give you the thing, is I'm trying to prioritize the objectives of the dare drops. Which the $1 million in the bank account is the one I think is going to be our biggest challenge. And so the issue is I can buy that basically $400,000 harvester, and by the time I put a header on, it'll be a little bit over. And I can buy that, and that sets us up really well for success in the long run if I'm going to make those particular crops, which I probably would if I got that. The catch is, once I get that, I gotta buy a seeder that's gonna be probably another $100,000 realistically for something worth using. And so that's basically $500,000 just there. And then until I can, like, I won't even be back to that amount of money until I can do enough harvest to make up the $500,000. So we were just strictly trying to build up the farm. That to me would be a no-brainer to buy it. But for me trying to do the dare drop, it's going to take me a while to pay back that equipment. That $500,000 worth of equipment. And then realistically, to make it even meaningful, timely manner, it means buying 4 or 5 new plots of land, which is going to set me back, you know, another $400,000 or $500,000. You get the idea. There's a certain point where it's like, okay, but no, really, if I just didn't buy this thing, we'd be done with this faster. Okay, so we said 8 of each? Yes, because there was 4. So 8 of these. So let's grab those and bring those out. Because it's going to be a 2-tripper regardless, so let's split it evenly. Oh, make sure there's no contracts you want to do. Because I could put the people on a contract in the meantime. I thought there was a harvesting one for way more. Plowing, no. Wood transport, I need to do it manually. Stone picking, no. That's honestly a properly good one. I don't need to borrow the equipment for it, but I'm going to. And I'm borrowing the equipment just because I need my tractor right now to load stuff. And it's enough money if I just chuck this over there and have it working. It should finish up by the time I'm done with my contract. Give me a little extra money. So that's a good one. So we got that one. And the cultivating contracts, honestly, like I could use my tractor for that. I'm just not going to. Okay, so let's go load up this. I'm gonna have to do 2 loads of the truck. Now get the next step done. Alright. What's amusing now I think about it is even if you're running an autoloader mod, like if they have one, I don't think they have one out yet, but if you're running one, that warehouse will still be a pain because you'd have to get whatever you're auto-loading into the warehouse far enough to auto-load it. So I do feel like they've kind of made it so trying to do these. Let's see, does the sawmill you place have to fill up before it starts putting the goods outside? You filled up with the wood already? No, so the thing you probably don't have is if you collect this, so we have the sawmill, make sure you click on the product and you'll see an activate, deactivate button down here. Make sure it's activated, and then it'll say here storing, selling, or distributing. Storing means it'll plunk them down next to the sawmill as they get produced every time it hits 1,000 liters. Selling means they'll just sell it, you'll get money. And then distributing means if you have any buildings that use those materials, it will automatically send it to that building. So most likely my guess would be it's not activated. Do you know a way to distribute eggs? I have no idea. I haven't gotten to the animals yet in this version. It could be that you just have to pick them up. I don't honestly know. I'm trying to think of what you distribute eggs for. I know there's the cake. I'm sure is our thing. Noodles. Gotcha. Why are you fighting me on all of these today? There we go. You can't, let's see. Can't distribute animal products, they all have to be delivered manually. Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't do... When we did our Survivor Man, I didn't really use distributing much. Like this one, we've been doing it with the greenhouse because just the nature of how the preserve thing was going, it was effectively deleting half of my garlic in that every single time I restocked. And it's like, well, look, if you're just going to delete my stuff, I'm going to just find a way around it. So we're using distributing, and then as the building fills up, I'll switch it to selling and vice versa. Let's actually check. Those might be getting pretty far. No, you're still good there. Yeah, and then after we finish this delivery, gotta take the tractor back to refill the water in the greenhouses. Probably be a good time pretty soon to start cultivating again. Because that's getting a bit low. Alright. I do wonder how this would be if you just had the sawmill and the cement factory just kept delivering, like, whatever you got, just delivering it to the temple. Alright. I kind of wish way early on I had gotten that truck, front, and gotten the flatbed. Just because I know I could sit there and get away with, back at that place, buying like 20 pallets and just loading that sucker up 3 deep. And I'd still have to baby it with that load. But instead I had to baby it and only getting, 8, 9, 10 out of these. Just be able to do it in like half the trips. It basically means almost every single stage would have been able to take the stage all in one go. But at this point, I'm also like super late into it. I'm like, now its value's not really there, and I haven't been doing enough stuff that I would want to keep in their pallet form. We've just been selling it directly to have as like a trickle income versus like waiting for it. I've generally found that so many of the prices in this game versus 22 are just the minimum and the maximum price are just so close. It's just not worth waiting to the ideal time to sell. It's probably different with like the very high volume stuff, like you're harvesting your crops. But just like the flour and all that, it's been so far, it's been like minimum to maximum is like 20 difference, 50 difference. Alright, so now we need the long planks. Same exact deal. And they'll take care of about 3 days worth of temple stuff. And once we get all that sorted, we can get our fields cultivated maybe. Like, it might be I drive the tractor... Well, actually, we'll drive the tractor back. I will need to get water into the various places. I probably just need to bump the trees sitting on the sawmill to get them to register that they've moved so they go in. And that'll be fine. We're getting that contract done for the extra money. It'll be interesting, because eventually with the sawmill, what that means is when we finish the temple, I'd probably just switch it over to sell. Which would just mean probably similar money ultimately, but just I wouldn't have to do the shipping. Alright. So now it's going to be 8 long plank pallets. Load those up, bring them to the temple. Another stage knocked out. And as I mentioned earlier in the stream, there's a good chance tomorrow's stream we might start off with some RimWorld. That way I can kind of warm myself up. I haven't played RimWorld in a hot minute on the channel, even though I usually, like, I've played it tons in the past. Just to, like, warm up for the RimWorld Hot Potato. I don't know what I'm going to be doing in it yet. I probably do need to come up with some type of thing, because it's also another thing that's got me a little concerned, is normally end up in about the first third of the RimWorld Hot Potato, and this time I'm like the beginning of the last day. So the colony's going to have some pretty decent wealth unless horrible things happen. And that does mean I'm gonna need to expect a lot worse than I normally would have to face. So far as like the attacks on for the hot potato. Whereas normally when I do the hot potato, like I said, I usually end up inheriting kind of like not the very beginning thing, but you know, people are starting to set up some type of defense or whatever, or starting to get there. I also need to get all my incentives figured out because those should have been done already, but just struggling to keep up with stuff. Getting myself involved in more than I can handle. And then for those who didn't see on the Discord, I'm just going to remind a couple people that we do have a poll going on the Discord. We did a playthrough of Factorio, and I've had a lot of people show interest in having me play more Factorio. So I do have a poll going on the Discord and the polls channel that's basically saying, hey, do you want to see more Factorio? And it's basically yes, and then the other option is no or indifferent, because I'm kind of treating those as the same for my purposes, because indifference is kind of one of those things that's not great for you know, keep the channel in a good place or whatever. If people are indifferent about the game, it's like, okay, maybe let's try and find something to be a little bit more excited about. And then if we end up doing it our playthrough, do people want to see like a brand new playthrough, or do they want to see me like, you know, achievement hunt, mega factory, the factory? And then what we'll likely do maybe the day of is have the discussion of, are we doing like a main bus factory this time instead of depending on rails heavily, or do we want to go like literally for a train world where the goods are far more, or the materials, sorry, are far more spread out, so like you just have to use trains for a lot of it. Then on the first we've got Dredge, which should be fun. I guess that depends on why they're indifferent. If it's the case of they'll enjoy it regardless of the games we've been playing, that's a positive indifference. I mean, it's a positive indifference for the channel, but the way I look at it is, even if they're like, oh yeah, no, I'll watch whatever. I mean, I still would like to focus on, you know, oh yeah, I'd watch whatever. Okay, but let me try and find something they would actually be like, oh no, I'm actually excited to watch that. Because again, you want people to be as entertained as possible and yada yada. So for the game selection side of it, I see indifference as, this is not something that says I should probably play that game specifically. But no, I do get what you're saying. Like, for the channel, that's a good thing, where they're like, oh yeah, no, I'll watch regardless of what you're playing. Obviously, like, that's the dream. You know, people are just so into your content that, you know, even if you're playing something they're not super into, that's fine. They're still just into your content. That's a great place to be. That's the dream for a content creator. That, like, they're bought in on you. So even if you play something that's like, oh, this is genuinely not a game I normally enjoy, but I enjoy watching you play it, that's still great. Jay says, if it's not positive, I count it as a negative, because indifferent means they're not hot in the game and they're here for the streamer. Will only last for so long before, you know, they'll have a really low fan base. I agree. Factorio, yeah, Factorio is the top-down one that has lots of conveyor belts. But yeah, and that's exactly what I'm kind of going with JD, is, it's kind of the same thing that when you get, like, a review for stuff, like, if you have a review, like, that's, you know, 5 stars or whatever, that generally it's seen that anything below, like, 3.75 stars is a negative review, as far as good for your product. And then even to a certain degree, below 4, one would argue, is still seen as bad. And that's not a matter of, oh, well, 3.75 people won't buy. It's kind of, it's kind of one of those things that, like, a fairly neutral response is, from the marketing standpoint, seen as a bad thing. Like, you want people to be excited, engaged, and interested. Like, being neutral is fine. It's just one of those things that's not great for longevity of stuff. They may not even be indifferent on the game, just hit their saturation point. Yeah, well, I mean, that's fine too. Like, that's also those things. Like, if they're indifferent, they're like, oh, I've seen a lot of this, but like, it doesn't, like, I'm not against it, but I'm also not excited for it. That could be a thing that means 1 or 2 streams in, that switches from they're indifferent to be like, no, actually, I'm pretty done with this. You know, those are all things you gotta worry about. Genuinely want to find stuff that people, you think, like, either one, they're already excited for. That's easy. Like, if like you have people, it's like, this is a game that's aligned with your content, and the people are already excited to see it, that's great. You play the game. Unless there's like a very compelling reason not to, you play the game. But you can also have it where, like, maybe they're not excited yet, but it's something new, and you're like, I think they'll be excited about it. There's a lot to be said about that. But if people are generally kind of apathetic about it, that's not a red flag. Oh, right, that was the one we leased. I was like, why did it take my tractor? Right. We leased that one because my other tractor was busy. So even though I had that equipment. And then plus, the other thing to consider is a run in Factorio takes a very long time now with the DLC. It is a very significant investment of time. So you want to make sure people are actually into it. That's part of why we bounced on Astroneer. Is I was looking at it to get to the DLC content, it would take me at least probably like 3 streams total, including the stream we already had. And I don't know how long the DLC content is, but I imagine that's got to be a couple of streams. And so where that kind of had a lukewarm response, and then by and large, other channels I've seen with similar content, it's had a bad response. It's just kind of one of those ones you're like, okay, am I ready to commit to 7, 8 streams of this? If, you know, usually most games when you play them, when you start playing them is going to be the best response they get, and they'll typically go down, unless, you know, you get known in that thing, or you set some record, or, you know, others are leaving the category and you're staying. Like, there's strategies to have there. But, like, generally speaking, if it is a game for your own audience that doesn't have some other thing going on with it at the time, your first stream of that game most of the times will be the best performing one. Again, not counting if you get caught up in the market lot. Oh yeah, now I got you a choo-choo. But I do also acknowledge that no matter what game I play, there's going to be a certain amount of the audience who is not into it, but they enjoy the vibes, so they stick around. And there's also be a bunch of people who are not into it, and they end up leaving, which is totally fine. You know, obviously find the content that entertains you. That's why you're here. But it is just one of those things. But you usually watch games that you're playing and trying to learn, to be honest. You don't watch Factorio much because you have no idea what's going on, because you don't play those types of games. You also watch, so you only watch Twitch while people are setting down for the night. So it's really indifferent, I guess? Yeah. Well, that's just it. Like, that's part of why we put, like, the polls out. We, like, you know, get that pulse feel, like, okay, do we have a lot of people who are excited for more Factorio? Or is it just, you know, a couple, you know, the vocal minority, as it were, we're like, oh yeah, Factorio, that would be nice. Alright, 1 second. I was trying to check some real fast. It's also one of those ones that's been, like, almost split down the middle. That's also a reason I tend to not do polls like that on Twitch. For one, because by the fact that you set it on a time, no matter what, some of your audience is going to miss it. And I understand not everyone's on Discord, but I gotta put it somewhere. Hey, MC and Mickey, how's it going? And so, like, you gotta do it somewhere. And Twitch doesn't offer me a place to do it on Twitch that's persistent. That's the real kicker. I could do an in-the-moment poll on Twitch, no problem. Easy peasy. But if I'm trying to get, like, the broader audience and not just the audience that tunes in at the beginning of the day or the end of the day, it means... Oh, you're not gonna let me turn this on, are you? Yeah, so I'm gonna have to cultivate these fields. Because there's not persistent, I gotta drag it off Twitch. So you're here for the vibes, you're watching, you play it, you got this Self-Harm Sim 22, which has been collecting your dust in your library? Yep. I do have a tendency to cause people to buy and or go back to replay games. That is a common occurrence here. Yeah, so I have to cultivate those fields if I'm going to use them for water. I'm also hoping that we can nudge these trees and it'll accept them. It could also be that I just cut another chunk off the tree and it'll be good. But yeah, unfortunately, I can't do anything in these fields until they're cultivated, so we'll just do that real fast. It's a good time to do it anyways. All right. Yeah, but that's one of those things, like, as a variety streamer, there's a lot of things that you just kind of have to accept. No matter what you do so far as your game selection, there's going to be some people into it, some people not. If you keep playing the same game, some people are going to be into it, some people are going to get bored and move on. If you switch games, some people are not going to like the switch, and they're going to move on. You know, it's that. You play this for 5 minutes, you're like, crap, buying another game. I've had a number of people be like, I need you to stop playing different games. My wallet cannot handle it. Yeah, it's actually one of the most stressful parts of streaming, weirdly enough, is figuring out what games you're playing. Like, very, very genuinely, that is a decision that no matter what you do, you will second, triple, and quadruple guess it. And no matter what you select, you'll worry that you made the wrong decision. And obviously you can't, that's not a reasonable thing to deal with long term. So you have to be like, I've committed, you know, right, wrong, or otherwise, you know, I committed to this decision. Unless I get something here that makes it very clear and obvious that I have made a miscall. Like, if I were to play a game and my viewership would be like 50 average viewers tonight, which is way below what'd be normal, that would probably be one of those ones that's like, this game does not get played again. Unless they're like, oh, there's a mass outage in Twitch, or like some bigger event around it. But like, if it did seem like a perfectly normal night otherwise, and the numbers were just horrifically bad playing a game, it'd be like, oh, this game is actively driving away my viewership. Yeah, this game is gone. I haven't had anything that bad. I'd actually say, sadly, the closest I've had is probably Path of Exile. That is definitely one that every time I play, it is, you can practically hear the feet get up and walk away. There's a reason I finally went, okay, I just won't. I used to selfishly play it anyways, but like the last couple of leagues, I've been like, you know what? Even as much as I enjoy it, I just can't stream it. It's just too far a departure of my normal content. Yeah, that's steering assist, so if I hit the button, it'll follow it. I'm just doing cleanup at the end here. But yeah, so they did add steering assist to the game. This is not a mod. This is base game. But yeah, the way it works is you've got the button for hiring your helper. You just push and hold it, and instead of having your helper menu, you've got steering assist. You can, you know, change it to have different numbers of headlands and all that. But otherwise, you just line up with one of these white lines, it'll turn orange, and if I hit the button, it turns green. That locks me onto the rail, and we'll follow it. Now, as you can see from me just flying right off the end, it doesn't do anything beyond just keeping you from like going to left and right off the sides. You still ultimately gotta handle the rest yourself. So like going forward, turning around, all that stuff, that's on you. These are not particularly good fields for me to use the steering assist. They're too small. As you can see, I kind of keep missing the corners because I'm not sitting here like doing what I need to do to clean that up. But I'll just touch those up on the other end. But yeah, they've done a lot of good stuff in the game. Because like a lot of that stuff used to be kind of mods. They also made the AI better when it comes to working your field, so the AI will do headlands and all those things that help it not be quite as awful at trying to get things done as it was in 22. Because like the AI in 22 would just take stuff like the sprayer, get it immediately stuck on things, and then throw their hands in the air and step away. So it's been really nice having this. I haven't gotten to the point of testing it with the sprayer, which was like kind of the infamous tools for just the AI just not being able to handle it. So I haven't gotten to test that properly because we're doing a challenge thing where we start with no money and all that. But at the same time, you know, there's the whole thing. I gotta figure out what I'm doing in RimWorld for tomorrow's stream, because like I said, I'm gonna start with that. And kind of the catch I have with that is for what I'm doing, I'll have like a day or two of RimWorld that I'll be able to do. Then I'm going to be out, like, not playing RimWorld deliberately while I have the charity stuff going on, so I'm not competing with the charity, because they'll be in the RimWorld category, so I'll do something else. I will still be doing Farm Sim, by the way. But like, very genuinely, there's that. And then my intention is I'm expecting people to be excited about RimWorld after the hot potato again. Because it's usually what happens. It's happened every year in the past that we have the hot potato, and then it gets both the creators involved as well as their communities, pretty much everyone being like kind of back in the RimWorld mood. So a lot of us end up playing RimWorld for a month or 2 or 3 or however long. And then, you know, then get back into doing our things again. Did you play Oni? I have played Oni on here a good couple times. Gotten to pretty far into like mid-late game. I haven't had it where we've done like an actual win. Oni is one of those games that a lot of time, if you try and push all the way to a win as a content creator, unless it like very specifically matches the type of content you do, it just ends up being those things that people start to fall off after a while. It has the same problem that Factorio normally has, where if that's like not your thing you're doing all the time, then as it gets more and more farther along and more complex as your setup, you start doing like things to, you know, cool stuff off and nuclear reactors, like you start getting all that kind of nonsense that people just lose track of what's even going on anymore, and it's very hard for them to enjoy it at that point. So I have played it, but it is a game that I have found difficult to play for more than, you know, 5, 6, 7 streams or whatever. Like, imagine if you're a channel that's like your channel's thing, that you do like the automation style games, that Oni would probably be one you could shoe in and get people to stay excited about for a good while. I'm honestly really surprised, really surprised interest stayed on Satisfactory and Factorio long enough for me to get those playthroughs done. Because I have played both those games on the channel before, and every single time in the past it was like go 3, 4, 5, however many streams in, and then like viewership would start falling off real hard. You know, which again, it kind of forces your hand. But I think part of that was the last time I kind of committed to playing some of those. Well, actually, no, the last time I played Satisfactory, it did okay before this most recent time as well. Not as good as it did the recent one, but that's nothing major happening versus, you know, going 1.0 release. But it did last time. I think the issue was more back when I tried to play Terraria and Factorio and Satisfactory. Even though it was still a variety channel, I've always have been, that very genuinely my primary audience was in Project Zomboid. And I feel like the overlap between Project Zomboid and Oni, or Project Zomboid and Satisfactory, and Project Zomboid and Factorio isn't a huge overlap. There certainly is. But I think it's one of those things that's more the exception than the rule. So people hung around a little bit being like, oh, new game, what this? And then, you know, when it didn't fit the types of games they were in, they're like, ah, okay, that's fine. For the record, I really like Oni. One of the other problems you run into Oni is a game that does have, unless things have changed, it is one of those things that as you get later in the game, you start running into lots of performance problems if you're not careful. You got to be careful on how many dupes you let your place have, so you got to keep the number pretty low, otherwise it starts having performance stuff. The intelligence of the dupes can be incredibly frustrating after a while, where you just have, like, everything's going fine, you just have that dupe who deletes the bridge behind them and then stares at you like, what do you want me to do, and then suffocates and dies. As you're scrambling, trying to get someone to put a chunk of anything back there to, you know, get them back out of the situation they've created for themselves. Going Medieval does that one too, where people trap themselves when you tell them to, like, delete these 10 blocks, and they'll start with the closest block and work their way out where they trap themselves in the one block out in the distance. I don't know if that's been fixed in Going Medieval. I haven't played that in a long time. Yeah, it's been kind of the recent struggle, is a lot of the games that people like to see you try out for the first time, I've played a lot of those. Not in a bad way. But then looking for other games that kind of fit the genres I play on the channel, that, you know, one, I'm either interested in, or two, that there is interest if it's not a new one. Because that's the other problem with a lot of games. A lot of games, they come out 2-3 months, people are interested in watching it. After that, kind of not really. Games like Oni's tend to stick around a bit longer. Not as strong as like RimWorld and Project Zomboid and The Sims and all these other ones have. Farm Sim is another one that tends to have a lot more staying power because people just stay interested in it for a while. I also still need to give Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 a try. With how it's been going, I've deliberately held off. But sooner or later, I should check it out. Even if it is we play it for like an hour and go, this sucks, and bail. You know, I got a key for it to play it and everything. Another thing that keeps me from jumping on that one is I want to take the time to set up all my stuff. Which is one of the things I've been specifically hearing is a problem, is that it keeps forgetting your configuration in the game. And I'm like, no, man. If I take the time to figure out my settings and all that, don't you dare lose that. That specifically is the thing that'll get me to stop playing a game. If you take all the time to configure your HOTAS, your throttle, all that stuff, and getting all of that figured out, and everything fine-tuned the way you want it, and it just loses, and you're like, oh, I have to redo all of my controls? Nah. Hi.
Hey, husband. I love you.
I love you too. Are you going to bed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you sleep well. Never. I've actually been doing pretty okay lately. Let's see, Let's see, have you or would you play RPGs like KCD? You're gonna use the not acronym because I don't really know what you mean by KCD. Something that doesn't have tons of complexity but has growth over time. I mean, I don't have anything against RPGs. The issue with a lot of RPGs and playing them on the channel is very story-heavy games are pretty difficult to play as a variety channel long-term, unless that's, again, your thing. And it's kind of the same problem you run with factory automation games a lot of times, is that if people miss a stream or two of the story, they now have no idea what's going on, at which point they usually will fall off and stop watching. So it ends up being one of those things that I would need to be able to start the game, have a very strong viewership right at the beginning. That way, as it falls off, I can still keep justifying playing. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I actually don't know that game. But it's not that I'm against it. I have tried to play a number of story-heavy games. By and large, they've all done really badly. Now there are content creators who effectively, as content creators, are storytellers. That's kind of their main thing or whatever, and that certainly works for them. But in the variety where you do like lots of simulation, story heavy anything is a real hard sell to the audience. Like there'd definitely be some people interested, but it's just, in raw percentages, it ends up being a very small number. Let's see, you wish someone can make a first/third person Project Zomboid game? You're 100% sure it'd work really well? I mean, to a certain extent, you can argue there's a number of games that could sort of ish fit that. Style of game like, the DayZ's out there, that's sort of ish, kind of. But, obviously the vibe's different there. That game is more like Witcher 3? Yeah, no, Witcher 3 would be a pretty difficult one to, I don't, like, I could certainly play that for, like, a stream or two, and that would probably be perfectly fine. People would genuinely most likely be interested in seeing it. But I definitely feel like that's those ones I get maybe 2 or 3 streams, and by then that would be the point where you just start seeing the numbers absolutely drop. I've kind of learned that through experience of doing games and just watching that same pattern happen again and again, and kind of noticing it's like, okay, what kind of games what kind of games have this pattern, what kind of games don't have this pattern. But you never know. Every once in a while I give it another go to see, like, the audience is always changing. We always have new people coming in. We have people who have been here who, decide not to come back, which is totally fine. They gotta find their content where they're looking for it. Yeah, no, that's the thing. If you're looking for something that's quite specifically Project Zomboid-esque, Zomboid is kind of a unique game. I honestly feel like a lot of what makes Zomboid good won't work outside of, like, isometric or top-down, maybe. It's just the nature of how it's presented. The having the around you view is not something you can do in first or third person easily. And so, like, there's lots of things that I feel like if you take it to another frame of reference, like another camera mode, it ends up being a thing that, like, it's not the same thing. It's very different. Yeah, I've got multiple people like, 7 Days to Die is fun to play, but awful to watch. I agree. I personally don't enjoy 7 Days to Die. I also have found some of the behavior of the devs to be pretty not great. Which I've explained that before, where basically there was I'm gonna call it a mod, but it's an application that you'd run that you could do Twitch integration in the game. So people could, chip in bits, all that sort of stuff to do stuff in the game. It is really slick and all that. And then 7 Days to Die added to their game their own Twitch integration. And when they did it, it's not that they said, hey, you need to take that down or anything like that. They started DMCA striking content creators using the other thing. So, like, literally going after the content creators who have been using the mod since before they had their own Twitch integration. And that is real dangerous for those. And the reason they were able to DMCA strike it is the mod did use some of the audio from the game in the game. And so, like, that kind of stuff is, like, really scummy. And that's just one of the many things they've done. But, like, as a group, they've done some pretty not great things. So, I personally, while, yeah, for the Project Zomboid stuff, it does line up with the type of content I'd potentially offer. It is one that, because of the behavior of the developers, and when I say developers, I don't know if it's the publisher, developers, or whatever. Because of that, it's a no-go for me. Like, I don't want to help them get sales if that's the way they're going to treat, you know, the people who help support their game. Maybe explain it for, I mean, first-person game that gives you the freedom Zomboid does? Does 7 Days to Die not do that? Like, if you're looking for something that has the feel of Zomboid, where you're plopped in a world and you walk around, like, okay, I mean, 7 Days to Die doesn't have, like, the set pieces and all that. They don't have a handcrafted map. I don't see another game mirroring what Project Zomboid does in another camera reference. I think even if someone were to make a new Project Zomboid that was just graphically better, I don't even think it'd do as good as Project Zomboid. There's a lot of things that lined up that made Project Zomboid as successful as it is. I don't mean that they don't deserve the success, they do. But I think it's one of those things that if you introduce the same game now in the absence of Project Zomboid, I don't think it would have done as well as, you know, the path it had. And there's a number of games that it's like it hit at the right time to accomplish what it did. And none of that is designed to be like a negative about the game. Yeah, Project Zomboid has a charm about it, and I don't think you can recreate that same feeling in first or third person. Like, I think the fact that your camera is so far away looking down at your character is part of what gives it its, like, the intensity you get when there's, like, hordes around and all that. Because when you're in the first-person situation, you kind of can't see, like, over the hordes unless you do, like, weird stuff and make the zombies, like, really short. And then just by the nature of having that different perspective, you can't have that thing where you see, like, the endless horde out there. Not without, like, set cinematics and stuff like Stage that some games do, where, you know, you go into the area and you see all the enemies first, and then you get down in there. And usually they have to do like a lot of finagling around that, where not all the enemies are active at the same time to not murder your performance in first person. Because another thing, when you get down to first person, you usually have to make the graphics way better to not have it look completely, utterly scuffed. And it's just a really big challenge. Not that I don't think anyone should try and all that, I personally don't think that'll work out. So that's 9 meter wide planter. Doesn't do spinach or the crops I'd want to do. Alright, so let's check on our lumber mill and all that, because I thought we're down to enough that we can make that work. Yeah. It's always fun to see a snooty emote in the wild. Alright, so we've got all that going. You're still good here. The sawmill is low on wood, and this is not taking the wood for some reason. It could still be that these chunks of wood are still just too big. This is a tree that was 6 tons. Yeah, first-person Project Zomboid to look like Old Doom? Probably. I mean, you wouldn't have, like, the 2D-ness. Yeah, so like this chunk here is about 4 tons still. There we go. And it almost filled it up. So I just need to cut that chunk down a little bit more and it's good. Okay, so let's see here. Do we have any contracts we cannot live without? I mean, that's still that amazing one, but we're not... I don't want to keep doing that same one. I'm not going to do the cultivating ones. Let's check all these again. So you're all fine in water. The mushrooms need water. Hey, Allison, how's it going? Look at your shout out after the ad break. It was good to see you. Alright, so let's go over here. Top off our water again. You got a new thing. It's nifty. You'll have to check it out later. Alright. Consider me curious about that. Alright, so we got our rice greenhouse topped off. Then go over here and drop it off at the mushroom greenhouse. You joined the ranks of VTubers. Ooh. Cool. It's always good to have, like, some type of, like, online presentation of that. It is one of those things, it's not strictly required to have some kind of visualization of yourself on camera to be successful, or, like, by any stretch of the imagination. But it is definitely easier. Because there is a lot of people who would prefer to have some kind of visible reaction from a content creator, even if it is a VTube. And yeah, there's people who are just not into VTubing. That's totally fine. There's people who are also not into watching, you know, people actually on camera. That's fine. There's people who prefer, like, no representation of your persona or whatever on the screen. There's a little bit of everything, but generally speaking, broadly speaking, having something on screen.
Thank you, DigiGuy801 for subscribing for 3 months.
Thank you, DigiGuy, for the tier 1 sub. The 3 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that. So thank you so much for that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. And I do hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that. But yeah, no, it's just generally speaking, on the average, more people are going to be engaged with your content if you are on screen in some form. That is not the person I'm trying to shout out. Let's see here. That's still not the person I'm trying to shout out. Here, I'll use that. All right. So shout out for Allison Adventures, who is an absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform, has played a whole bunch of different games, has played Factorio, RimWorld, Project Zomboid, a bunch of the same stuff we've done over here. So if you enjoy any of those things, you can absolutely find over there with Allison Adventures as well. Friend of the channel and all good stuff. Well, it's about the only camera-free one you know that works for is Kildrix. Oh, I know a decent number. I know a decent number of people who are camera-free who do pretty well. Like I said, there's in raw numbers, there are simply more who will have some type of camera or, you know, VTube model or whatever, or PNG tube or whatever, that kind of thing, than without. But you can absolutely be successful without some version of yourself on the screen, or not even of yourself, some representation for the channel. And I've seen people go from camera to VTube and make that work. I've seen people go from VTube to camera and make that work. I've seen people go from camera to no camera and make it work. I've seen people go from no camera to camera and make it work. The whole mess. You tried cartoon avatar streams, just can't do it, and that's totally fair. There are some people who are that's just not their jam. But that's kind of the thing. That's one of the recurring things you'll hear content creators talk about who are new. They'll be like, "Oh man, you know, I got this giant raid, but within minutes, like half of them left, and like am I just not cut out for it, or like whatever, you know, they have an insecurity about it. And it's like, no, that's the reality. Is if you have someone drop in a raid of 100 people, realistically within a matter of 5-10 minutes you'll have 50 people most of the time. There are exceptions if things like just perfectly align, or the content creator, you know, before you hypes you up a lot. There are certainly times that is not true, that you will have better results. But generally speaking, you're usually going to lose about 50% of the people who raid in within minutes to seconds of them getting there. And that's fine. That's A-okay. That is perfectly good. Because if you think about it, all of the different things that viewers want in streams, do you want a chill vibe? Do you want a high energy vibe? Are you interested in this game? Are you not interested in this game? Do you want someone to be on camera? Do you want to have a PNG tube? Do you want a VTube? Do you want no camera? With that, do you want them to be more reactive of chat, or do you want them to be just kind of a like a whole lot of things? It could be even be the correct category, but you're not playing in the way that, you know, you're not playing in the way that they want to see. And there's just so many things that in any group of people, each individual person watching, there's only a very small % chance that that person happens to be looking for the type of content you're offering. And it's nothing wrong with you. You didn't make a mistake. You haven't messed up. Everything's not over. It just, within a raid, you have 100 people. There might be single digit. It was like, you know what? That's the type of content I'm looking for that this person offers. Do we have any contracts here at all? Not that I'm taking right now. So yeah, so we're in that winter part where we don't really have a whole lot to work on. So we'll just fancy. Let's see. Yep. On raid, you give a few minutes to see. If not, easy to go to someone you already know. Yeah. Well, a lot of people won't even go that far. A lot of people, they'll ride the raid, and then they'll immediately click onto someone they know. Like, it's nothing personal against that individual. They didn't even see enough content to make it matter. And a lot of them, it's like when they start raiding out, they're actively working on clicking out of the window into another one. But it is just one of those things that, like, it takes a second, so they technically go with the raid. And those single-digit people can be a huge impact. Oh yeah, well, that's the whole thing. You know, you get those 100 people who land there. You know, if one or two of those people end up being long-term viewers of your channel, that's great. Like, that's awesome. Like, that's the whole thing about growing content creation, is you're going to churn viewers all the time. There's going to be people who, they're no longer interested in the game you're playing. They're not interested in the new game you're playing. You know, yada yada yada. And it's just a matter of more coming in than going out. So any time you get people pop in, that's good. So you're still good there. Ooh, we actually got a... Ah, it's the peas. I got excited. I was like, yes, it's the spinach. The peas are actually kind of garbage. But I got real excited for a moment, thinking we were gonna get the because I would have, if that would have been the spinach, I would have grabbed that immediately. But it's the peas, and the peas are not great. The peas are pretty much middle of the pack. Because the spinach is really good money, which is why I've been hoping we would see the harvester go on a good sale. But you can also get those people that do like the content, stick around, but just can't make the time for it. Yeah. Gotta get that spinach, absolutely. Let's see, you do a lot of stat collecting for some streamers, you mod. And for your brain, grabbed a lot of the most common viewer disengagement triggers. But sometimes it's just you hang out at the end of the stream before you got to do something. Oh yeah, and that happens a lot as well. There's a lot of people, you know, the streamer you're watching calls it a night and you're like, you know, it's late, I need to call it a night. Or, oh hey, I got this thing I need to do at work. Yeah, so it's one of those things that just very genuinely, that's kind of the advice I try to give people. It's like, hey, when they bail, when like literally half those viewers go, it has nothing to do with you. Like, it's not your content's no good, it's not anything like that. It literally, they didn't see enough of you to even have anything. Beavers the killer vibes? Yep. Or you walk in at the end of stream And it's like going into a bar at closing time. Yeah. Yeah, now there's lots of things that'll cause people to bounce pretty fast. And you do learn a lot of those as content creators. Sometimes the nature of those things, you just, like, even if it does cause people to bounce, you just do it because it's their thing. Let's see, what do you think of the streamers that throw up their 30-second trailer for raids? I think that's fine. There's certainly going to be people who are not into that, and there's certainly going to be people who are on board with it. I know some that they don't do it for every raid, but like once either if they have a couple of small raids cumulatively come together, they'll toss it up. Or if they have like a really big raid, they'll toss it up. I think that's reasonable. Ranther is saying, and any people stay as a bonus. Still here from a Radamant raid. Yep. Well, that's the thing. I've heard content creators rumbling that raids just aren't like they used to be. That you used to get viewers from raids, and I'm like, do you not? I mean, yeah. Again, 50% of people bounce almost instantly. Sure, absolutely, 100%, agreed. You know, that is accurate. And they're like, oh yeah, and then usually 80-90% of them will bounce over the next hour or two. Yeah, 100% accurate. Agreed. You know, there are exceptions. Again, if the person who raids into you, like, really is like, oh no, this person's amazing, you want to check them out, like, really talking you up, that usually helps. But all that kind of stuff. But the reality is there's just so many reasons for people to bounce that have nothing to do with your content that it's just very genuinely like, yeah, don't sweat it. You're there to get a handful. Like, if you can get a couple people through there, that raid has been worth every bit of it. Hey, there's no one here to tell me no. If no one's here to tell me no, then clearly the answer is yes. That's referring to traffic laws, by the way. Most time you get slice of life variety and you love it. Oh, that raid you? You think you came here with the raid and you have no memory of it? The vast majority, like, to me, if I were able to sit back, I am willing to bet the people who got to my channel through raids is gotta be like 80-ish% would be my guess. Somewhere up there. After that would probably be the recommended section would be another one that would be way up there. And ultimately the recommended section is just really kind of who you share an audience with, similar categories and all that. And so like I would say that's probably in the 80 or higher percentile. It'd probably be recommended section next, and then probably category after that. And then once we get down to stuff like going live tweets, or I mean I don't really use X anymore, going live like tweets and all that when I used to do those, or you know, people seeing me on Discord or people seeing me in other people's channels and all that, that's probably like a fraction of a percent. You found you when I found Rimworld. Scroll through the category. You were the one talking chat. Yep. That's one of the reasons why, like, also when I run to people who are like, oh, I'm new to streaming, you know, I'm having problems retaining viewers.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Kitchen Wizard.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Kitchen Wizard. Kitchen Wizard, you have yourself some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you want them or not. So thank you so much for Randall Thor. You've gifted so many subs in this channel. I really do appreciate it. You have done so much to support this channel, Randall Thor. So thank you. Let's see. The thing that really is your favorite part of the Rual stream is the passion you have that burns for things. Seeing you happy is one of the joys of the world. Aw. Watching you play Coral Island or this game, you're having fun is great. Yeah. The only sad part is I've beaten Coral Island now. And like, don't get me wrong, they literally just did an update this past week that was so much good stuff for the game. but it wasn't like, it wasn't a bunch of new content that'd be like, oh yeah, it's totally makes sense for me to do another playthrough. It's like, okay, well, I mean, they add some late game stuff and like one extra story thing, but that would be going for, you know, maybe a couple of hours worth of new content that I would have to surround with content that I've admittedly probably gone through on the channel maybe more times than I should. Coraline's an amazing game, and I will stand behind that 100%. If you like Stardew Valley, and you haven't checked out Coral Island, you are doing yourself a disservice. Oh yeah, no, Coral Island, I would say, for the year it came out, was my game of the year. And people in this channel know I tend not to almost ever use, like, favorite or anything like that. How many hours do I have in Coral Island? Right now, I have about 400 hours. And I still have more I want to get done in the game. It's just doing other things in the meantime. I still got more achievements I want to do and stuff like that. It's one of those games that one thing that it is a sad point for me is I do want to learn all the characters. So it's the same thing as like Stardew Valley, where when you romance, like, you can get to know the characters, but if you romance them, you get even more story out of them. And it's one of those things that there's like, what is there, like 28, 32 romanceable characters in that game who all have their own stories and all that? And there's just not enough time to go through them all. There just isn't. Yeah, no, that's the way I pitch Coral Island is, if you like Stardew Valley, and if for those familiar, Stardew Valley, you know, comes from Harvest Moon. There was this game called Harvest Moon that the main beats of Stardew Valley, kind of the same idea. You show up on a farm your grandfather made you, the town's kind of going through its stuff, and you, protagonist, fix the town and romance someone and do all those kind of things. And like, even the festivals in Stardew Valley, especially early on, were like, I'm not going to say straight up lifted from Harvest Moon, but they're very thematically aligned with it. But what Stardew Valley did was it took the ideas that Harvest Moon had and said, okay, well, let's do more. Let's do more. Let's go ahead and add a bunch of extra stuff. Whereas Harvest Moon, this is probably me being unfair of Harvest Moon, having not played the last couple versions, it kind of felt like they found their formula and they said, don't change it. And just kept, you know, making what felt like the same game again. They would add stuff to it. I'm not trying to be unfair with that. But it kind of felt like you're playing the same game, but, you know, they stapled on the next thing. They stapled on the next thing. You get the idea. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I played the crap out of Harvest Moon back in the day. But it was one of those things, like, each version, it's like, okay, well, the graphics are a little better in this one. Oh, they added this extra festival in that one. You know, the main story has a little bit of a nuance different, but kind of the beats are similar to the same. And so it really kind of felt like you're playing the same game with each version of it. You know, the characters would change a little bit and all that. But it really didn't feel fresh. It felt like a rehashing or retelling. Like an alternate universe version of the same story. But Stardew Valley was the first time we were like, you know, what happens if we just did something more with this model and just kept adding to it? Now, for what Stardew Valley did to Harvest Moon, I would argue, in a lot of ways, Coral Island does to Stardew Valley. That Stardew Valley, you know, it never had sequels, it just kept building on the same game. There's nothing wrong with that. I know a lot of people love that for it, which is good. But, like, you kind of know the story and all that. So Coral Island said, well, what happens if we had a whole bunch of more romanceable characters? What if you would, like, be able to go, like, you know, the background, this isn't spoilers, the background to Coral Island is, it is a tropical, like, paradise tourist island that you know, inherit a farm on, because of course you do. That's the way literally every game in that genre tends to go. But what ends up happening is, before you get there, the town has suffered from an oil spill. And as I mentioned, it's a tropical beach, like tropical paradise place. Oil spills are bad for business. So town's in pretty dire straits when you get there. Like, their local economy is not doing good. A bunch of people are like struggling where they're either like out of work or they got other problems kind of going on. And you show up. And the reason I wanted to put that frame is you still do the thing where you fix the town. But because of all of these things, so many things are going wrong in the town. So it's not like Stardew Valley where it's just the mayor doesn't know how to do his job and everything's a neglect. There is actively a thing that has gone wrong, and even though they're trying to do the best they can, they're in a bad way. So you don't get that like weird vibe where literally you're doing absolutely everything in town by yourself like you get in Stardew Valley, which is fun, but it's a meme that, this town is falling in disrepair. Why is the new farmer literally doing all of the work? Where are the townies and doing literally anything? In Coral Island, they do, like, you still do all the work, let's be honest. But they at least try to, like, thematically, story-wise, have, oh, this person's helping out with this, and, oh, you supplied this, but the other people are supplying that, and, people chipping in to, like, fix the town and make things better, and yada yada. But it's got this whole town rank system where you make the town better and better, and that's like the progression in the game is your town rank. One of the main things is they have the oil spills, so you scuba dive into the ocean to clean up the horrific nightmare that is the bottom of this place, which is certainly not actually an oil spill. It is the tires and everything else very clearly are coming from the residents. They don't call it out as stuff, but there is way too much garbage on the bottom of that ocean around that island to have been brought from anywhere but locally. But you gradually fix the whole town up and all that. And it still has romancing people and all that, but it's just, like, the quality of life is on point in the game. That 90% of stuff that you can kind of sort of ish get in Stardew Valley nowadays if you mod it heavily to get quality of life, that's just in the game.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Like, I remember playing Stardew Valley and having to memorize where each and every character goes on each and every day of the week based on the season and the weather, and memorize all of the different things they liked because we didn't have the stuff in the UI to give us any of that information, and having to just guess correctly where people would be and doing all that stuff to get all the achievements and all that in Stardew Valley. And I did it. But people are like, and wasn't that a feeling of accomplishment? I'm like, sorta, but I also kind of hate it. Like, would I ever do it again? Honestly, no. Like, going back and reliving it, I loved the game. But honestly, going back and having to memorize every character's patterns to be like, okay, so if I want to gift this person, I have to bring them this over here on this day. But I mean, I played way early on before like the wiki or anything was nearly as meaningful and all that. And like figuring out where the fish were with like zero anything in the game to give you hints for some of those fish. There's a certain amount of fun, but the reality is you looked it up on the wiki. That's what you did in the long run. If you wanted to be a completionist, you looked it up on the wiki, because there was no meaningful way of discovering some of those things in the game. And I adore the game. It's one of my favorite games. But those are negatives with it. And Stardew Valley isn't free from any of that. There is a couple of outliers, like the red arowana is a fish, or arowana, whatever the fish is called, red king arowana, is definitely still a problem when it's like the discovery. They do have hints in Coral Island that you find it there, but they're not very direct hints. But by and large, otherwise, like for figuring out where most of the fish are, like 90+% of the fish are, there's a point in progression in the game where you can get a thing that's like, yo, you catch catfish over there. You catch tilapia over there. Like, just straight up tells you if you look for it. But it's like late game to get that. They have like the bug catching, which Stardew Valley doesn't have. You clean up the ocean and you catch the various critters on the bottom of the ocean that they have that. There is a redacted because spoilers that, there's a whole lot more that happens underwater. I won't go past that to avoid the spoilers. You've got all sorts of stuff going on. I would say as far as content scope, it's probably around the point when Stardew Valley added the tropical island side. It's about the same scope of game as that, I would say, so far as abundance of content. So I would say they're very similar now. The content's different. But yeah, like I said, there's something like 28 or 30 different people you can romance that hit just about... They don't hit like every imaginable personality or characteristic, but they hit a really wide range. That if you can't find a single character in that town, you're like, that's the one I want to romance. There is such thing as having too high of standards. Or very odd standards, I guess. I don't know. Raj is a romance option. And yes, Raj is objectively hot. That's, for those new to the channel, that's a meme on the channel. I was playing Coral Island and my wife came in, and I think she was bringing, like, she had made dinner or whatever, and so she was bringing it in for me, and it was just, I was, you know, doing a line from the character Raj, who's like the person who runs the coffee shop, and Tomb, who's my wife, was like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Just out of nowhere. So it became a whole channel meme. But also, Raj is hot. It's just objectively true. The man's got the dapper. Yeah, no, it's fun. If you remember correctly, Raj is binary, which always necessarily see representation. Yeah, no, they have a lot of representation, and for years, like, it's gonna be all over the place. Genuinely in the game, it's none of, like, they don't sit there and like throw it in your face and be like, oh yeah, this character's this character's this, you know, like really overcommit to it. It's very authentic. It's like, that character's that way. That's just the way they are. Like, they behave the way they are. They don't, like, the representation's there, but it's not characterized in any way. So it does a really good solid, like, and it's not even like that. Like, they have representation for all sorts of different cultures and all sorts of different stuff. Yep, no, I agree. Like, it really depends on a lot of stuff, but yeah, no, I feel like they do a good job. Does it remind you of your partner? And you find it amusing? Yeah. Tomb is good bean. I may or may not have a slight bias. Just a little bit. What was he even grabbing? I know it's planks and beams, I'm pretty sure, but I don't remember the amounts. Might have a bias? Slightly. Oh no, it's just the long planks, and I would need 9. Oop. Get ourselves another temple stage done. But yeah, no, that was like, of like the last 2 years, Coral Island was probably my number one. Like, this has been my favorite release. That said, the Factorio DLC is strong competition. Very different games. The Space Age DLC for Factorio. Strong competition. I have not gotten nearly as much time yet. And you notice there's a strong emphasis on this yet for Factorio's DLC. Factorio itself, I have way more hours than Coral Island, primarily because it's been around longer. What are you getting stuck on? Primarily because it's been around much longer, so I've had a lot more time to get said time. But Factorio is also another really good game. Now, granted, in both these cases, like, if you're not into like the slice of life sim, whatever you want to call it, style game, you know, obviously, if you played Stardew Valley and went, not my game, first of all, what's wrong with you? Not really. It's fine. Like, everyone's got their tastes. I may find them objectively wrong and don't understand them, but you got your taste. I'm being facetious here. By all means, whatever. Like, if you're not into it, you're not into it. Nothing wrong with that. There's just lots of judgment. That's all. You like watching stuff like Coral Island and Stardew Valley, but can't stand playing it? You know what? Fair enough. We've also had that talk many times on the channel about there are games that people will enjoy watching, and there's games that people enjoy playing, and these are not necessarily the same games. Sometimes they are. Like, I am really just not into playing Dwarf Fortress. It's just not my jam. I don't have a good time with it. But I do enjoy watching it. I enjoy the stories it builds up. I think they're fantastic. And so just kind of one of those things. No, you're right. Not liking Stardew Valley is akin to not liking pineapple on pizza. It's objectively wrong. Counter argument, I actually don't like pineapple on pizza. That said, you know, it's kind of that joke where people are like, oh my god, pineapple on pizza, it's the worst. How dare... I don't have that strong of an opinion on it. It's just like, eh. It makes your pizza soggy. It's pretty much where my mind is like, eh. It makes your pizza soggy. Not soggy enough I'm not having a good time with it, but just being like, you know, I'd be having a better experience sans the pineapple. It's not even Hawaiian, it's Polynesian pizza made in Canada. True story. Let's see, you love Stardew Valley, but you hated the forced NPC interactions, how events had time limits on them. Just let me play the game. Yeah, so Coral Island does still have some of that, but they do stuff like you can change the day length to be much longer. And so that's one thing. As far as the forced interactions, when you're saying forced interactions, are you talking where you like walk into town and just you get hit with a cinematic and you're like, oh man, well I didn't want to deal with this? Because that still happens in Coral Island. If you mean forced interactions like, oh, to progress this thing you need to become close enough friends with this person, I don't think Coral Island has that I can recall. There's achievements and stuff locked behind that, certainly. And there's recipes and all that you can only... I mean, you can't only get them. If you actually look up the recipe, you can just... If you guess the recipe correctly in the kitchen, you can just get the recipe that way. I know it's falling off and I hate it. Be quick, that's not gonna stay. Good enough. You have to give them presents you wanted to farm an adventure? Well, that's the thing. I believe with Stardew Valley... there were instances where becoming friends wasn't necessary to get a good... Well, so to get the good ending in Stardew Valley, you had to get enough heart whatevers, and that included becoming friends with the others. So in a certain way, it was kind of forced there. You could choose not to give gifts, and all that if you wanted, but it was one of those things that you would have to make up a lot of points to get the good ending, if you cared. Coral Island doesn't have that. There's not a good, bad, or whatever ending. There's just the ending. And that's based on your town rank. Because like I said, that's your progression in the game, is the town rank, which you do stuff around town to make that happen. I do not believe... I'm pretty sure friendship does not weigh into town rank at all. It's achieving the various objectives around town. So you can absolutely hermit as much as you'd like. That said, one of the nice things that Coral Island does that Stardew Valley doesn't, at least not the last I guess they sort of added it, is you don't have to be like, let me just attack them with gifts, let me just talk to them again and again and again, you know, having just those levers to pull. You have like dates you can go on if you want, you don't have to. You can give them gifts if you want, you don't have to. You can just go to the festivals or whatever, and just going to the festivals and doing stuff there is gonna ultimately get you a little bit of friendship here and there. Even just progressing the game and getting the town rank up, even if you don't... Like, if you manage to somehow avoid interacting with all the characters entirely and got yourself an S rank at the town, I don't think it'd make you, like, besties with everyone, but it would give you a bunch of friendship without ever having to do stuff with them. You can't fully avoid people or anything like that, but it is one of those things that you can kind of choose how much or how little interaction you want broadly. You'll still get hit with the occasional cinematic based on the things, but it'll be like a couple cinematics a season that just happen, you know, till you've seen them. And then as you build up friendships and relationships, even if it is through like other means, occasionally have cinematics that give you their background. The good ending is obviously the capitalism ending. In Stardew Valley, right now, Coral Island only has one ending, which I won't spoil. Imagine walking outside of work, you find someone has boxed you in the driver's side door with the tractor menacingly place their forklift over your roof. I'm just asserting dominance. Look, man, I am building this temple entirely for them, pretty much exclusively on my own dime. I get to have a certain amount of menace that I can put the town through. It's only fair. I'm still salty that's not the spinach. Oh, gotta keep checking on our stuff. Good, and good. Yeah, pretty close to the point that I'm going to need to, up these again, but that's fine. Hey, look, I could have made it worse. I could have T-posed on their car. But so you have games that have an arbitrary end time. You only have 5 years, and after that it's over. You can only play from scratch again. Yeah. So I mean, neither Stardew Valley or Coral Island do that. So Stardew Valley does have you get your ending after 2 years. Sorry to spoil. But you can just keep doing a thing to redo the ending to see if you can get a better ending. So like, canonically the game lasts for a 2-year time span. But you can just keep going on forever. Coral Island doesn't even that kind of thing. It's literally, the game just keeps going. You stop when you want. The ending happens when you achieve your objectives. And that's the way it is. There's no, you took too long, so sorry. Bad ending or something like that. Alright, so let's see here. We can go another day without topping off the wood. We got that. The contracts are fine. Nothing I need right here. But yeah, games with an arbitrary length, it really depends on the nature of the game. If the game is clearly designed to be one you replay a lot of times, I can see where that can work, like your roguelike style games. You're still playing Coral Island slowly, have 8 hearts with nearly everybody, and now easier to go through the stories. Yeah, well, I appreciate that the most recent quality of life update with Coral Island, it flat out when you pull up the character panel, it's like, this person has a heart event you haven't seen, and if you click on, it's like, that heart event is over there. Do you want me to track it for you? So you can like click on and have it like on the corner, be like, you know, go to this place at this time, you know, this day or whatever. You hate perfectly linear games? You're pretty open world. I It depends. There's definitely a place where if a game is too scripted, that if the script isn't something I'm enjoying, that's a problem, that I have problems getting into it and enjoying it. At the same time, I've also found games that are like fully open world kind of stuff. I've also found a lot of times I've been bouncing on them lately, and that's more because open world done well versus badly. Like how many open world games that in a lot of ways it's an empty world. Like you have the same kind of things showing up again and again, that a lot of those games I'm like, you know what, I'd rather this wasn't an open world and you just fed me the story, like fed me this in order, because wandering your big empty world kinda sucks. And I've run into both. And there are open world games that are really good. But I would say lately, as in like the last 5 years, my open world experience has been a lot more games that the open world is a detriment, not a benefit to the game. Alright, so we have this, so let's get ourselves the wooden beams, which I will need, I think 11. It'll be a pretty rough one. But the open world games you basically can only do if the world ignore the character and you have no real goal. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that either. Like, I don't, like, you look at games like Skyrim's open world. You know, there is an overarching story to that game, that you do ultimately have a, this is the thing that is winning the game. You still play afterwards and explore the world and do all that. But, like, I think that's fine to have an overarching theme, like, story. Like, even Fallout 76, any of those. I think that's fine. But at the same time, you know, you do want to have, like, a bunch of random one-off things that have nothing to do with anything that you can enjoy. Maybe some of them connect into each other or not. That part's all fine. My thing is more like, when not doing a side quest, you either have like those repeatable like bounty quests you just do again and again and again, and then it feels like super empty. Because you do like 5 or 6, you're like, oh, this is like literally, these people aren't real, this is garbage, this is like nothing. And it's just kind of one of those things that it just feels meaningless after the second or third one. You're just pulling a lever on a slot machine kind of thing. And so that's the repetition kind of stuff. And then at the same time, when you go into all of that kind of thing, so many open world games, it's like when you're not doing the quest, like genuinely the world feels empty. It might look good, but you like wander around, it's like, okay, a wolf just walked up to me and I had to kill it. But like, So you have to have enough content to be worthwhile. And I do find a lot of open world is like, open world, it's a sandbox, have fun. And when it's just literally that, it's, those games just don't hold my attention. Like I don't need like, again, this big like linear story that holds my hand the whole way through or anything like that. But it definitely feels like it's like, oh, you just didn't bother having a story. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we needed 11 of these, I believe it was. Did you play Valheim? I did. That's exactly overarching, but purely open content. There's allegedly a game that every game has one level the devs run out of time on, and it's so big and empty. For example, in Halo, it's the end run where you're just driving the Warthog through empty tunnels for like 5 minutes. In open world games, it feels even worse. Yeah. Let's see, you hate games where it's like, cool, you completed mission 1, let's move to mission 2. Well, that's the thing. I think there's place for both of those types of games. The ones where you don't have any, like, heavily guided direction, and then you also have the one where it's like you are playing along with whatever the story is. And I would say, no, Skyrim's open world. Skyrim is like one of the defining things of the open world genre. As much as I feel Skyrim in a lot of ways is a little bit overrated. I enjoyed it, and I think it's a great game and all that. But also, there are people who, laud Skyrim as like the second coming of everything that is good in the world. It's like, all right, count on, like, maybe tone it down just a little bit. It was a good game, but like, what's that? But yeah, so the Skyrim is 100% open world. Open world doesn't mean you have no story. Open world means you can kind of choose to do what you want in the game. There is no hard direction. Like, Skyrim wouldn't be open world if they're like, all right, Dragonborn, you've left the cave. Now you are required to go to whatever towns. And you were like, nah, don't feel like you start cutting across the wood and a wolf would instant kill you and literally force you to go to the next city. They do that right at the very beginning to like introduce like one or two things. But even once you get past that very first dragon encounter, they're like, I would like you to go to this town. And you can just be like, nope, exiting stage left. And you can literally just choose to never go back and deal with any of that and just play it however you want to play it from there. You still circle back eventually, you can do that. But yeah. Fallout New Vegas. Yeah, Fallout New Vegas, like, all those games have story side quests. Open world basically just means you are able to go in the world and do, when I say whatever you please, so that, like, the game functionally can support. So yeah. And there are games that are more open world, like people mentioned Kenshi. Yeah, Kenshi has, like, no actual goal or objective. You literally gotta make it what you want it to be. Like, you don't have, like, this is the thing you do to roll credits, or this is the thing you do that once you do it, quote-unquote, the story's done. There is no story. You did that and you're wondering why there's no dragon spawns? Yeah. Man, that's what open world is just, it doesn't have a linear path. You can choose to do it however you please. There's no, this is the way you gotta go. Big arrow on the top of your screen being like, go that way, and you try and go the other way, and the game's like, nope, no more enemies. You gotta go this way. Gotta follow my prompts. And like I said, I do think there's 100% a place for both games. Like, I like both games. I do find a lot of games that do add open world components. If you want an example of a game that I felt that added open world that I thought was terrible for it, I do not like the open world in Warframe. Warframe had these little missions that you just do one-offs. It's very, like, instance-based kind of thing. But then they're like, yeah, we're gonna add this open world you can wander around in. You can do what you want. There's fishing. And I'm like, all you've done is give me a big space I have to run across every single time I want to do something on this area. I really don't like it. And to be fair, to me, it was open world done poorly. No, actually, open world doesn't mean no quests. That's not true. That's not the definition of open world. That may be a definition that you subscribe to, and it could also be that's the way some people feel it is. Open world just means you're open to do what you please. It can have quests and all that, and you can choose to ignore those quests. If you cannot choose to ignore those quests, then it wouldn't be... Oh, sorry, your definition. That just means your definition's wrong. I'm teasing. Don't take it personally. It's just one of the things, if you have like a broadly accepted definition and you're like, but that's not how I define it, it's like, okay. I mean, sure. JD's like, wouldn't be the first time. Hey, it wouldn't be the first time for any of us to be wrong. I will be the first to add my name on the tally. It says, have I been wrong? Oh yeah. Have I been wrong at least a couple times? Look, no matter how you define couple, it can probably be bigger than that. Yeah, and I was gonna say, is that open world, that definition of open world game would, I mean, it'd be real, like, the number of games that fit under open world in that definition would be very few. Like, Kenshi is about the only one coming to mind in that definition. Because, like, I mean, I guess Project Zomboid would be open world under that definition. Unless we count death as a quest. Because... Oh yeah, I mean, there'd be open world, like, a lot of MMORPGs would be open world under that definition. I would agree with that, because you have, like, Ultima Online, Worm, Life is Feudal. Those would all have that. Well, no, Mountain Blade has a quest line. Literally, it's got quest objectives that harass you the whole way through. So if we're going by the stricter it has no quest, then Mountain Blade would absolutely not count as open world under that definition. I personally agree that Mountain Blade is open world, but if we're going by strictly it has no main story or quest. There's a sandbox mode? Alright, well now that's going to get complicated, because by that definition almost every single Tycoon game is an open world game. And I would not call Tycoon games open world games. I would also then argue that this is an open world game, which maybe not open world. Really depending on how you want to define it. Usually when I think of open world games, I'm thinking like Skyrim, Fallout, like, you know, you've got that world you can just run around in and play, and there are quests, but you could choose to do them, choose not to do them, whatever. I wonder if that'll latch that down. I don't know if it did. Factorio? Well, no, Factorio has a primary quest. Literally, the game sits there and says, your goal is to launch the rocket or, you know, get out of the solar system. It has a very lax quest that is not heavily pressured on you, but it's definitely there. Yeah, no quest equals sandbox, I would agree more with. Assassin's Creed by Rual definition? Yeah, no, I'm willing to bet. Let's look right now. Assassin's Creed. I'm willing to bet it has the open world tag. I'm willing to bet real fast, without question. Assassin's Creed. I don't even care which one. Don't play your video. Yes, I'm old enough to watch this. Okay. Very first tag. Very first tag. Let me go ahead and show so I'm not lying. Absolutely very first tag on Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Open world. It is more open world than its action-adventure, RPG, and Vikings. And I'm willing to bet every single one of them goes. Because it's one of those things that, yeah, there's a main story you can follow, you can do that. You can also just do mayhem all over around town and all that. And that's fine too. That's to me what, like, GTA is open world. That, yeah, there's a big story, you have these characters, there's a completion and all that. But you can just drive around, cause mayhem, whatever you feel like. Yeah, no, I would say, primarily when people use the open world tag, they usually assign it to action, adventure, RPG, that kind of thing. Because I feel like that's also the one it aligns the most with. Just by the nature of, like, you want to tell your own story and all that. So they will have, like Fallout 76 does a good job of open world from the storytelling aspect, where you get out of the vault and you go do whatever the heck you want. And there are quests you can do if you want. You can also just shoot people. Like, it is do whatever the heck you want with it. You know, be whatever character you want to be. Does Civ 6 count as an open world game? No, it has a very defined objective at the end that you can literally lose the game. I feel like by its nature, an open world game can't be lost other than death. Yeah, and I could argue that depending on how you define open world, that's one where it's like a little more tenuous. I could see considering games like Farm Sim as an open world simulation game, whereas Construction Sim or SnowRunner are not open world games because they have very specifically defined things to do, and outside of doing those specifically defined things, it's mostly just breaking physics. But these open world used too often or is too broad a tag? I don't think it's too broad a tag, but that's the difference between open world versus open world RPG, or open world versus open world simulation, or open world versus open world action adventure. Like, the term open world by itself is broad in the sense it's just basically saying that it's not linear. Like, there isn't a... Oh god, I can't see anything. Please. Thank you. Oh, you're not actually strapped on there, are you? Okay, we fixed it. Apparently that's not been strapped on there the whole time, it's just been balancing. Now, if I unlatch that again, it's going right off the back, so let's not do that. I will say open world as a mechanic in games, in my opinion, is overused. That when I feel like when developers can't come up with their own content to fill the game with to keep it interesting, they just slap open world on it and make the map big and give it a big old thumbs up. And that's where you get bad open world from, where you wander around, you're like, this, you know, this is like the same, like, this forest doesn't do anything for me. You could have just had, like, gone back to, like, the old JRPG thing, where it just goes, like, brah, 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 you know, and then you're fighting 3 wolves, because I just walked around for the last 2 hours, and it was basically 2 wolf encounters that I didn't see anything worthwhile. Alright, so we got our wood beams. Now I need long planks, and unfortunately I need 12 stacks of long planks. Let's see, at some point you might run out of money though, and it kind of restricts what you can usually do. Well, I wouldn't say open world doesn't have restrictions you can run into. Like, for example, you can have an open world game where there's different difficulty enemies in different difficulty areas that realistically, if you go into the more difficulty area, you're probably not going to make it. You can still go there and you can still manage to sneak through there, but genuinely you're not going to be able to fight the enemies there without it being incredibly tedious and grindy and awful. I.e., go fight some death claws in the middle of the map in New Vegas. Apathetic Wamba. Well, sorry, Wombat, not Wamba. Wombat. Is it so sad to see how the implemented open world in the latest Pokemon generation? It felt like, why am I in the middle of this field? What am I trying to accomplish right now? Yeah. Yeah, No Man's Sky is generally open world, I would say. There is a main story you can choose to follow, or you can just be like, meh, gonna go fishing. Because that's a thing we can do now. I would call No Man's Sky open world. Like, even a game like Starfield, which has a little bit more of a forced story on it than, I would say Fallout or Skyrim do, is open world. Because you can choose to just be like, you know that story? Screw that story. I'm gonna go explore some planets. And the planets that are, let's see, open world or open galaxy? Well, open world is the definition for the game. Like, it just, like I said, that means just not linear. I get the meme that it's open galaxy and that there's a large galaxy and yada yada. It's not open galaxy because when I smuggle stuff, they arrest me. It's closed galaxy. Yeah, funny thing about No Man's Sky is that if it was entirely open world sandbox, players would get mad that there was nothing to do. Well, that's kind of honestly where I'm going with my complaints about true open world games. There are good ones, which I agree, like Project Zomboid is a good one. That gives you, like, you have purpose in that game. But there are a number of those games that are open world, you know, find your own fun. But then you scratch your head and go, but I'm having difficulty. Like, where is fun? So it's a tricky balance. You can do open world and it'd be great and excellent and absolute, and then you can do open world and it's just, all right, well now I've got I've got something I don't want. That'd be regulated galaxy, not closed galaxy. Closed galaxies have no travel policies. Fair. Fair. You are not incorrect. Ooh, here's a one to think. Terraria. Open world. Yes, no. Because that one they don't even like give you they don't tell you like, hey, your quest is this. At the same time, literally access to everything is pretty linear. Like, don't get me wrong, you can do skips of certain bosses and yada yada. I know that. But like literally you can access huge amounts of the content without going through the linear bosses. You know, and you can, like I said, you can mess with the order a little bit. I would say not open world. But it is one of those ones that's like, that is a gray area one for me. Because you could just build stuff and all that, perfectly reasonable. Yeah, like that's those ones I could go either way with. That it's like, okay, it is fairly linear when it comes to progression, but the game also doesn't force your hand to do anything. Yeah, like it could be. What? I knew that was coming. I just was hoping it'd be longer. Try a small limited open world? Yeah, but that's also the things we also get into definitions in games. The classic, like, you know, is something or is something not actually roguelike, and you'll have some people who are very, very much along the lines of like, if it is not literally like the game Rogue, it is not roguelike, versus others it'll be like the randomization element that you do multiple runs and every run is unique due to the you know, different things being roguelike, you know, the modern versus the strict definition. So I imagine we could do the exact same thing with open world. Hey there, look like you're loading some planks. Trying to keep them, folks. Hope this helps. You're a little tipsy? Yeah. Oh, is that actually gonna work? That is not what I was aiming for. I was actually looking to aim to flip one. I was not expecting them both to stick together like that, but I will take it. I mean, you see that planning and execution there, chat, right? Absolutely calculated. Got on my protractor. Got on my protractor for this one. I'm suddenly realizing I'm sure I could do a pretty fun bit by actually breaking out my drafting tools, which have almost never been used. They were a gift, and it was like, okay, I mean, these are pretty, you know, pretty amazing tools that apparently cause cancer in the state of California. But it's just kind of things like, all right, that's really cool, like, that's neat. But also, there's these things called computers that I use. But I'm sure we could have like a fun bit of just, you know, when someone's like arguing about something, you know, get out the protractor, like do something like Planet Coaster, and you know, someone's like, hey, your path is crooked. It's like, is it? And then, you know, like get out the protractor. Like I'd have to hold it up to the camera, so it wouldn't make actual sense. But you know, like, you know, trying to measure it on the screen with like an actual protractor or whatever, and be like, no, it looks good to me. Which, of course, you'd do if it's especially crooked. Like, if it was, like, you know, straight up, like, 75-degree turn or whatever on it, you would 100% still be like, no, it looks fine to me. Because, you know, someone's backseating you really hard. Drafting by hand was a lot of fun. I both loved and hated geometry for all of, like, the weird calculations. There was definitely things I enjoyed about it. This is going to be one of our worst loads we've ever done. All right, let's... But yeah, and I was like, sitting there going, okay, like, you'd have this giant set of geometrical shapes, and they give you, like, 2 angles and 1 length measurement. You're like, alright. Do you think they'll fix harvesting contracts? Are they broken? I know early on I had 1 or 2 contracts that I had a problem with. The only ones I would say avoid is cotton. Unless you're doing a lot of them, or you have a mod to kick out the bale early. Because that's when you can get stuck on. But I had 1 contract I failed early on harvesting, and then I haven't had another one since. And I have taken a decent number. If you are harvesting during rain or snow, don't do that. You will fail because you are ruining the crop by harvesting during rain and snow. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, if there is a problem with the contract right now, they'll probably end up fixing it. I'm assuming it's something wrong with that specific contract, like whatever field or crop or whatever. I haven't had much problems. I had very early on, I had 1 contract I failed for a very large amount of money. Because, well, no, that one was because I ran out of time. I only had 1 I failed because of lack of getting enough goods out of it. And like I said, I don't know if it was something like it was raining or snowing and I overlooked it, or, you know, some other thing. Stone picker contract at field 12 won't progress. Gotcha. I mean, those you report to the forums, they'll fix that. Yeah, warned you not to harvest in the rain. Yeah, but genuinely, those ones like that break, I would imagine they're going to fix them. Like, I'm willing to bet we do have a patch probably under the works to just fix a lot of random bugs. I think a big part was delayed was they were taking the time to get the editor all fixed so the mods could start rolling out and everything else. You stacked it so high, it's literally not tracking 2 bundles on the very top of your truck. Correct. I'm actually really surprised the straps did go up there. I thought it was going to only go 3 high, and then the other 2 were just going to sit on top and were just going to make it work. I think I have stacked it 4 high before, but... And yes, we are driving really slowly. Like, even just driving straight, this thing's wibbly-wobbling. Which means if I go on any meaningful speed and do so much as, like, a 5-degree turn, it's just going right on its side. I might still put it outside and only go on, like, 16. But that's fine. But yeah, no, it's if you have a contract that fails, it's one of those things to, like, I mean, if it's broken, just you gotta not take it again. Like I said, I think we ran to 1 contract early on that I completed and I didn't get credit for it. I don't remember what it was. I know there was a harvest one that we ran into problems. But yeah, we just have a casual 12,000 liters of long planks on our truck. Absolutely demolished any possible, like, what is the maximum load of this vehicle? Because the answer is, whatever it is, it doesn't matter, we're over it. Likely by multiples. There's a good chance whatever the max load is, we're at like 3 times or so. You reported to Giant Field. It was reported to Giant Support. It was Field 77. Gotcha. I mean, that's what you got to do. They'll get through and they'll fix a bunch of stuff. Like I said, I think they got. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I think they had a bunch of attention pulled to get the mod support, the editor available, so the mod people could start working on their mods. Because very genuinely, the modding scene is one of the big draws to farming sim. So having the game without that much in the way of mods is something they don't want very long. Because otherwise people are just gonna be like, no, well, it doesn't have the mods that Farm Sim 22 does. And yeah, sure, if it's 6 months later and we're still sitting here with not that many mods, absolutely fair. But, you know, with a new release, there is like a reasonable expectation that, alright, the first month or so, we're gonna be a little skimp on the mods as all the mod authors and devs play catch up. Because you also don't like how you can't bale or use a forage harvester to pick up the straw while doing contracts. I didn't know you couldn't do that. I'm a bit indifferent about it, but, you know, I can understand why people would be upset with it. It is an interesting choice to not let you. Maybe it's that way they can increase the actual pay you get versus otherwise they got to consider. So the reality was those two were in the gap right there. Weren't even strapped down. They were just wedged in there between the others. Because I drove through there and they instantly went in. Are there separate? There are baling contracts. Let's see. There's several mods. Yeah. We've got mods out. They're really starting to pick up now. They were like a slow trickle in before, but that was fine. Like you understood. They literally didn't have the tools yet to do it. So a lot of them were making the mods by like manually editing the files and all that, which is fine for really simple mods. But the more you get anything with any complexity, that's not going to be good. We're definitely doing this one. I'm going to borrow the tools. I know I already own the tools and I shouldn't borrow them because I already own them. But like, I know I'm going to need my tractor over here in a minute anyways. So I'm like, you know what? It's fine. The controls with the logs are absolutely horrible. I mean, I do think they should have like keyboard press options, and maybe they do, where you can bind them. I don't mind them. They definitely take a little getting used to. The big thing is you need to turn up the sensitivity, like a lot. Like go to the sensitivity, take that sucker and say, hey, 250. That's kind of the low end to consider. Like, really, really crank that sensitivity all the way up. Alright, so we got wood transport. That's not a bad one. Oh, we also have the weeding one. I mean, we're gonna make like 20,000 from those. So that's literally all the contracts I can carry. Meanwhile, while that's happening, let's go check. So the sawmill needs wood. We probably need water. So we'll work on that in the meantime, which does mean I'm bringing my tractor back anyways. Yeah, no, it's definitely the crane controls are definitely one of those ones in your first play. They're like, this is really rough. But it is one you get used to. I thought so. They break down most of the steps into their own contract, and they pay quite well enough. Different question though. Yeah, there's definitely some contracts that are like you can do it, but you're like, eh. Like all the root vegetable contracts are rough. But yeah, no, early on, running all the lumber cranes and all that's really, really. There's a lot of getting used to those controls. I'd say they're alright. You could, I feel like you could bind it so it's like rotate this way and that way is 2 buttons. Up and down is 2 buttons. Open and close is 2 buttons. The only challenge with that though, is that is going to be a lot of buttons for all the different motions it has. That's where I think like having other peripherals could certainly be a thing. Like, you know, yeah, there's a controller, but you'd almost need something basically designed purpose for it. So considering what you got, I think I prefer mouse and keyboard. It's not perfect, but it definitely is one of those ones that isn't terrible. Is the free water a bug or intended like that? Oh, free water that you get from, like, it's a mechanic in the game that you can take the you can take your water carrier and just put it in any body of water. I don't know if they meant for you to be able to do that with the rice patties. It doesn't seem like something important enough that if that's not what they wanted, they'd mess with. But yeah, no, absolutely, you've always been able to, well, not always, but in like Farm Sim 22 and such, you've been able to just like back your trailer up into a river and fill it up in the river. Oh yeah, no, if you're watching someone who's been playing this regularly and all that, especially with, you know, peripherals they've set up, there's a good chance that person has 200-300 hours in those controls. Pretty much everyone, when they start, is a hot mess and they gotta pick up logs. Like, that's not even a player skill measurement. It's just everyone has their time and they're like, that's not easy. But yeah, I know it gets adjusted time. Some people just don't like that contract, which is also fair. Like, almost every type of contract there is, there's going to be contracts that you're not going to enjoy. There's going to be ones you do enjoy. Like, I know a lot of people, even though the plowing contracts can actually be good money, a lot of people do not like the plowing contracts. Which is fair. I know a lot of people who don't like the wood pickup contracts. What was I here to fill up? You have water. So yeah, so you need water, and we need wood. So we'll work on that in the meantime. So let's get the water. But yeah, no, it's totally fine if you're like, you know what, I don't enjoy this. That's fine. Like, that's the beauty about these games, having it where you can kind of do what you want. If you go, you know what, I tried growing carrots. I hate them. Then don't grow carrots anymore. And if you go, you know what, wheat, I really do it. Grow more wheat. You said plowing, I hate it. Cool, cultivate. Yeah, your favorite contract is wood transport. I really do enjoy wood transport as well. It is one of those contracts I only do want to do like 1 or 2 for a little while and then take a break. Not because like specifically the controls. It is one of those contracts that it very much is the same every time. Like, there's no variance. It is literally, it'll be like, here's the spot where the wood shows up on this side of the map. Here's one of the 2 destinations it can go to. So there's just not a lot of variance. So just to keep things interesting, so like don't burn out, that kind of stuff. I'll do like 1 or 2 of those a stream, 3 of those a stream or whatever, and be like, yep, that's those 1 or 2 I want to do. And plus from the content creator view of it, if people watch you doing literally the same thing again and again and again, they get kind of bored of it after a while. Now, there's also like weirdly a counter to that. With a lot of like survival crafting games like Sons of the Forest and all that, it's also weirdly a thing that there are people who are super into just watching you cut down trees. They don't even care about the building side, just cut down trees. It's all they want. They just want to watch you lumberjack. Hey, Tankard, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you streaming today? How did it good? How did it go? Welcome in, raiders. Let's see, I guess they want separate everything more clearly into their own contracts. Yeah, I think they genuinely did make it a deliberate decision to separate the baling, the like the mowing, the baling, and all that. They used to all be one contract. Because for a lot of people, there's a lot of people who enjoyed the mowing, hated the baling. You had people who really enjoyed the baling, hated the mowing. And you couldn't really get a choice around that. So splitting it out into 3 or 4 different like types of ways, I feel like that's better. And quite often with those contracts, you'll do like the grass mowing and you'll turn in that contract, and a moment later be like, okay, bail this now for me. Not always, but I have noticed a lot of the contracts will progress where you'll cultivate the field and be like, okay, you cultivated the field, now do the next thing. You know, okay, sow the field. All right, cool, do the next thing until you hit whatever's like the last thing you do that month, and then it stops. Quiet night, satisfactory. Building your aluminum and copper factories. Cool, cool. All right, so we've got that topped off. Yeah, now that said, you don't always get follow-up contracts. It's funny because I took the green bean contracts, and they pay really well. They're like 18,000. They're really good money, but they take a long time. So like, effort to money and / profit margin wise, solid contracts. Time to money, they're not terrible. They're middling, in that they do take a long time, but they do pay well, kind of thing. So yeah, there's certainly contracts that are way more efficient for the money, like the logging one is one of them. But there's also certainly worse, anything that's a root crop, just period, in general. What am I? This is not what I needed. I need the... Actually, I probably don't even need the winch. Probably drop you here. This rice sapling is OP, you think? Greenhouse, 3,000, water free, and it's 6K on normal mode. Oh yeah, no, for me selling the rice saplings I found to be really not great money, but I'm on the hard economy. So that might be literally the only difference that makes it. Now, like, your greenhouses in general are usually high performers in farming sim. Very, very genuinely, in almost every farming sim that's had greenhouses, the greenhouses is just easy peasy money. What's the price of them on hard economy? I can check here in a moment. Okay, so that's actually enough. So for the rice saplings, it has them sell for like 3,000 a liter, give or take. Or not a liter, that'd be ridiculous. It was for, that's probably going to be 100 liters. And granted, you can't really see the conversion between them. You took pallets in and you only got like 500. That's exactly what I end up having. Like, I took the pallets in and it was paying me like 300 each. And so for like the entire greenhouse is like maybe 1,000, 2,000 bucks. Versus I'll just put it out in the field and do that. All right, so you look at our production lines. Let's check how those are doing. So we got water, 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 water. The food preserves. We need that to be being stored. Do I have that set to store these again? Change output to distributing. So we can start topping off our stuff so we keep the kimchi rolling. We've got our mushrooms. That's all fine. The sawmill is doing all right. We can still put more in there, but I'm thinking I'm good for that. We've got our contracts going. I guess in the meantime, I'm going to get another one of these going for the contracts. Get 2 tractors rolling. Alright. And we're still sitting, like, we started stream at, I think it was around 300,000. And we're at about 400,000, so we're doing pretty solidly there. Like, tangible progress is tangible. I'm gonna be lazy and hand it over to a worker. I can't be bothered to work for myself. Besides, I also need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm gonna go do that real fast, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a minute or so. In the meantime, there's a heckin' tractor. I'll put this up. I'll put up the way screen. You'll hear the tractor anyways, at least I think. But, you know, so you see some clips from the channel. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having any emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No! No, no, no. What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded. Alright, and I'm back. Is there a difference between auto-selling for your greenhouse or if you bring it on your own? Yes. You actually do take a small penalty on what you get from selling through the greenhouse versus yourself. The idea is you paid your worker or whatever to deliver it. There's also a second negative that happens when you sell it like the way I'm doing it and being lazy. And the second negative is, if we actually look at the prices of stuff, if you also look at this, you'll notice the prices spike up and down. It will sell each month on the time. So if it's a good day, you're selling at a good price. If it's a bad day, you're selling at a bad price. But it is kind of a juggle of going, okay, you can get the highest profit margin by taking the time to load it all up and do all that stuff. Or you can accept the lower rate. The one thing I will say is with a lot of stuff I've noticed in this version of the game versus 22, is a lot of the stuff, the price, the high and the low, is way narrower than it was in the last one from my memory. Like, this has, you know, like the crops is probably worth because of the volume, but we go something like the kimchi here. The kimchi, it's 19 bucks. You know what I'm not wasting my time on? Driving crap across the area for an extra $19 per unit. So if I add 10 on there, it's 190 bucks. No, I'm just hucking at it and say that's a you problem. So we also had the rice rolls. So those are, again, not quite $40 in between them. So this version of the game, I have found they have taken a lot of the prices, and the top and the low on a lot of items are very close. Enough that unless I'm selling a very large volume, I'm probably not going to worry about it. Now, that said, with raw crops, I could definitely see it worth taking the time to sell at the right time. Because if, on the other hand, I'm selling, you know, 80,000 liters of a crop, which is not unrealistic for a decent-sized field, 80,000 liters of that, 50 bucks difference, is actually a lot of money. So if you don't do it on hard mode, then you don't need to do it. Don't need to worry about normal. Yeah, that's exactly it. Now there's exceptions, to be clear. There are some items in here. Let's see where cake is at. I imagine cake will be one of the ones that'll be an exception. Yeah, so this one, it's a $500 difference. That's when you sit on. That's when you're like, no, this cake stays here until it's at peak market. Because 500 per unit is actually respectable. Especially if you're making, you know, 100 cakes in a year or whatever. I have no idea what the rate that produces. Then you're like, all right, well, that's 100 cakes a year. That's $50,000. difference. Yeah, I'm gonna take my time to get that money. But I have found the vast majority of this. There is cake. Cake is the single most complicated thing to make in the game. Oh, I can't show it through here. If we go to the construction, the bakery. Okay, for a moment I thought I accidentally put down that in the middle of one of my fields. So we go to the bakery, which will be here somewhere. That's the wrong thing. Yeah, so you have cake. So to make cake, you need flour, eggs, milk, butter, sugar, strawberries, and I think that's everything. So it is like a whole big mess, because it's not just a cake, it's a fancy cake. Which means at a minimum, you need chickens, cows. You also need the cows for both milk and butter. You'll need grains to feed the cows and all that stuff, or to feed the chickens. You'll need to do hay and like all that stuff to feed the cows. You'll need strawberries, which is greenhouse. That's easy. You'll need some type of grain that you're going to be converting into flour, and you get the idea. It's one of those things you end up needing like 2 different types of animals, like 4 different types of crops. And that said, it's very lucrative if you set it up. But it is a lot you're going to be setting up. Yeah, so we're looking at 41. I want to say that's... Where is 41? Where are you on the big map? Ah, over there. Oh, butters and strawberries too? Yeah. So it's a whole thing. But it pays really well. It's per thing of cakes, it's like 3,500 or something. And you toss all those goods in, you're probably getting, like, if you fill up the bakery, you're probably getting a good number of, like, pallets out of it, 10, 15, 20 pallets. And so the ingredients that go in, the idea is every, and I quote this, but it's not exactly right. There are some that are better and worse on it. But just the vague idea is for every production cycle you add, it's about 1.5 times the cost of the ingredients that go into it. I wonder how profit fares per hour if you factor in the cost of all the fields and work. Well, right. The way to think about a lot of your production lines is not the dollar per hour kind of thing, because they're passive. So you're not actively working on them. You just dump the stuff in there and it spits out goods after a while. But the way to think of it is, I can get, $500 worth of rice here, but I shove it into the grain mill and now I have $750 worth of rice. And I shove that into the bakery to make bread, and now I have, whatever, like, is it like $1,000 something worth of rice, and like each, like 1,250 or whatever of rice, and it just keeps kind of upstepping there. Well, hour of managing playtime? Yeah. But the good news is most of those, you just dump the stuff in there and you can ignore it for half a year or a year. Like the bakery, I don't know if it's different in this one. The bakery in Farm Sim 22, you could fill up that bakery and just ignore it for like a year and a half, 2 years before it finally run out of flour if you topped it off. Like, it would shut down because the bread would back up that it was making. And it would do that pretty quick. You had to empty it like every other day or it would stop running. But that's where you gotta watch where it can stir into, that's why a lot of people long-term will end up getting autoloader or some equivalent mod that you just pull up and, like, absorb the goods onto the back of your vehicle versus having to, run the forklift. They just get tired of forklifting because you can imagine picking up the pallets of eggs, picking up the pallets of milk, picking up the pallets of flour, picking up the pallets of strawberries, picking up the pallets of butter, picking up the pallets of, what else was there? Was that all of it? Oh, and sugar. And then, like, picking up the pallets for all the things that are the mid-step operations in there that people just eventually, like, you know what I don't want to do? I don't want to pick all this stuff up. So you just drive up with a big flatbed, you hit the little shortcut key, and it just teleports them on your flatbed, and you just go to the next spot. Which actually, you can actually tell them to... I think you could set them to go directly to a warehouse. I'm trying to remember. I'd have crop destruction turned on. Crop destruction only affects your own crops. So, like, if I go plowing through someone else's field, it has no impact on it. Yeah, no, we don't have that many fields actually. If we look at the map, you will see what is my land that I'm doing. The land that's my land is just these handful of fields down here, because we are in the hardest economy setting, so I'm mostly running around doing contracts while these don't have stuff going on. I'm just trying to focus entirely on contracts where I can make like a pretty fast amount of money, or are very particularly generous. So I don't, like, if we look at this, deadwood is fine, I'm not going to do it. Fertilizer's fine, but I'm not going to do it. The plowing is good money, but it takes too long. The sowing, I'm not going to bother, it's not great money for the time. Spraying is actually really good time and all that. Like, that's actually relatively okay money. Stone picking is pretty slow and terrible. Wood transport is good money, but generally I'm going to ignore all those. We're just knocking out the ones I can do pretty quick. You'll deal with that later. I'm really hoping, I'm trying to hold out that we will be able to catch the spinach harvester on sale and then buy ourselves a quick seeder and go into spinach, because spinach is actually really good money. But the calculations I did, spinach is one of the best paying crops this time. Should be second best if my calculations are right. Not counting production lines, just as the raw crop sale at peak price. Alright. You said second. What is number one? Number one is sugar beets. And I have all that on the Discord, by the way. If you join the Discord, we have the Farming Simulator channel. I've got the whole list there. Which basically the way I did is off stream I set up a map where I had a little rectangular field. And what I did is I went into each one, I checked my money before, well, actually, what I did is actually plowed the whole field, limed it, plowed the field, picked a stone, limed the field, backed up a save. Then I went in and I would put down the crop, fertilize it to 100%, roll it. Fertilize it to 100%, plant it, roll it, get all the way to the end, harvest it, and then sell it at that, and then compare like the prices and all that. So it includes the cost of maintenance, gas, the seeds, the fertilizer, anything involved in the process. Doesn't count the equipment that you buy. So like that isn't taken into a factor. So that is one thing that's not considered, is the cost of the equipment, like how long it takes you to pay it back or anything like that. But I do have it, it's like at 14 tiers because I rounded it to the nearest 100. And the reason I did that is there's enough variables between like sell price and all that. Having it narrower than that doesn't serve a purpose, because the various RNG in the game will nudge those ones that they're close enough to be higher or lower year to year. And we got Fix Some Motors under 7 stream streak. Catch the last 7 streams without missing a single one. So thank you so much for that, saying they love the stream. I really appreciate that. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate all the support everyone's been giving to the channel and all that. It was a thing I was mentioning on Blue Sky. I was looking through the statistics on the channel, and I'm not going to call out the one statistic that's low because I deliberately don't talk about like a lot of, like, I'll talk like basic financials about, oh yeah, like this percentage of stuff comes from ads, and this percentage comes from subs, and this percentage comes from bits, and this percentage comes from sponsors, like in vague terms to give people an idea to, for transparency. I generally won't be like, oh, this is bad for me right now, like this financial thing, or that's good for me right now, because you don't want it to come across as be like, oh, this thing here, oh man, this number's not good, and make people feel obligated to solve that number Like you don't want to sound like, not that you're begging, but you're trying to bait people into doing it or whatever. But I was looking at my analytics yesterday because I'm a very data-driven person. And there was a singular number that was down, but all other numbers were up. So every single other number was up, like viewer average, like average concurrent viewers was up, a whole bunch of other things. And I had just the one number was down. And it was down by like 3. And for context, it was down by like 3 out of a number on average. I think it's like 106 or whatever normally. And there's a lot of wiggle here. But it was down by like 3, which is nothing. Like very genuinely nothing. And it was 100%, it's like eyes laser focus on the one number that's down, ignoring all like the rosy things happening around it and be like, oh god, the channel's dead. This is all over. Oh no. Oh no. Like, and you're just stopped there and you're like, brain, what is wrong with you? Like, objectively looking at this, on the bird's eye view, everything is positive. Viewers are up, new followers are up, unique views are up, like, you know, the amount of time people spend on average viewing is up, overall revenue is up, and this one tiny slice of revenue, this one specific subcategory of revenue is down by an irrelevant amount. And my brain's like, oh no, no, it's all over. And it was just like catching yourself almost immediately being like, what the hell's wrong with you, brain? Stop. There's actual crises in the world. This is not one of them. That's just how the brain is. Oh yeah, no, but it's a thing on like Blue Sky, like sharing the whole experience, and then also adding the extra little fun joke is like, okay, if I sit here and go brains are dumb, and I am my brain, does that mean my brain thinks it's dumb? Because fair. Because I'm gonna be honest, brain, you really are sometimes. Like, again, you really do make a mountain out of a molehill a lot more than you probably should. That just popped into my head. And for... The brain is very smart. It invented the color purple. Yup. Well, that's... There's so many things about how the human brain works, and I'm sure it's true of animals, but I don't know much about animal brains. But there's so much about the brain, and for the matter, the human body, that is so amazing and so capable and so incredibly powerful and successful and wonderful. And then there's all the other stuff about those exact same things that is utter crap. Like, we got really good thinky wrinkly brain that's really good and powerful and amazing. And at the same time, our brain also has really crap thinky thing that works actively against our best interests, but evolutionarily got that way because once upon a time it was really good for our survival. But, you know, the world has changed and we're not trying to hide from saber-toothed tigers anymore. So, you know, certain parts of thinky brain aren't really applicable in the same way. And yet your brain's like, still, you know what, let's have nightmares about that. Said, you're not a fan of any of the new maps? Can't wait for the console maps to come up. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with any new maps. I much prefer the mod maps that are like the Survivor Man maps where they just kind of plunk you down and you got like the tiniest little speck of any type of civilization just to make the game functional. And then it's just wilderness, and then make that, like, build a farm from nothing. Those are my favorites. But it's also one of those things that, like, human beings are some of the most capable species on a handful of things. Like, we are smart. We aren't, like, very generally, where humans go, we are the smartest. That's kind of one of those ones that's like, alright, we have the most ability to pass on knowledge and these types of things. But, like, as far as just our own cognitive thought, we're up there, but we actually cannot objectively say we are the smartest. There are a lot of the aquatic mammals who, for example, who are very strong competition for that role. Octopus are extremely ridiculously intelligent. but we do have the ability to record and learn from that recorded knowledge, which is something they lack. But some of the things that we actually are among the, the best at is when it comes to stamina runners, being able to run for a prolonged period of time. Humans are actually really high up there on, like, just endurance running. Like, we're okay sprinters, not great sprinters. But for, like, just kind of keeping a good jogging pace, we're actually really efficient. And that's part of how we hunted. You'd go to a big mammoth, you'd poke it, and the mammoth would be like, ah, it sucks, and it'd try and get away, and you wouldn't try and run it down and overwhelm it. You'd just kind of jog along with it, poke it again, get it going again. Eventually, mammoth's like, I'm done, nothing left, tank's empty, can't move, it's over, and then you'd finish the job. And you might lose one of your tribe while doing it because mammoths are big, scary animals. But that was the whole thing. We could hunt animals that, objectively, as far as just raw muscle, we wouldn't, like, you put 5 people in a cage with a mammoth, give them pokey sticks, they're gonna lose. But with this whole endurance thing where we can tire it out first, it's very effective. We are also extremely capable of throwing things. Just grabbing a random object and throwing it with some level of precision. Like, we're not the best in precision. There are some pretty wild animals out there who beat us in precision, but, like, to be able to just grab a random object and then just chuck it at something and be reasonably accurate, we are an outlier in being good at it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yep. Just run for them until they drop from exhaustion, overheating, both. Yep. So that's the whole thing. But there was and a lot of this is also because we are bipedal. A lot of this is what enables these things. Rockin' any mods? Not yet. We're still waiting. The mods are starting to roll in, but we're not running that. The shoulder joint human is also better than the one that was found in Neanderthals, if you remember correctly. Well, yeah, if you're comparing us directly with Neanderthals, there's definitely a lot of things that go either way, that, like, this is the thing we do better, this is the thing that they do better. So the poor shooting gene in Rimworld tracks. Well, that would be shooting, not throwing. Well, I mean, I guess technically shooting skill is what applies to throwing in Rimworld, so yeah, that would actually track. As they were living on the foundation of a few who dared to think bigger, as a community to prosper, and on our own, we're pretty dumb. In a lot of ways, it could actually be the reverse, too. The whole meme of, like, individuals are smart and reasonable, and then, you know, groups of people panic and all that. There's whole studies around, like, you're more likely to be helped by an individual who sees you in trouble than a group of people. A group of people is more likely to stand and gawk than if one person sees you. And there's a whole mess of psychology that goes in that. It says in your profile that you're a developer. Can you tell me more? Yeah, so I have been a software developer for I'm gonna exclude the time I've been streaming recently because I haven't been doing that much development lately. But I have about 15 years professional developing experience. I'm what's referred to as a polyglot, which means I do a wide range of languages and frameworks and technologies. I do have the ones that I have preferred and do more of, but I have done more languages than I want to do. And many of those languages I would be very happy if I never did again. I am looking at you, PHP and C++. I will be a very happy person if I never touch another of those languages ever again. They're fine, they're usable languages, they're good languages for what they do. But also, I don't want to ever touch them again if I don't have to. I can, and I'm capable, but they're not my preference. That said, I also have, and for the record, I've done that public sector, private sector, big government, education. I've done it systems for like managing associations. I've done finance. I've done nonprofit. And let me correct that. I did not work in a nonprofit. I wrote software for nonprofits in a for-profit company. It's a complicated thing. I've had to write software in English and in French. I don't speak French. Like, none. I can say, like, thank you and please and hello and bye, and where's the bathroom? And that's about as far as it goes. But one of our customers were the Canadian Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, whatever they call themselves, the equivalent to our stuff there, and that required us to have it in both English and French because that's the law. I'm not Canadian, but one of our customers were thing. You were Snowden? You know, it's been a long time since I've had people do that one. Like, for the record, actually, we've done the comparison on camera. Like, I don't have the same facial structure or, like, anything. About as far as the whole comparison goes is brown hair, facial hair, glasses, white guy. It really kind of falls apart the moment you get past that point. So you're saying we all look the same? I'm not actually going there. Like, not serious at all. But yeah, that's been a long time. That's been literal years. I used to get that every once in a while. People is like, oh, you look like this. It's like, I really don't. I think I even had Snowden as a muted term at one point. Then you'd also have people wildly pop. It's like, you look like this actor, and you pull it up. It's like, this blonde guy who's like, his face looks emaciated? How? It's always weird when you get compared to someone else's appearance. But yeah, so with the development, like, I've done all that. As a side thing, you're the Keanu Reeves of programming? I'm suddenly blanking because I've made fun of, oh, what was it? It already disappeared. Biodome. Was Keanu Reeves also in that? I know it was Pauly Shore. I was gonna make fun of that, and then I was like, wait, was that Keanu, like a very young Keanu? We've made fun of that movie a couple of times because it's a terrible movie. With terrible morals and terrible plot and terrible storytelling. And it's just terrible. Which is the joke. Like when you bring it up, because it's a really bad movie. It's actually a shave your glasses. I could see that. I mean, this is a popular style of glasses where you have mostly frameless. At least within my age range. Oh man. That's not a Keanu. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, it may not have been. I know Pauly Shore was in it because we make fun of that. But that was I was like having, and this is like a long time ago. It was like early 20s. I was having that moment, like, you know, I've always gotten the same style of glasses. Like, maybe I'll mix it up. And I'm like, all right. What glasses are popular, like, with younger people these days? Like, and this is, again, me, like, early to mid-20s, as if I'm, like, not a young person at that point. And I remember talking to the optometrist and be like, what's popular in, like, high school or whatever? Like, what is the new trending thing? And you visibly saw the man deflate. And he went over, and they had these Harley-Davidson sunglasses that had, like, these frames that were, like, half an inch thick, like really thick frames, like thick black frames for Harley Davidson. He's like, these, but not sunglasses. And I was like, oh, that's terrible. They were going like the Harry Potter vibe, where there's like it was almost as much frame as glasses. And it's fine if that's your style. Like, don't let me knock it. But it was definitely one of those things like, no, that's absolutely a big old no in my book. It's cool if that's what's in with the kids and all that. But like, for me, historically, it's like, what is the least amount of frame I can get in my glasses before, like, genuinely I'm starting to, like, compromise these things' ability to stay together. But it was just the optometrist in that moment. You could see, like, he was all smiling, just like, ugh. But you have the same style of glasses like you since years. Bottom no frame, upper frame really thin. Yeah, no, I used to get it where there wasn't an upper frame too. But man, I've had some hit and miss with the no upper frame. So it's like, all right, I just enough frame. Like I used to get sunglasses like that. Thankfully, not prescription. I can't tell you how many sunglasses I shattered right along where the glass meets here, because there's just no other frames. It's all just the two pins. Ooh, that's. I caught the part that Automod grabbed, and I was like, oh yeah, let me go ahead and let that through. And then I reread, I was like, oh yeah, that's not really necessarily what I wanted to let through, actually. Automod, you jumped on the wrong part. You were like, fugly, this is a terrible word, you shouldn't do this. The other part of the saying is the worst part of that. The fuglies is the not as bad. Yeah, no frame glass too, but they broke really easy. Yeah, that's what I had. I had sunglasses that broke a lot that were no frame. And so I didn't get no frame anymore. I mean, those are good contracts, but I'm going to skip on them. We already dealt with the temple. I'm trying to go a little fast because we're getting to about the end of stream, and I'm trying to spare you all around to ads. Because we're good. Yeah, we're good. All right, so what's going to happen is... Let's double check. No contracts I need. No sales I care about. We're going to advance the day. And that's probably going to be where... Well, actually, wait a second. No, am I wrong? No, I'm right. Right. Oh, no, wait, never mind. We still have a half an hour. What am I talking about? I started stream late. So all my clocks. So yeah, we still got like 30 or so minutes before I normally wrap. My apologies. I am pretty consistent about almost always starting and stopping my... Well, stopping, not so much, but starting my stream at roughly the same time. So when I have one where I start at a different time, I struggle. Because it is just programmed behavior now. Ending stream, I definitely end every stream consistently at exactly the correct time, and no one has copious amounts of evidence otherwise. Copious amounts of evidence otherwise. Okay, I don't care about the lawnmower. Straight up unreasonably large amounts of evidence otherwise. Loads of volume with a 17-hour stream. Uh-huh. No evidence to speak of. Anything anyone says here who has been here for a consistently long time is a liar. And certainly cannot back up all of their information with hard evidence of the recordings of those streams. So all that stuff I said about trying to delay the ads on you, that's going to be not a thing because we're still going for more than 5 minutes. I thought it was at like the last like 5 minutes of stream and it was like time to wrap up. I'm like, all right, let me try and spare everyone around to ads. I'm like, oh wait, I got like half hour, 45 minutes. Okay, never mind. Never mind, I can't delay them that long. I can only delay them 15 minutes and then Twitch tells me no and slaps my wrist and says, get those ads out there. They don't do that second part. They do tell me no. But there's no assault involved. Rual has never streamed overtime in these games. No, and I've definitely never streamed on my days off consistently for like the last 2 months. I never throughout the entirety of playing Factorio went long on the stream. And they're not kidding. It was like that last stream where we put a bow on it, wrapped it up, and called it a day. It was like 16 and a half, 17-hour long stream. And for the record, the reason I'm speeding up time is I need to give those it's just shy of 1 in-game hour to fill up water. So we're watching the clouds. And an hour has passed. Okay. Oh, is there any contracts I want to toss our stuff onto in the meantime? I mean, there are. Are they anywhere near each other? So, I mean, okay. So that contract is relatively close to that contract, which is relatively close to that contract. No, wait. To that contract. So we could send our tractor over there real quick and have it do that while I go and deal with the other stuff. I wonder, and it's something I haven't done on this one yet. Let's get out of that tractor. Let's... Okay, that's weird that's not letting me do that, but that's fine. Let's go look at our jobs. Oh, I have to select the vehicle. That's right. So let's grab our vehicle. Not you. You. Create job. And I want you to field work that. Start job. And I'm going to do a little precaution in case it decides to run itself into the street. Is it going to have fragile glasses for decades? Let's see, you've been having no frame glasses for decades, but they're pretty fragile. Yeah, no, I went with little frame. Are you... There you go. You just needed a mode to figure stuff out. Alright, so we're just gonna trust that that goes okay. We're doing the supervillain thing where you go, I have my plan, and then you walk in the other room and go like watch TV or something, because you know you couldn't be bothered to like actually make sure your plans work out the way they're supposed to. And so the hope is, what should happen is that tractor should go across the entire map to the opposite side of the map and begin working that field. If everything has been done correctly, that should work. And so far, it's doing good. I fully expect it to like run into a car halfway and get stuck, and then we have to go bail it out. But considering it's only going to cost me like 10-20 in-game bucks to get it on the other side map and then do the contract, you know what? Get out of here, you crazy kids. You crazy kids in your agricultural jobs. Kids these days, all of them farming. Oh, you're gonna go through the middle of town. All right, let's see how that pans out for you. I retract. I said I'm gonna get stuck in a car. It's gonna get stuck in a light pole. That's my new expectation. I'm not gonna do a prediction because I'm not that confident on it. But my expectation is that vehicle's gonna get stuck in a light pole, and it's gonna be like the driver couldn't figure their way there, and I'm gonna teleport over to it. And there's gonna be like him stuck in a light pole, and we're gonna go around the corner. And there's gonna be like 3 cars backed up around him, and we're gonna have to figure out how to like get wedged out from between the cars. I mean, you're going right down the middle of town. Hey, you know what? If it works out, great. If it works out, I might even try sitting there and loading it up with a completely full trailer of beams and seeing like how it goes with that. See if it can manage without tipping. Yeah, I mean, okay, so you're clearly stopping at traffic and all that, but that's fine. Alright, so we're replanting our rice again. Yeah, no, I like my glasses with as little frames as possible. It is just one of those things that like the no frames, I kind of learned that they're just, it's one thing when they're cheap sunglasses, but then you're like, all right, it's prescription glasses, they gotta pay like the frame cost of the prescription. Like, no. I don't got the budget to do this again. Hey, you know what? You got through town. Fair enough. Perhaps I judged too soon. Another testament to the AI actually being pretty solid in this one. That's interesting to consider. If the AI is honestly that reliable of being able to go across the map, I could genuinely see it for a lot of the jobs that you could just be like, go, and just send them to do the jobs. When they finish, cash out, send them to do the next job while you just sit back and handle your farm. There we go. But he likes slimmer glasses too. You tried the no frames and you kept looking at the bottom. Yeah, that's fair. That's why we got different styles. Alright, it's right about to get to that field. So any second now, we should see, I don't even remember which field it is, we should see one of those fields starting to count up a percent on it. It is the biggest of the contracts, but yeah. Yeah, no, it's all good. Like, it was mine for also not reading it the full way through. Like, basically, my eyes went immediately to what Automod grabbed, and I was like, yeah, that's fine. Like, don't get me wrong, if you were saying it about another person in chat, that would be a problem, but that's not the context, so it was fine. And then I saw the comment of what they were called in the military, like, oh, actually, that's worse than the previous comment. I don't think it was like, oh no, that's like a timeout or anything like that. Like, it's nothing like that. I was like, oh, wait a second, actually, that would have been one I probably would have been like, maybe not. Okay, the contract's happening. Cool. Yeah, military glasses. Well, that was also a thing. Like, I definitely remember it was a thing that it kind of changed around the time I hit high school. Like not even early high school, like kind of late-ish high school. There was this whole, like, jock versus nerds mentality that happened back in the school. It wasn't as bad as you get depicted on TV where, like, the jock is going around, they're, like, grabbing the nerds and, like, throwing them against lockers. I mean, you had some bullying, but it was nowhere near to the scale that you get presented to, you know. You didn't have, like, straight up, you know, jocks running up and punching nerds in the face on a regular basis or whatever. And that's, again, by the perception of stereotypes. But, like, at that time, having glasses put you solidly in the nerd camp most of the time. And I didn't have glasses wait, actually, did I? It was around 19 I got my glasses. I think I got glasses, but I didn't have to wear them yet. Yeah, no, I think it was actually around 19, so right around the end of high school that I started wearing glasses. Like, I got the prescription a little bit before that, but it was one of those things that was like it was only for like very specific situations I kind of needed them. But yeah, like, it was a whole mentality that, like, in elementary and middle school that, you know, well, I mean, it wasn't even early middle school or early elementary, it was like late elementary school that started to get set up. That, you know, if you were in the chess club or something, you were one of them. Which I was often in those groups. I liked my collectible card games. I liked Magic of the Gathering, which solidly put me in that camp. 100%, you know, self-stamped nerd. Yeah, you've been there. Didn't help being husky glass wearing person who liked to read either. I liked to read as well. I used to read a lot of books, especially like middle school especially. Middle school especially. Think you just got an ad for Magic the Gathering? We need that check in the mail. Not sponsored, by the way. Wouldn't be against it. But also, I don't actually play Magic the Gathering. I haven't played it for years, and I'm actually like, yeah, I'm very hands-off in collectible card games, so it wouldn't be a good idea to sponsor me for that. But also, not against it. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things. Like, I used to play the collectible card games back then. I read, this thing wasn't helping me as well. I like to read Star Wars books. I read, like, all of them back in the day. Like, the old Legend series. I didn't get through, like, literally every one, but I got pretty close. Now, granted, I definitely spared myself from some bullying by having a, thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. Having, like, a, it wasn't leather, but it was, like, a faux leather thing. That like had a handle where I could like put my novel in it and it'd hold the page and all that, so I had like a little carry thing to protect the books and all. Definitely didn't put me at risk of even more bullying. Absolutely not. Definitely didn't contribute to it. I'm sure it 100% contributed to it because I didn't only read, I was prepared to read. But yeah, now it's a whole thing. Like, but it was genuinely a thing that really flipped on its head in high school. Like, it'd be about, like, when I was in, like, sophomore year high school, that suddenly, like, the whole nerd jock thing just vanished. Like, it was, because, I mean, this would be the point that, you know, the internet's been around for a little while. It's still fairly new. And suddenly, like, all the ridiculous and amazing things that's coming out of, like, all this stuff. Video games went from being that not cool thing that nerds did to, like, people wanted to play video games. Like, everyone wanted to play video games. It wasn't just the kid who had, like, you know, their parents had a little extra money, so they bought them an Atari, and that kind of thing. Like, you know, we're talking, we're solidly into, like, you know, Super Nintendo, like, I think PlayStation was just coming out, or I think just came out, is somewhere around there, I don't remember, like, that all kind of blurs together as to when the timing line is, and that, like, totally changed the game. They're like, no, man, video games are cool. You know, you didn't have just the brick Game Boy, you had the fancier Game Boys. The Game Boy Advanced was the thing. Let's see, ever watch 21 Jump Street? And then the sequel, 22 Jump Street? No, I'm actually unfamiliar with those. Okay, neither of those things I need to worry about. And messages sent to me, but they're not urgent things. But yeah, and it was just one of those things that, like, growing up, that you kind of watch that change. And you still had bullies, for the record. Like, there were still bullies the entire way through high school, but it was more when you started to get to, like, junior, senior year, and you were still the bully or whatever. You were pretty unpopular. Like, that kind of changed. Not that we didn't have, like, the preppy kids or whatever. But it wasn't depicted as TV, whereas, like, you had all the cheerleaders got together and they made fun of everyone else. You had all the football players get together and they made fun of everyone else. And it may have even been a thing that was better in my school than others. Because we had a robotics program, and while our football team frankly sucked, and never really did particularly well in most of the competitions they went into, we had a robotics team. And a robotics team was getting to nationals and ranking, and we're getting to, like, go to Disney and do all sorts of stuff and compete at Disney and all that sort of stuff. Is, like, you know, really putting the school, like, out there. And we had our rival school, and where our football team versus our rival, you know, school was kind of a toss up on who would win. Our rival team were actually teamed up. We were the same team. But I think one of the things that also helped is we had a couple of people who were on the football team who were also really into the robotic stuff. And so that kind of dealt with all that. We also had a lot of girls on the robotics team too, which certainly also helped with our popularity. It shouldn't have, But, you know, it's high school. People are really dumb in high school. The first one was a jock being a bully and the big main guy, etc. The second was the nerd's big time to shine. Gotcha. Oh, that robotics team was so much trouble. We're really lucky we didn't get in very serious trouble on that thing. Man, it was wild times. Just seeing how much like the internet kind of going from it physically existed to hitting like mainstream was a very weird time in time where just so much that had been culture forever just flipped on its head and changed. Because, you know, also like, you know, that was the days of MySpace. You wanted to have a really cool MySpace page. Well, if you want to have a really cool MySpace page, you had to talk about the nerdy people. You had to talk to the nerdy people who wanted to learn about web dev, and make your MySpace page so you could get your horrible MIDI music and your glitter backgrounds, which we all had. Almost every one of us had all of these horribly obnoxious GIFs and like MIDI music that would play whether you wanted it to or not, of like whatever the popular songs were at the time. The quality of the MIDIs may vary dramatically. You wanted blinking text, marquee, oh, there's a reason MySpace died. There was such a reason MySpace died. We did it to ourselves. Oh yeah, we killed that website. Because every one of us made our stuff like that, and absolutely all of it was 100% horrible to deal with. The ones who replaced the cursor, yep, I did that. And especially with a cursor that you really couldn't make out what part of it was actually the pointer. You'd have this thing that looked like a ball, and it had like, you know, some other thing sticking off of it. It'd be like a Dragon Ball or whatever, and it'd have like the three of the little stars on. You'd be like, which one's the actual clicky spot? You always thought, well, that's the thing. The way Facebook killed MySpace was MySpace killed MySpace and Facebook was around. MySpace 100% did the thing where it kind of removed itself from consideration, and Facebook was there to catch. It's basically the exact same, like literally what we're watching with like Blue Sky and Twitter right now. 100% the exact same experience. Now, granted, the users of Twitter aren't responsible for the ones killing Twitter right now. That'd be the CEO. But, I mean, the CEO and the type of users they're bringing in, but that's a separate issue. But it was the same thing of where, like, you know, Twitter has been ruined itself so badly that people are looking for literally any other alternative. And very genuinely, Blue Sky has presented itself as the one that's kind of an outlier to be pretty decent. And so everyone is just going there like it's not Twitter. Well, is it any good on its own? Doesn't matter. It's not Twitter. It actually is pretty good on its own. But it's like, doesn't matter. It's not the bad one. Yeah, they do have a lot in common. Let's see. Facebook had made all the functions to post comments to MySpace to entice people to come over. Oh yeah, no, that was the thing. MySpace was digging itself a grave, and Facebook absolutely capitalized on it. Like, absolutely capitalized. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Facebook didn't do its part. Like, it was the right place, right time. That's kind of a stretch with Blue Sky. In what way? Like, I've found Blue Sky to be fantastic because the beauty of Blue Sky is, like, moderation is handled by, like, how you access it and all that. And they actually do, through their main thing, handle moderation versus, you know, Twitter was the thing, like I've talked about a couple times. I'd be like, hey, you know, thank you for adding this dyslexia font to your game. Like, I really appreciate it. You know, that's really, really good of you. and I'd get someone who'd give like shout out some racist crap to me, and I'm like, what is people's problem? Or how about like accessibility is ruining gaming and all that garbage? And so you try and just mind your own business and enjoy yourself on Twitter, and just people can't help but jump in and be absolute horrible people, and you just block them and move on, because that's what they're doing, is trying to get a rise out of you. And it's 99% bots these days, where just you literally see the exact same word for word post, and all of them are like, you know, regular guy 235 or something, or they'll put a bunch of, you know, numbers that have associations with not great things and yada yada. But like Blue Sky, I can find art, no problem. I can find game devs, no problem. I can completely avoid political garbage, no problem. Like occasionally something pops through. I could say stuff and not have some bot drop in some racist crap in my feed. Now, they have so many posts at each other's throats. That's basically the same thing MySpace thing happened. Competition of big name. Oh yeah, well that's the thing. Like the difference between the MySpace situation and the Twitter situation is MySpace, the problem was they didn't have like they let you just kind of go completely wild with your pages, and unfortunately because all of us were like teenagers, and not literally all of us, but like a bunch of us were all teenagers, didn't really know good, bad, or otherwise with like content so far as like you're making a website or whatever. A lot of the standards we have that, you know, people know that, hey, automatically playing music kind of sucks on the internet, and all that kind of stuff. Like, all of that was in its infancy. And as people started to, like, wise up, being like, you know what, this automatically playing music player really kind of sucks if it's not your music. It really is not a great experience. And so, like, they didn't do any handling of that. Like, they didn't have, like, anger, hate speech, anything like that on MySpace. Like, their issue was just pretty much the entire website become borderline unusable with all the garbage we did to it. Versus Twitter definitely has people screaming at each other. It's just people rage baiting each other, and moderation is near non-existent these days. And as a result, it's become just unpleasant to deal with. Like, to the point, it was a constant pain point for me in what I do here. Like, I do need to engage on social media as a content creator. I have to go wherever I can, you know, hopefully get some more eyes on the channel to keep the channel from, you know, as people naturally churn, that I keep finding new people to replace them, and to keep, you know, the channel growing and healthy, because if I don't, number go down, and that means what I get paid go down, and that means I can stop doing it full time. That did mean having to do stuff on Twitter from time to time. And then also a lot of times sponsors would be like, hey, we want 2 posts on Twitter. You know, basically one post saying, hey, I'm going to be streaming this game, they're sponsoring me, and then like the next one, like when I actually stream, be like, hey, the game's streaming, or like whatever. And they would require you to be on Twitter. And it was always one of those things that I wanted nothing to do with Twitter, like, so badly. But from the business side of it, for me as a content creator, realistically, I couldn't. Which I remember when that was a thing with Facebook, that I had the same problem in the side of dev I was doing and all that. I had to be involved in Facebook. And I was so ecstatic when Facebook kind of fell off, and they're like, yeah, we're not worried about Facebook anymore. And I was like, count deleted. It's gone right now. Deleted, gone, burned, scorched the ground, salt the earth. Never to be again. And never went back. And I'm not to the point of deleting my Twitter account, but I am to pretty close to the point of, like, purging all the old tweets and all that, and just basically reserving the name so no one pops in there and pretends to be me and does all that crap. But yeah. But obviously from all that, I use Blue Sky. If you type in Rual Storge, you'll find it. It's easy. No underlines or weirdness. It's just Rual Storge will add like the whole like like bluesky.social or whatever it is. If anyone sees the second one, let me know because I'll report it. Because that one, if someone's impersonating you, they actually do something about it. Imagine that. But yeah. No, I've been trying to grow there. It's like another thing is the traction I get on Blue Sky has been way better. When I for a little while I was doing a post on Blue Sky and Twitter at the same time, and I would have thousands of followers or whatever it was, like hundreds of followers, whatever, on Twitter, and then like five on Blue Sky, and I would get better traction on Blue Sky. How do they verify you? It's a much better system than Twitter, which just says, give us your money, and we don't actually care if you're a valid person or not. We'll go ahead and put a checkbox next to your name. Instead, what Blue Sky does is you can associate it with a domain. Now, you might be like, that's kind of a convoluted thing. Well, most of the time when it comes to verifying people, it's people who end up having stuff. So if I have the domain that's like rawlstorge.com or whatever, I could be like, hey, associate it with that. And people can then verify, hey, well, that's the actual website. Okay, that's that person. Let's see. Do you delete your old tweet? You've been thinking about doing that about it, but you haven't done it yet? Kind of scared of locking in again? I have not, but I would be lying if I said it hasn't been something that I have strongly debated a number of times of just taking a tool, purging the entirety of my Twitter account, except for just one post that's like, hey, I'm on Blue Sky. Because I see zero value in Twitter anymore. Like, the only reason I would have anything is just so someone can't impersonate me. Not easily, at least. I mean, sure, obviously they could be in it, like, the real Rual Storge or whatever garbage. And knowing Twitter, they'd probably do, like, literally nothing about it. But then I could be like, hey, that's not me. This is my actual account. Just look at, like, my Twitch and everything. I'll have it there. But yeah, no, it's, they verify you through domains and all that. Creating an account right now? Wouldn't surprise me if people do. Don't you get blocked for tweeting about your Blue Sky handle? You don't get blocked, but that's one of the other problems you have with Twitter is the algorithm right now. That it's like, so for those who don't know, if you follow more people on Twitter than are following you, you are suppressed by the algorithm. And you are suppressed by a percentage of that ratio. So literally, Twitter encourages you to follow as few people as possible and have as many as possible following you if you want to actually have meaningful reach, which really sucks. Because then it's like, oh, well, I want to follow all these games as a content creator, but if I follow all these games as a content creator, I now am getting suppressed by the algorithm. I want to follow my other peers that are in content creation and interact with them more meaningfully. Oh, but if I follow all of them, then again, I get suppressed by the algorithm. That I'm not considered a mover and shaker, I'm considered a follower. By just the way they use their logic. They also have it where if you include links to other platforms, your tweets get suppressed. So that's where you get like the weird thing where it's like, I'm live on the Purple app. You know, that's people trying to get around that suppression. Oh, nice. So basically, no one sees you because last time you had like 400 followers, you're following like 2,000 people. Yeah, no, you'll be suppressed by that, and it's so annoying. And it's like so many different things that happen. That's on Twitter. And so, like I said, if I mention Blue Sky, it's suppressed. If I mention any other social network by name, like Twitch included on that, it's suppressed. If you say something like Purple app, it doesn't get suppressed. And we don't know all the details of all the things they suppress. There's a bunch of political terms they suppress that are very, how should I phrase this? Partisan? Because that, if you say something nasty about Musk, it gets suppressed. Certain phrases and all that, like nicknames and all that, that'll get suppressed as well. So it's very arbitrary what they do over there. Versus on Blue Sky, there isn't some overarching algorithm that does all that crap. Like they They do have a thing that's like a recommended thing that has an algorithm behind it, but it's nowhere near the like thing. That their recommended one is more like, did this person use the hashtag game dev? Okay, well here's other people who use the hashtag game dev. It's basically like Twitter was, you know, like a decade ago. Yeah, tweeted like 3-4 years, so that's okay. But if you remember correctly, I was categorized as suspected bot when you looked at your account logged out. Lovely. But yeah, so it's one of those things. And like, and very genuinely, that's the frustration with Twitter. And for the record, it's the same frustration you deal with when making YouTube content, because YouTube also has an algorithm that has all sorts of weird rules you gotta worry about, that create all sorts of weird side effects. So for example, if I push out a video on YouTube and I have people click into the video and they bail after the first 5 minutes, YouTube will actually go and say, okay, well you've had a decent number of people who bailed on this video, clearly the video's no good, kill it. Now, on surface that sounds good. If a lot of people are pulling up a video and going, maybe don't prioritize it. And that makes logical business sense and logical sense to help you find the things that people are actually interested in. As a content creator, this creates a problem. If I consistently make the exact same style of content all the time, cool. That arguably that should hopefully work, that as people find my channel looking for that type of content, they will find it, they'll be more likely to hang out longer. A+. Algorithm doing an algorithm correctly. But then you get into variety content, where, say I play a decent amount of RimWorld and I make a bunch of RimWorld videos. Cool, as long as that's consistently the content I'm doing, it'll like it. But then I go and I play the next game, and it's Coral Island. And what'll happen is, if I find the new Coral Island audience without my existing audience finding it, I'll probably be okay. If my existing audience clicks on my next video and they're super into RimWorld and not into Coral Island, now that thing that's looking at the video, it's serving them content that's what they're not looking for, so they click out of it. And now my videos that are in Coral Island will be artificially buried in the algorithm because it's not what the content was before. And so what this has done is there's a checkbox I can click on that says, promote this video to my subscribers. It's basically the thing that says, hey subscribers, Rual Storge has made a new video. It's genuinely considered one of those things that you do not want to check that checkbox unless your content is very, very much the same. And I mean same game, same style, everything. You do not want to check that box because the wrong people be served your video and then the algorithm punishes you. And it's just one of those things. So you end up doing this entire juggle of playing the game with the algorithm to keep the almighty algorithm happy. Megacorps are scary, yep. Yep. Yeah, no, and that's, and like, there is a business reason why these algorithms exist. They do serve a function. They're not designed with the intent of punishing creators. That is the side effect. But it is one of the things that makes it very difficult to do stuff on YouTube, is you gotta really play the algorithm game. To a lesser degree, you gotta do that on TikTok as well. It's not, it does have its algorithm. Its algorithm just has as many weird quirks about it. But it is not nearly as like really kind of, you have to like dig into all sorts of weird analytics and all that, and people doing research and figuring out what is and isn't part of the algorithm. And also YouTube will just change its algorithm with no warning whatsoever, and you gotta go, okay. And I'm on Discord with a lot of other, like, a lot of YouTube creators as well, and I won't say like names or anything like that because that's not the point. But a lot of them, it's like, you'll suddenly see, like, 8 or 9 of them be like, has the algorithm changed? Or are you not getting as good traction on your videos like this? Like, I think the algorithm may have changed. I think they might be deprioritizing this content now. And it's like, it's terrifying to think that if that is your main income, that literally you're just riding by the seat of your pants, that any moment they could just change it, and you just gotta suss out what it is and somehow pivot. Let's see, you wonder if you could do crypt analysis on those algorithms and play them with an algorithm? That's, if you've ever watched, the Spiffing Brit. The Spiffing Brit has done videos where he has literally just abused the YouTube algorithm. Like, he had one that he did, it was on a separate account because he was like, please YouTube, don't ban me. But he was demonstrating a way that he could like use this short video to like reference itself or something. Like, I can't remember the exact way, but in doing that, he was able to like artificially inflate the video to just an absolutely absurd level on the algorithm. And he's had a few of those over the years where it's like, oh yeah, the algorithm's doing this, and like, here is this horrific loophole that was abusable. Sometimes it would be like, hey, they just fixed this, but just so you're aware, this was a thing. Which is always a scary thing as a creator, to be like, you realize there is some abusable thing on there, and like, you obviously want to be very careful about actually taking advantage of those kind of exploits. In a way unintended, I should say, because sometimes those are deliberately designed. Like, YouTube has been artificially boosting shorts at different periods of time, so you make the shorts because YouTube is just taking its thumb to the scales and be like, we want shorts to be a thing, so here, let me just shove that down. But then there's the things where it's like, well, actually, with the way they're messing with their algorithm, if I take that over here and this over here and I put them together, I can straight up break things. Yeah, those are videos that you can tell, because he's got a contact to YouTube with like how big he is. You can tell he sits there, he's like, all right, I got this video, I'm making it. I need you to tell me that I'm not gonna get banned. I need you to my face, tell me that this is safe. I don't, like, he's said that. I imagine those conversations have to happen, where he talks to his YouTube rep, and he's like, I got a video, I think it'll be fun, but like, I need to spitball against this, and I need you to give me something in writing. I'll still have a channel tomorrow. It's like, I am biting the hand that feeds me. I need to make sure I have got consent first. He's a fun creator. If you've never checked out the Spiffing Brit on YouTube, he also has a Twitch channel. He doesn't do nearly as much here. It's more over on the YouTube side. But very genuinely, his whole thing is he breaks games. Like, he comes up with absurd ways of approaching games and just breaks them. But it's good times. Usually finding some like exploit in the math and the way the game works to like take advantage of rounding errors, or you know, the timing of when games calculate things. So he's done stuff where like you can take a game and there'll be like a way you can like buy stock in the game, and as you buy stock it inflates the price, as you sell it crashes, in ways to like cause a run on the market to just reliably just buy and sell stock in the same turn to the same people and just print money. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Those are always fun exploits. When you can just take a game like that's you used to be able to do that in No Man's Sky. There was the entire strategy of getting rich was, I can't remember what the item was. It was you just basically got the most valuable item you could fit in your inventory that was consistently purchased and sold in systems. You would go to a system, and if I remember this correctly, it's been like forever, but you'd go to a system and you would sell all of these items onto the market at like their normal value. So their starting value on the market there. and it was a dynamic market, so it immediately crashed the price to like nothing because you basically just flooded the market, and it just was a simple like kind of supply and demand type thing, where it says, oh, I suddenly have this ridiculous number of this item, bring the price down. You know, the player's selling too much, bring the price down. But because you sell it all as one lump sum, you get the full value for the whole stack. And that would crash the market. And it crashed it so badly, you could buy it all back. Literally all of the stuff you put in there, plus what was already there beginning, for less than you just sold it. And so once you've done that, you've ruined that system. So you go to the next system, and then you'd sell it all, and then you'd buy it all, and you go to the next system, and you'd sell it all, and you'd buy it all, and you just keep getting a bigger and bigger stack of the stuff, which just meant everyone was this. What job is this? The job I'm doing right now is not a contract. This is my rice field, and I'm planting it. But yeah, that was a thing you used to break in No Man's Sky. I'm pretty sure they patched that forever ago. Like, I think they made it when you sell a whole stack, it actually, like, tapers the price as you go along or something like that. Let's see, yeah, maybe on the other hand, Randall Monroe, XKCD, has made maps about how connected and reachable are the roads in each part of the US by using Google Maps to get a route from X to Z for all the combinations of X and Y with tens of thousands of even millions of requests, and he did not get permission, so they blocked his IP. Yeah, no, that's I've seen a few posts from Randall Monroe, like over the years, where it's like, I was doing this, you know, this research on like, you know, whatever system, like it would be Google, or like another time it'd be like this, you know, academic studies like website or whatever, and just break things. Like either he's like, yeah, well, I ran a bunch of these queries and then their site started getting slower and then it stopped working. Then I apologized. Yeah, rice is the new crop. Yeah, so we've got rice and long rice. Long rice works kind of mostly similar to how like wheat and that works, but there is a stage you flood it. And then you have this rice, which is the regular rice, that you do seed it in a flooded field, and you do keep the field flooded to prevent weeds and all that. So it is a bit of a twist on the normal process, which is pretty fun. But yeah, it's a new 1 to 25. I still think one of my favorite like pastime reads as a dev, when I had like, you know, I was in that situation where like either A, I was stuck and I just wanted to take my brain off the task for 15-20 minutes to like kind of reset myself, or you know, you've got like a major application, a large scale application, and you're having to go through the testing thing where you toss it to the unit test and the integration test, and those just take a while to churn. Or you're doing some like major database change, and you're like doing the reconfigure, and you're just like waiting for the computer to just work through that and all that. Because I just love to sit there and read XKCD's what ifs. If you're not familiar and you like people applying entirely too much intelligent math to things that ought not have any intelligent math assigned to them, that's the place. Where he answers such questions, thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. Where he answers such questions is, if literally everyone on the Earth got together and pointed a laser pointer at the same spot on the moon, what would happen? And it's not, and the beauty is he doesn't just go, okay, this is what happened. He obviously does tell you that part. And then it's like, okay, but what if the lasers were bigger? Okay, well, what if the lasers are bigger? Okay, what if the lasers are bigger? And he starts getting into stuff like, well, at this point, we would ignite the atmosphere, and suddenly the moon would, like, burn up the entirety of the planet because we have ignited its surface, turning it immediately into plasma in the direct direction of Earth, spraying the Earth with plasma as we convert the moon into a functional rocket. So he'll take the numbers into the point where things in physics start to break down. Or what if you hit a baseball at, I think it's like the smallest unit smaller than light speed, so it's like as close to light speed as you can get without being there. That's another one that is a atmosphere igniting event. But those Those are a fun read. And they'll give you like the equations and the units, but they won't like drill down to like have you like do like see the long math or anything like that. You get the cliff notes. But yeah, that was I noticed Randall Monroe, I think it was just like the last day or two started posting on Blue Sky. I actually remember like while I was visiting my family just waiting for some stuff to happen, I noticed that he had posted a comic. So I was like, "Oh, okay, it's Randall Monroe." Like absolutely going to follow that. No question about that at all. Been reading those comics since, man, I don't know. I know it was still in college, I believe. I don't remember exactly when it started, but I've been reading those for years. Decades. Maybe decades? At least a decade. Singular. I don't know about a second. I don't know how old the comics are. I haven't kept up. I got, like, it's one of the things, I'll go on a binger and I'll read like a couple hundred comics, and then I won't read them for a while. And then I'll go on another binger. Oh, I'm sorry. I just caught that you were having pains in your hand. I'm sorry. I hope that gets better. I definitely know from hurting my hands plenty of times in my life. That's never a good time. And so oh, you know what I've been sitting here doing? Hey, could you go to like that last contract we got assigned? Because what I'm figuring I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish. Yeah, it's all. Oh, you're already moving. Because the figure what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish seeding all these fields, and that should put us about the time I should probably wrap up and all that. You haven't read XCC the past like 7-8 years, but telling everyone about the occasion, looking up an episode for someone, yeah. Well, I mean that's definitely one thing is when you haven't read it in a long time, you're like, oh man, I'm so far behind. There is no catching up. Because I don't know if his schedule's changed. He was dropping them almost daily. Like, they were very frequent, whatever it was. Which I can't imagine how you keep that going for that long and don't just straight up repeat themselves. Oh yeah, no, you're good. If it gets to the point that's like literally illegible, then alright, it's like okay at that point, it's like okay, one off, whatever, but yeah. Yeah, you went daily for a while. You didn't read them at the time, luckily. Yeah. I don't know, like, I don't know how you come up with new material that much. It's like, I get the reality that you sit down, you'd come up, 20, 30 ideas, and, knock them out one after the other. And that would be for a while. But there would definitely be a point where there would be some level of writer's block. Some folks' brains just the ability to constantly come up with the what-if thoughts. Well, that's the thing. The comics aren't what if. What if is the thing he puts way more research into. That's like whole written things up. Like the thing is just coming up with like new things. Hey Penny, how's it going? It was good seeing you, you Curly, Ultra, and I didn't catch Drongo in there. Like I know he's supposed to join, but I had to go to sleep. But catching you all there. Let me go ahead and once I get through this row here, I'll get you a shout out real quick. So I don't just go off the field into the sunset. But yeah, for those who don't know, Penny Meowie, absolutely fantastic content creator. 100% recommend checking them out. Very good times, very fun times. Could only stay for a short while, sadly. Yeah. So go ahead and get that shout out. Absolutely fantastic creator. Also been playing a lot of Farm Sim lately. Had a really fun collab yesterday with Curly and Ultrasaurus and Drongo. And I suddenly was thinking I forgot a name, but no, because the name is the person who did it, so that's the fourth person. But yeah, so definitely fantastic content creator. Fun times over there. Absolutely has been enjoying Farm Sim. Relatively new to Farm Sim, if I recall correctly. I'm pretty sure this is this your first farm sim or just, I'm pretty sure this is the first farm sim. It was pure chaos and we didn't really farm much at all. Yeah, this is the first one. I thought so, because I remember I thought it was either your first or second stream that I caught. And I think I saw it through Ultrasaurus? Because, you know, that was my introduction to your channel, I believe. I hope that's right. It all blurs together. But yeah. But it was definitely like, oh, this is a fun channel. The humor is solid. And you are completely understandable. Backing up what Ultrasaurus said yesterday, I have had no problems understanding you. I understand a lot of people get very conscious about their accents. You are completely understandable. I never had to be like, all right, I've had to say what did Penny say, not from a lack of hearing it, but from going, wait a second, did she just say that? But that's different. Totally not locking up their tractors into each other. You feel the first couple days were rough. It's overwhelming. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those games at first, before you have, like, you know what's going on and all that, you're like, I don't, what? And especially, like, some of the controls and all that, just getting that. You let trolls get the best of you? Yep. Yup. It's definitely a thing I've learned from what content creation is when a troll pops in. It's just like, yep, and gone. It's like, let's not even mess around with it. Just straight up gone. Not worth the oxygen. Sometimes you keep them around for a couple of seconds because you make good content out of it, and then they're gone. But you know. But yeah, I know we all have our insecurities, the things we second guess, question. I literally even had earlier in the stream the whole looking at all the numbers and everything is looking great, and there's like one number that's down by the most trivial amount and being like, oh god, everything's terrible, it's all over. No, all this work, it's done, there's no coming back. This one number's down by 3. But yeah, no, I definitely spent a lot of time with imposter syndrome in the past, which is a different thing, but that was my big insecurity. Yeah, trolls have the ability to understand each person's vulnerability and hit them there. Yeah, and it takes a lot to get yourself to the place where you're comfortable with your vulnerabilities. And even then, people still sometimes get to you. Absolutely. I'm fortunate in what I deal with is not one that gets to me so much, but that's mostly because I've been through a ringer of things too. So imagine you did pretty well after the super long, super popular Factorio streams. You're referring to me? With the imposter syndrome, or sorry, missing context on where, like, what that was in response to. My imposter syndrome was more on being a software dev, because I felt I found out, and this is gonna get like a little bit into slightly more serious talk. I found out after the fact at a job very early on in my dev career that I was kept in a role and got a promotion that really shouldn't have gone to me because of someone else being let go over protected stuff. And it's not me believing that was the case. It was one of those things that, you know, I was able to later on with my boss see him literally chuck out people's resumes based on the way their name sounded, country of origin, that kind of thing. And so you'd think it's like, oh, well, you benefited that. And it was like, obviously it was against my will. I didn't want that. But it kept being one of those things that as I went through my career, it's like, did I earn this? Or, like, did I get this from other reasons? And so even though, like, the mountain of evidence that I kept performing and kept, you know, delivering stuff and all that, like, the evidence was there that's like, hey, you know, I'm a competent person in this profession. I've been doing it for 15 years. Like, all that kind of stuff. And I mean, at that point, it would have been like 10 years, you know, like all that kind of stuff, because I knew that there were things not relevant to my qualifications and my capabilities that had gotten me opportunities, again, against my will and against, like, unknowing to me at the time, that I second-guessed everything, that I had just, you know, been given my opportunities. And thankfully, I'm not in that mindset anymore, but there's definitely, like, a really rough patch of that. And it was one of those things that it took me a while to work through and all that, which I jokingly have told. I don't even think I've told people about the story in a long time. I've mentioned on the chat before, is the way I got through imposter syndrome myself is I jokingly had what I referred to as the I love me wall. And what it was is I basically took stuff from every project I delivered and like how like well it got reviewed, and you know, the volunteer work I did, and like all the thank yous from, like, all basically everything I could find that was like a piece of evidence that said, hey, you know what, like this is a thing you did, like you couldn't like fake this. And so it kind of came to the terms that you'd face the I love you wall, or I love me wall, that was like all these things, like, you know, words I got and all that stuff, and go, either A, I am the single greatest con man that has ever walked the face of this earth, or I'm just simply a competent person at my job. And, you know, it would take someone very narcissistic to think they're the greatest con man that's ever walked the face of the earth. But yeah, and it was one of those things that's helped me get a grip of it. And it still pops back every once in a while, but like, now when like the voice says like, oh, you just benefited from whatever, you just kind of like sit there and like slap it back down and go, get back in your corner, voice. You have no power here. But yeah. No, and that's actually, so it's funny, Burn and Sun, so like my viewer numbers are actually still relatively doing kind of consistent. Like, don't get me wrong, I definitely saw a pretty good uptick in viewership with Factorio, and it's mostly stayed there. Like, it's had its dips and ebbs and flows and whatever, but it's stayed in that upper area. Like, it hasn't died off. The statistic, and I'm deliberately not saying what the statistic is, because I don't want to I don't want people to feel like they need to throw money at the channel or anything, but it was just like the one thing there that just, out of all the good statistics, was the one statistic, and it was only down by like 3, and it was just like, and it's just that moment, the brain being dumb, and then, you know, self-correcting, being like, brain, stop. See, sometimes you get, I did do the shout out. Yes, I did. Sometimes you get unexpected opportunity, earned or not, and how people use that chance really proves their skills and abilities. People get boosts and don't use them. Well, I mean, that's absolutely, I don't disagree with that. And like, don't get me wrong, the world's not a fair place. There is going to be people more deserving of stuff who don't get it. Not because of anything nefarious, just by happenstance, right place, right time, yada yada yada. Like, we can try for a meritocracy, but the reality is, even at our best attempt, it would be the most deeply flawed one there would ever be. Like, there's the attempt to go there, that does have merit to it, but understanding that no matter what metrics you use, they will be deeply flawed. Like, there's an entire thing that I go into that comes, there's a really good book, if you ever had the opportunity, called Weapons of Math Destruction. So not mass, math. And it is a really cool book that goes through, you know, all sorts of systems and algorithms and that, many which were very well-meaning and ultimately had really bad side effects. And how a lot of these were trying to do the right thing. And it's not being like, don't try to do stuff, but a lot of it is there are certain pitfalls you can fall into, and that's around like use of data and all that you cannot trust a lot of your own data, that they don't mean what you think they mean. That when we look at, for example, grading students, like whether they got an A, B, C, D, or F, does not accurately in any way measure their capability of doing things. It measures a bunch of I'm blanking on the word for it. It's stuff that implies a result, but not a proxy. That's the word. It measures proxies of what you're hoping. So you hope your student learned math. Now, if you give them a test on math, you might be testing them on math. You also might be testing them on taking tests. These are two different things. You don't care on their ability to take tests. Your goal is trying to measure the math. But they come as a bundled thing, so it is a proxy measurement. And that's actually considered a relatively okay proxy measurement. But it is one of those things that so much we make our informed decisions are, when we do step back, we realize we're not measuring, you cannot measure the thing you actually care about. You gotta measure all the things that circle around it, and all of those end up with flawed numbers that you only have an okayish level of confidence. Yeah. I mean, so I get the statement, like, no one deserves anything, and it's one of those things, like, the statement on its face doesn't work. I get where you're trying to go with that, like, you're not owed anything is I guess a more like just for existing you're not owed anything, and even that, like, it's like, okay, yes, but no. Like, I would argue, unless you prove a reason to otherwise, you should be owed the decency of be treating as a human being, which obviously is not material. And such that. Yeah, so it's like, I get the sentiment that it's like people shouldn't feel entitled to things. Like, you know, that aren't earned or whatever. Did you use drive-through fog? Yep. Yeah, for those who don't know, in Farm Sim 25, we do have volumetric fog, and we do have volumetric lighting. So you don't only have fog, instead of like in 22 where it's just kind of like someone just wiped fog over the entire screen, you actually have like low-lying fog. So I could go over here, and where this field is a little bit lower over here, it might have fog, but I might just be straight up above it. It does make me wonder if for some of these maps are going to run into situations where you'll have like the big field that's low-lying and like the big field that's higher up, and that people won't like the low-lying field because of the fog. And you can turn it off, or at least turn it down, or whatever you want, whatever you feel is appropriate. And I am sitting here snoozing the ad till we get back to where we're wrapping up. I should repair. This isn't the one I drive it back. We're like half maintenance on our tractor. It's looking a little rough for wear at the moment. Whiteout cranberry effect. But yeah, no, there's some interesting stuff when it comes to trying to tackle problems, because it's a very human thing to be able to measure things, like to have like this is the answer kind of stuff. And unfortunately, with a lot of problems, that's not just the reality. There isn't the answer. It's far more fuzzy than that. It's not math where you have like 1 + 1 = 2. It's more like, you know, what is a more effective marketing strategy for people in this age range? And you're like, there isn't a right answer. You got to figure that out. And so you try and measure it with metrics. And of course, the prime metric would be going, okay, well, if we tried this marketing strategy and we got X number of conversions, that would be a good metric. But then if we look at it and go, well, we tried that marketing strategy and we got roughly the same number of cumulative conversions, but when we look at the number of people we reached, it was way lower, that would imply a really bad metric. Hey! Arch Play Stuff! Big night over there, it looks like. How was your stream and all that stuff? But welcome everyone in. For those who don't know, Arch Play Stuff, I'm gonna get you an actual proper shout out. Oh my god, that's $3,000 repair. Ow. So we're gonna go long, chat. I know it's like we're heading back towards the place. We're gonna be wrapping up. We're gonna go long, chat. We're gonna long because I also want to keep playing. So I'm using you as an excuse and an enabler, Arch. Are you okay with this? Do you consent to being my enabler today? So giving a shout out to Arch Play Stuff, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, absolutely fantastic content creator, playing Towers of. I am going to struggle to say that. Is that? I want to pronounce it an F, and I know that's wrong. So is it like Agsba? Arch is the best in our... I'm a Wonderlife neighbor. Ag Hasba. I would not have guessed that. I was close. I missed the H, the first one. I won't promise I'll remember that. It's going to take me more than once. That is a tough name for me. Bad Arch. It's all Arch. I know, right? But yeah, but welcome in, Raiders. First of all, if you do not know Arch plays stuff, if I didn't already say it, absolutely fantastic content creator. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, absolutely wonderful, plays lots and lots of indie games. So if you like indie games, and I'm sure you do, because if you don't, I don't understand you, and I would like to know you better, but I'm not sure we'll be friends. But if you like indie games, I'm joking. If you like indie games, Arch can absolutely fill that gap in for you. Plays a whole lot of stuff, lot of chill, relaxing, fun time games over there. Definitely recommend. And I lost complete track of the conversation, which was going on, which is totally fine. Because it is a busy night, which is good. But for those who don't know who I am, oh, and also, if I didn't already say, follow Arch. Like, I expect you to do that. You know, that I'm not really asking so much as heavily implying you should. It's fine. But anyways, for those who don't know, I am Rual, Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 1,000, or 1,000 would be nothing, 135,000. I mean, it's not nothing. That's still an impressive number for Project Zomboid, but not for a record. 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life, without mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been broken. And in a big way. But I am a variety streamer, do play a whole variety of games, play some slice of life, life sim, simulation, tycoon, city builder. I've been playing some automation stuff like Factorio and all that, RimWorld, a whole... If it exists, I probably play it with the exception of maybe first-person shooters and that kind of stuff, just because they don't do well on the channel. I do actually also play action RPGs on my own time. Those haven't done well on my channel. I had to stop doing those on my channel. Have I checked out Into the Dead? Is that the game that you are involved with? Because I know I've looked in the game you are involved with, and I'm concerned I'm mixing up the names. Because I know the game you're involved with looks amazing. And I've been keeping an eye on it, but not... Yeah, it's your studios. I have looked into it. It's not out yet, right? Like, I haven't just completely missed that. I have looked into it. It looks good. I'm definitely intending on checking it out. But... I haven't kept up with dates because it has been a ridiculous couple of weeks for me. Not mostly good way. There's one or two bad. Nah, demo is out. Gotcha. Demo is out. So I'm gonna go ahead and just go. I need more. No, I don't want to write on that one. ADHD things. To the Dead, because that way if I lose context I'll still have the name and I'll check that out. That's awesome. I'll definitely want to take a look at all that. So 100% I'll do that. What was I even doing? But yeah, so I play a whole bunch of games and all that stuff. We just recently finished Factorio, the new DLC. It was excellent. Highly recommend. If you liked Factorio and you do not have the DLC and you're going, but it's so expensive. I mean, fair, but also it is worth it. If you didn't like Factorio, I wouldn't expect a DLC to change that. But yeah, we also did like 2 playthroughs of Satisfactory. We just finished I Am Future a couple days ago, which is another excellent one. It markets itself as a cozy survival game. Okay, so we planted... I've lost my train of thought. Because I was on multiple trains of thoughts, and they have all derailed. There is screaming, there is fire, there is clowns for some reason, but there's really cool party balloon animals, but the train of thought is gone. I'm not sure I'm at tired o'clock or what headspace I'm in right now, but we're having a fun night. Okay, let's check. So, alright. So, our fields are taken care of. There's nothing on sale I care about. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The contracts, not feeling them. As long as the trains don't collide head on, they're good. Clowns, you mean... Oh, with chat. Hey, look, I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I'm not saying it's wrong. I didn't say it, though. I will not be critiquing the accuracy of the statement. Alright, so we are advancing today. To catch up on what you're watching right now, we are playing Farm Sim 25, which is the new version that came out 2 weeks ago, is that now? Ignore the signs hit count down in the bottom corner. It's inaccurate. It's definitely actually much smaller than it should be. But that's definitely not a thing to worry about. The signs had it coming. They kept telling me to stop. And I wanted to go places. And you know how that is. But we've been doing a 0 to hero challenge, which is basically we started with $0. I'm not allowed to take loans and leases with the exception of the ones that just come with the contracts, because that's how it works. And we're playing in the hardest economy settings and working up from there. And if you're wondering what we're growing on our farm, I have so many wonderful fields of... if you look over here, chat, this is rice. I'm going to go ahead and flood that field. And if you pop down here... you're going to see a field, and it's, this is rice. And we're going to flood that field. But don't worry, if we go over here, it'll blow your minds. It is rice. And we're going to flood that field. I'm going to actually teleport to the other one versus walking. Hi, Walter. I don't actually want to talk to you, but I'm going to use you as a teleport point. And then finally, for my last field over here, big surprises. This is rice. And we're going to flood that field. And you're going, why are you just growing rice? So I'm doing this challenge called the 0 to Hero Challenge, where I have no money, and I have enough equipment to farm rice. And if I want to farm something that's not rice, I need more expensive equipment. That said, I actually am growing in our greenhouse over here. I got ourselves some lovely spring onions and tomatoes. I think that's the Napa cabbage. I'm not sure. One of those is less, one of those Napa cabbage. We are growing garlic, which is, I think, that one. These are strawberries. Where are my hot peppers? Hot pepper plants look almost exactly like tomato plants. Ignore the chainsaw. Yeah, there you are. No, you're tomatoes. No, seriously, where's my hot peppers? It's fine. They're growing in here somewhere. The problem is both hot peppers and tomato plants are part of the same family of plants. They're both part of the nightshade family. And so the leaves look very similar and all that. But yeah, so I got a bunch of chili peppers here. There you go. You go on the green side? Yeah, there's like no real reason to go on the green side. You can go in here and configure it by hitting that point. Or you can just hit escape. And escape is much easier. But we've got all that stuff going on. And over here, I am growing oyster mushrooms, and I'm blanking on what the other mushroom I'm growing in here is. Can I go in here? I never thought to try. I don't know what I was expecting. This isn't exactly it, but yeah, we're growing oyster mushrooms, and... Oh, it was Ionaki mushrooms. So we got mushrooms growing in here. And if we go over here... Now, you're probably happy that we don't have more rice going on, but don't you worry, because if we go into this greenhouse, that would be rice. So, we're growing rice saplings that we then plant in the fields. So I've got all that going here. Going, what are you doing with all these crops? I mean, other than selling them? Don't worry, we are doing fun things. I actually can't show you now I think about it. The second one is hit, you're fading for the night. No problem, JD. In our preserving area over here, we are making kimchi and... Wait, you're making rice bags? You're not supposed to be making rice bags, you're supposed to be making rice rolls. Have I been making the wrong thing this whole time? No, I mean, that's the rice rolls. It looks like rice bags. It's fine. It's whatever. I don't really care. But yeah, so we're making kimchi and we're making rice bags, and we're selling all that to the local area. For the record, the map we're on is a non-specific East Asian map. The big project you probably notice I have up there that I'm saying I'm trying to earn $1 million and build a temple, that's for dare drops. That basically dare drops gives us keys to give out to all of you if I do these things. So we're working on that. So when I started, there was just like a foundation here. And we have been slowly building this vaguely Japanese temple. I'm not actually sure which East Asian culture it's supposed to be. It's kind of a mishmash. Like, the map has an Indonesian name. It's got lots of other stuff. But yeah, we've got all these buildings going. We built all that. So we're on the home stretch. I'm about to put the roof on this building, and I got just 2 little ones here. I'm pretty excited about that because that's been worked on since day 1. So I've got that, and we're trying to get $1 million. It is a lot of forklift work. It also did make me realize I want to speed up time just a little bit, because on the bottom right down there, it shows how much I have in there and how much I need for this step to be finished. So I want to go ahead and just check that down so we can get to the next step of the temple, because I can't put more stuff in that does anything till I get there. So we are just fast-forwarding time as we stare blankly into the abyss in the middle distance, contemplating our life decisions as we grow nothing but rice. Okay, so unfortunately this is going to be a day of even more log planks. How much stuff do I have over at my sawmill? It's a sawmill empty day. Alright. Oh, wait, your cruise control's still set to nothing because I massively overburned you last time and was terrified you were going to roll. But yeah, so we're working on that. So the things we're working on right now is working on that temple, growing our rice, and doing the occasional, like, different variety of contracts to pad out our money to try and get that $1 million. The highest priority for me right now is the temple, but it is one of those things that's kind of a hurry up and wait, where I go and it says, hey, give me 12 pallets of log planks and 12 pallets of wooden beams. And I go, okay. And he goes, all right, come back in 3 days. And you go, all right, well, I guess I'll just do something for 3 days. I'm not waiting on traffic. Oh, I should have waited on traffic. We're fine. It's fine. It adds character. And I know my truck here is getting all scuffed up and ruined, and I appreciate it. I actually really like the vehicles when they're really dinged up, scratched, and all that. It just makes them feel more authentic. It feels weird when you have a tractor and you're looking at it and it supposedly has, you know, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours working the field on it, and it looks pristine and clean. That feels weird. Like, I want its paint to be heavily compromised, and you're just trying to keep the rust out of it. Okay, so we'll take this over here, load up all the lumber I've got in my sawmill. Now, to build the temple faster, we are buying a lot of our stuff and then selling it back at a loss, because it's built faster, not efficiently. It's the add characters, and my god, does this truck have a lot of character. You better believe. Where you go to a house and like, don't worry. This house has history. This kitchen isn't small, it's cozy. This bedroom isn't small, it's intimate. You just gotta know the marketing. Alright, no problem, Randall Thor. You get yourself some sleep. I do appreciate you hanging out and all that. Oh, I should probably park it a little farther over there. Ooh, I probably need more wood for the sawmill, too. Okay. And meanwhile, before we get caught up in that, let's see what contracts are going on. Because if I have a really good contract I could just throw someone at, that's always a good time. I mean, that weeding is actually a good contract I could throw someone at if I didn't need the equipment that I would be throwing at that. But that's fine. So let's go grab our forklift front, which should be over there, and start loading up our truck. Take it over to the temple to get a little bit of that stuff off before then I gotta go to the warehouse and buy the rest at unreasonable prices to then sell them at slightly good, you know, like slightly decent prices. Like, for the record, if you took the time to build this without buying all the goods, this is probably very lucrative. I am not doing it that way because my goal is to get it built, because that's 2 CD keys I get to give out to the community, and I really want to do that. I would like to save the community like $100-something. And get people who maybe aren't sure the chance to try the game and figure out if it's their next addiction or something that maybe they were happy they didn't spend their money on. It's definitely no simulation lands in that, where some people it's like really, really a game they can get into and they're like, oh man, this is amazing, and other ones are like, yeah, not for me. Yeah, for the record, if I do build the temple, it'll be a thing that we won't actually get that key for at least a couple of hours, if not a couple of days. I've still got one key that they're supposed to give me that I haven't quite gotten yet. So we got 2 of them we gave out. And I've got a third one that's been pending for a while, so I don't really know what the holdup is. But, you know, it'll happen eventually. I've never had a problem with airdrop. Yeah, and if you're wondering why we're flooding the rice fields again, that is a weed and pest prevention thing in real life. In the game, there's no pests, but there is weeds. So we flood the field to keep weeds from taking over. And that's just the thing, because rice is a very water-tolerant plant that you can flood it and it doesn't mind that much. Whereas most of the weeds that would attack the rice paddies and all that, on the other hand, do not like being flooded. And so it does a good job of weed suppressant. And then for a lot of the bugs, you know, they just don't want to go in the water. Don't swim. I'm sure they still have pests they deal with. But that's the reason why they flood the rice fields. It's weed prevention and, you know, pest prevention. Alright, so we've got these 4. I'll make sure there's no more going to be popping out of that in the next couple seconds. Alright, so if we look at our stuff here, yep, so that's all good. Actually, man, we're going to get along planks soon, but not soon enough. So take this off, deliver this. That'll be 2 pallets of beams and 2 pallets of long planks, which means I will need 10 more of each. So that's enough that I can load up the 10 pallets each row, and I'll just have a horrifically overloaded truck. I do it all the time. Most of the time, I'm not punished for it. Sometimes I am, as you saw me immediately go up in 2 wheels. It's fine. If I roll over, it just means I have to do the drive of shame with the forklift to drive it over and flip my vehicle back over. But yeah, and this is how we actually build that temple, is we just provide it the resources it needs. And for those who aren't aware, with Farm Sim 25, I believe all 3 maps have a major project. I'm not 100% sure about the Eastern European one, because there's an Eastern European map, there's an Eastern Asian map, and then there is a non-specific, like, you know, United States wetlands map. So, like, none of them have a specific, like, this is Louisiana or whatever. They're just vaguely in this region of the world. And I know that the US map has a museum you build, and this one has a temple, and I have no idea what happens on the Eastern European map. I think it does have a project, but I don't remember. It's the same map that was in Farm Sim 22 for the root vegetable expansion. It just got a little spit polish on that one. That way, like, we have the new region, which is, like, this is the first time we've had an Asian map at all as, like, the base game. So that's the reason I chose it as, like, all right, well, we've got lots of European, like, vaguely European and US maps. So let's see what they do for the Asian one. Which it's mostly the buildings are different. Like, I'm sure technically if you looked at trees, people would be like, well, that's a Japanese, whatever. They'd be like, oh, I have no idea what that tree is, but cool. It is a tree that I would mistake as a different tree. Because I am not an arborist. And I don't know if arborology is a thing, but I feel like it should be if it's not. I'm sure it's got a different name. Like, it'll probably be more around, like, the scientific term for plant, but for the subset that is tree or something like that. because that would make logical sense. Versus arborist sounds like, or arborology sounds like someone who had no idea what they're talking about would say. Because that's me. I don't know what I'm talking about with that. Alright, so we got those ones dropped off. We're going to go ahead and drive this over to the warehouse. Get it parked up. Check to see how many of the beams I need to order. Order the beams. Then I got to go grab my tractor, drive it across the map. So that way I can load the beams up on my truck. And also, for those who haven't played Farm Sim, if you like the modding scene in Project Zomboid RimWorld, it's not quite to that level, but it does have a very strong modding scene. That said, with 25, it did just come out, so the mods are still playing catch-up. But with the editor coming out just a couple days ago for people to make their mods, we have been seeing a gradually building momentum of more and more mods popping out. The ones I'm waiting for, my favorite mods, is I'm waiting for... there's a challenge called the Survivor Man Challenge, that the entire idea is you spawn on a map, it's got a sell point, a buy point, a gas station, and a service place. Basically next to nothing. It's usually one building with a bunch of little things around it. And then the rest of the map is wilderness. And I like that map for building the farm up from nothing. And just kind of slowly seeing it sprawl, and you build your own bakery because that's a production line, so you can almost have that. You can build your little farmhouse and sort of build up a little rural community that's, got their own bakery, their own restaurant, whatever you want. But basically make the map your own. Versus, this is a handcrafted map that all of this stuff was here before that Giant Software put here. And it's cool, it's a good map. But there's just something about making your own map that's pretty cool. Wiki, a person who practices and studies arboriculture can be themed an arborist or an arboriculturist. I feel like there is a good idea for a very weird indie game around an arboricultist. But bring that text back past people quickly so you go, wait, did that say what I think it said? Try and use that phenomena with eyes where they complete words automatically. The cultivation, management, and study of individual trees, shrubs, vines, and other perennial woody plants. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, no, that checks out. Just a game that's 100% a cult, but it's all based around trees. Which luckily we're prepared for here. We know that trees are the enemy. It's literally one of our emotes that trees are evil. Obviously we're memeing. It's just one of these things, we play so many of these games, and Project Zomboid, and Construction Simulator, and all of these other games that trees get you in trouble and killed and stuck and everything. So yeah, we have declared that trees are the enemy. That they cannot be trusted. Satisfactory, the trees getting all up in your way. They all must be fed to the fire. Factorio, you try and build. And they're trees. Baby trees too? There is no baby trees, there's just trees. We don't discriminate based on age here. That immediately gets to a not great place that I feel like I really want to just go ahead and pretend that part of the conversation. We just keep on rolling right past without looking in that rearview mirror. Hey, canola flowers. Oh yeah, this one has hail and tornadoes. Burn the trees down? No, we cut them down. It's got to be up close and personal. We got to make sure the tree has been taken care of. We learned that in Project Zombie. You don't play with fire. Smokey would be disappointed. He wouldn't be mad about it. He'd just be disappointed. It'd sit on his little tree stump, it'd look at you, and it'd just kind of shake his head a little and walk away. And it'd hurt so much more than if he just got mad at you. Because it's a bear of all things. So, in hindsight going this way, I realized the canal's between me, so I gotta go around anyways, so this really didn't save me much time. Because the thing is like, oh yeah, I'll just cut across, like, oh right, there's this big canal I could just fall into and definitely get stuck in. So yeah, I just gotta go to the next crossing over. Hey, no passing. I get to only go 20, no. If I have to go 25, you have to go 25 too. It's only fair. I don't get to go faster, neither do you. See if chat's paying attention. Oh yeah, and we do have a signs hit counter. It goes up with exclamation mark hit sign. I have been debating also making another counter for the times that I give chat like a full minute to do the hit sign and they fail to do so. So that way I can call out chat for not doing it. The temple thing came up. What? It was Leafy People. I don't remember exactly what was said with it, but basically, like, did the signs have to do with the temple or something like that? Alright, so we've got this here. So now what I do is I quickly pop back over to the temple, because I don't remember numbers very long. Alright, so we have about 2,900 wood beams, and we need about 12,000. So, if I get 10 of each, will be good. I cannot do 10 of each at one time. I have to do the 10, then 10, because there's literally not a space here for it to be there. So let's go here to 10 beams. Boom, goodbye $41,000. Don't worry, we'll get most of that back. And now we get to discard our owner's manual and overload the truck, per the usual. Oh, I actually lifted that up. I was like, where's the box? And if it seems like I may have done this a couple times, yes. I signed up for the temple, and don't get me wrong, Daredrop did warn me that it was a legendary difficulty, which is as high as it goes. And I'm like, yeah, but the Silver Run map at 22, like, it was only 11 steps. That's fine. That won't take me that long. I've long since lost track of steps. Like, a very long time lost track of steps. But the word I've heard is it's over 50 steps, and I believe it now. I was skeptical, I was doubting, and saying, I don't think that's right. My bad. Well, I didn't mean to wipe it off the wall. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna check out that demo. For those who don't know, the demo Arch was talking about earlier, it is a zombie one. I think the best I've seen it described, I obviously haven't played it yet because, you know, it just came out in the demo, is that it's kind of going for the I don't want to misrepresent it. Was that it's like sort of like, no, stop. The War is Mine, but Zombie Apocalypse. So it has like that. Why am I struggling so much with that? It has that kind of side-scrolliness that the War is Mine has, but again, Zombie Apocalypse. The animations and all look really good. It looks like it's going to 100% hit the tone and all that. So I'm excited to see it. I just didn't realize the demo was about to happen. But that's good. That's perfect, because I'm looking for something to check out during the Hot Potato when I'm not up. Which game is that? That is Into the Dead. Is download too? Yeah, and I need to check it out. Because it's one I've seen little bits of, and I definitely want to check it out. Which, like, honestly, which this will come as a surprise for people who've seen me play State of K2 and Project Zomboid, and they're like, you know, like, I'm not super into zombies, like, in general. I've mentioned it before. To me, zombies as an enemy, it's like generic enemy number 5. If they're goblins, cool. If they're skeletons, cool. Like, there's no, like, I don't have any negative feelings about them, but they're just an enemy. They serve a purpose. So for me to be excited about a zombie game is like, ooh, that looks really good. Which, like I said, I don't see anything wrong with it. It's just another enemy. So for 10, if we just scooch you forward, really compress that in there, I can probably get the last two on the back of the tailgate. Yeah, we'll probably check that out while the Rimworld Hot Potato's going out. I'll probably check that out. Loads room, absolutely. Oh, we've done so much worse on this. I think the record we went though is we did one with 14, right? I know earlier today was 12, but I believe 1 or 2 streams ago we did one with 14 on it. I think that's a record. That one was perfectly fine and nothing eventful happened. Man, I think that'll be a good one for... I'm planning on doing a little RimWorld probably tomorrow and the day after. And then once the Hot Potato starts, like, put that aside till after the Hot Potato. Like, I'll do RimWorld, obviously, for my segment of the Hot Potato. But you get the idea. I don't want to be competing in the category with the charity. So that gives me something perfect to do for while the charity is going on. So I'm not doing, like, as much as I can absolutely do just Farm Sim. That is not going to stay, and I know it. I'm going to see, though, if I can kind of cheat it, though. Oh, I can. So, pretty sure the bottom palette is not actually on there. Yeah, so it's pretend on there. It's not for realsies on there. But I could do that right now. And if I'm really quick, this block is obviously not actually making contact to the ground. We just got strapped in place, which makes it immovable. We just snap it off and snap it back on, and now they're all secured. And that'll be all of the beams for the temple for the stage, and I just gotta repeat this for the long planks, and that'll be the stage of the temple basically locked in. And you can see that we are wobbling a decent amount when I start turning, so I gotta be careful because this will roll pretty easy. You can roll this one if you're going fast enough even with no load. I mean, that's true of most of the vehicles, actually. If you turn sharp enough, you can eventually get them to roll. But this one, you know, getting 50, 60 miles an hour and then turning real sharp, and it being a little bit top heavy, it doesn't take as much as you'd like. Yeah, just a little bit on 2 wheels, it's fine. Alright. The moment that car did... Oh, we're fine. You saw nothing. It's all fine. The moment I saw that car coming through the fog and realized I had to veer, I'm like, I'm not going to be able to recover to that. I'm going too fast with too much weight over top. But it's fine. We land on our wheels. Oh yeah, no, we have plenty of that. A lot of times if I'm like super duper overloaded, I'll drive like really cautiously just because it becomes more of a nuisance. I'm being very careful on this turn because these 2 turns I've rolled on enough already. Like the one back there I've rolled and had to get the forklift. The one over here I haven't had to get the forklift, but I have rolled over and had to finagle the truck to get it back on its wheels. You can actually recover from being on your side more than you'd think in this game. And this is the only place I don't want to roll, because if I roll into the water, our goods are gone because I don't have equipment to get it back. And we're not taking loans or leases, which means... I mean, honestly, I have enough money, I could probably get something to get it back out, but... it's probably something we don't want to do. And there. So there's the beams. You just double check to make sure our math was right. Yep. Alright, so that's enough beams to finish the stage. Now I just need enough long planks. So basically the exact same payload, different item. And that'll be, you know, I won't need another delivery for another like 3 in-game days, which is a month per day. Oh yeah, I said I was going to test to see if the AI driver, if I overloaded, if it could handle it. Because we ran the AI driver through the gauntlet earlier, where I had him drive right through, like I actually hadn't planned for him to go through downtown, but basically go from one end of the map to the other with equipment to go do a job for me. Because in Farm Sim 22, the AI drivers were not great, and made it flawlessly without a problem. So I'm like, all right, let's see if we actually try and give him a challenge, not just have him drive through the middle of town and hope it works out. Let's way overload this thing, the amounts I would do, and just send them off, and we will follow them in the tractor, and see how they do. My confidence is very low. But if the driver proves me wrong, that would be some pretty good information, because that would imply I might be able to get away with really being unreasonable on what I put on it and just hand it over to the driver and be like, figure it out. And maybe they'll figure it out. I'm mostly expecting for them to not take into consideration how top heavy it is, start driving, and just immediately roll over. And when they immediately roll over, you know, I have to go fix it. Alright, so now I need not beams, the long planks. So goodbye $28,000. So I just gotta load it up, which will take me a couple of minutes. And then I will tell the driver to go do the thing. Oh, stupid box. That's actually pretty inconvenient because that's going to be the middle one that's loose. I could probably fix that. So the way I can probably fix that is let's go to this side, and I want to pick it up way on the very end of the forklift. I need it to be way more straight on than that. Because then that much forward, I might be able to just toss it over to the other side just fine. There we go. That wasn't bad. Alright, grab the next set. Just smashing this into stuff. I mean, that's what they get for having such a weird loading bay that you have to, like, go around the corner to grab stuff. Thank you, camera. I wish you'd calm down. I think I'm just going too aggressive. That's why we're getting so many sliding pallets. I've gotten way too comfortable just swinging this around real quick. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. An actual forklift would fit better. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. An actual forklift would certainly be way better than this for what we're doing. But I'm not actually broke right now. We are, like, trying to save our money for only doing stuff that gets me more money for the time being. Are you actually on there? You are not. Not even kind of. Okay, I can probably make this work. By just shoving things. Well, the just shoving things strategy didn't work out for me. I'm actually surprised it popped off the side like that, but that's okay. I used to put a lot more effort into, like, trying to set this up right, instead of just trying to, like, just slap it down, so, you know, grabbing each one and that whole thing. But it is those things that's just like, okay. Oh, no. I need to get that a little lower. Well, that's unfortunate, so you have to knock it away. I don't feel like I'm making my situation better here. Well, that's not exactly... Alright, so I shouldn't I shouldn't be doing this without putting those down much better. There. It's free. I've made this way more involved than it needed to be. This could have been a fairly simple, just put it on there, and instead I hurried and didn't bother putting my effort into it. And so now I'm getting punished, which is how that works. Okay. So problem is, now I gotta nudge this one to the left, which might knock it off the back. Okay, let's try and fix the other side. I think this is the most difficulty I've had with one of these. Because I could use the straps to hold it in, but then I won't be able to get the next one on very easily. Let's just lock those in for right now. Grab the last two, we'll just chuck them up top. They don't need to be anything special. We're gonna make the AI do it, let's make it harder. That's the whole point. We're trying to test see if we can grab the AI, overload this thing, and say go to the temple. And hopefully it won't be traumatic. And if it is, then we will learn something. Okay, just want to sit that down. There you go. Alright, AI. Here we go, buddy. I got you all set up. You're ready to rock and roll, friend. What I want you to do is I want you to take this truck right here. I want you to set a destination. And that destination is going to be right up here. It could be right like that. I don't know what you're doing, but I'm getting away from it. It's like vibrating in place. Has stopped work. Destination unreachable. Now, let me help you out here, friend. We'll try this again. Handing this to the AI has made that vehicle real unhappy. Set destination. Here, I won't even make you go up to the dirt spot. We'll have you just get over here to where that parking lot is. Where? Fair enough. All right, you're getting a little bit of speed there. You are sending it. Okay, so you are smart enough to slow down before you roll it. I am deeply concerned at these boxes like vibrating and undulating on the back of the truck. They don't normally do that for me. So, I'm not sure what to make of that. I will say, very careful driver. Why even overload it? Yeah. I mean, well, the reason I'm overloading it because I don't want to do 2 trips. It's currently going faster than I am capable of going in my tractor, so we are slowly losing it. But yeah, as far as overloading it, it's mostly because I don't want to do 2 trips. Is what it boils down to. Right now, I'm experimenting because we put the AI driver through a couple of tests earlier, and I've honestly been very impressed. The fact that they didn't immediately roll it going down that hill already has me feel pretty good about. Men really do refuse to do 1 more trip? Hey, it is what it is, man. Why would I do 2 trips when I could do 1? Plus, we're doing science right now. We are seeing if the AI driver can handle an overloaded vehicle, and honestly doing really good. Agreed, it is what it is. It do be like that. Ah! You did so good up to that point. You're still trying. Here, let me give you a hand. Here. We'll work together. We'll get you. There you go. Nope. I overcorrected. Never mind. You got it. You're good. All right. Well, I mean, it was doing really good, but I think we've seen that the steady curve is the undoing. Would you stop undulating? I get that you want to go places, but if you drive too fast while I'm trying to pick you up, that you get out of my reach, I cannot help you. Almost. Come on. There, we're good. Whatever has changed, it is too much for the AI driver. To be fair, something is very wrong. When you put those on the straps, they have their physics disabled. They become a rigid part of the vehicle. And definitely that did not, like, that undid itself once the AI driver touched it. And so they've been undulating and vibrating and bouncing and shifting. And so I don't really know what's happening with these pallets. But it's definitely not okay. I'm honestly a little worried that we're gonna get over this sell point. I'm gonna hit the button, and when I hit the button, it's just going to absolutely, like, catapult them into space. Forget selling rice. Find a way to sell those straps. I know, right? But yeah, I'm a little worried that as we're going, there's just a physics calculation building up more and more momentum of all the physics that these are not supposed to be experiencing that they're experiencing anyways. Hey, Libby, how's it going? And so there has been bugs in the past where you can have something and you unlatch it to something, it catapults to the moon. Yeah, so I see why it's rolling over. Like, I'm getting like this weird, almost like pulling effect. Almost. Come on. Ah, we made it worse. Or better. We made it better. It's better. See? Yeah, like, It's leaning hard to the left right now because of what's happening to those boxes. They're not vibrating angrily anymore, for what it's worth. They just wanted to play roll over. Oh, they're not angry. They're all puppies, and they just wanted to play. Don't catapult the space. Okay, I think they all made it. I'm not confident in that. Wait. Oh, I see what happened. I know why it got all broken. And the reason it got all broken was he had all the packages on there, and he put up the side guards, and we didn't have those. So the packages were in place, and then suddenly a physical object tried to merge through them. And the game just kind of threw its hands in the air and went, "What do you want from me?" That makes sense. Okay, so we're good on our wood products, we're good on the water. Alright, so let's double check this. So contracts, are they contracts? I'm like, I'm doing this. I don't think so. I think we're good on the contracts. Like, that's not a bad one. That's really not a bad one. We planted our fields. The sawmill could certainly use more wood, but we can wait on that a little bit. We do have the temple going. We did do all of our fields. Let's just make sure that I actually did flood the fields, because that's kind of the big thing. If I don't flood the fields, the weeds take over. Yep, flooded 66%. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and hop right over here and advance time. And then what is gonna happen here, chat, in just a minute is I am going to go and that was an epic time to hop in the channel. Well, thank you. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. What is gonna end up happening here, chat, is I have already gone over my normal time. We're about not quite 2 hours over the normal stream time. So what's going to end up happening here is the stream's going to be wrapping up here in a minute. But if you have enjoyed tonight content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here to the stream. We'll be raiding out to someone to pass this raid from Arch on to the next group. But in the meantime, if you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't know about hosting and rating all that over there. So don't forget to subscribe and like and all that kind of stuff. But if you're over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. We're going to go find someone for you to go and say hello